Yo. Peace, 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 peace. We're sorry, people. We're here now. Things should be smooth from now on. So chill out. All right? Just chill. Chill out. Just chill out. All right? You know what I mean? Copy to clipboard. It is. Copy to clipboard. Copied. All right. And then, well, text first. And we drop it there. Yes, Lemming, we're having a part 2 discussion between me and Shuaib. So I hope you guys enjoy the discussion today. The link is for Shuaib. Yeah, the link is for Shuaib. We might invite the rest of you guys later on. We'll see how Shuaib feels about it. Yeah, we'll see if we have time. So Shuaib, come on, man. Don't leave me hanging. You know what? God willing, the discussion will be calm. I mean, there is no animosity between me and Shuaib, so inshallah, the discussion should be fruitful. I'll tell you what, at the end of the discussion, I'll invite people to come and basically join us and basically bring whatever questions they have forth. But ladies and gentlemen, we have now been joined by yours truly, Shuaib Abdullah. Welcome, my bro.
Yeah, thanks, bro. Is there any echo?
No,
All
there's
good?
no echo now. So whatever you're doing, keep it there. Don't change
All
anything.
good now? All good, right?
All good. So far,
Okay,
all good.
mashallah. Okay, that's good. Let me share the link to Facebook so that people can join here because it's quite unfortunate. I'm yet to find out what the hell just happened.
I mean, I might be around. Can you share your email address?
Pardon?
No, a friend over here, Imran.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I'll send it to you. So I'll leave it in the comments for you. Once you've noted it down, I'll then delete it. Unless I might have to I don't know, make a whole new email for these sort of questions maybe. Oh no, there won't be any abuse words. We're both, cordial, grown, and respectful. So you won't have to worry about that.
Okay, yeah, I think I put it on my page now. It should be good. People can join now and watch.
Don't have to worry about that.
Okay, yeah, it's good.
There is an
Yeah.
echo, they say, but hopefully, as long as the echo is not, you know.
Let me see. Let me confirm from the other phone and watch if there's any echo. Let me see.
I'll tell you what. Unless I don't know, make a whole new email for.
Yeah, well, not actually a bug. It should be okay. Yes, peace, bro.
Yes, peace, peace, peace. How we doing?
Well, as it's unfortunately it has to happen again, but we try to fix the problem. But this is what happens sometimes.
We're
Anyways,
here now.
yeah, we are here now, and I think people can stream and see what is going on. So thank you for the patience, ladies and gentlemen. We are here again once again to talk about the part 2 of what we couldn't finish earlier last week. So Like I said, we are just going to have a normal discussion as well, but now today is it's the center of discussion will more be focused on me instead of just usually back and forth. But as I said last week, we were just having a discussion. I was having a discussion with Brother Ahmed, and maybe people will find it as a surprise. They don't know why we decided to have such a discussion, because we've seen a lot of people going back and forth at each other and always, getting on the necks of each other. So we decided, okay, why not just handle this more, like matured people, and then have a discussion, because there is no concern or there is no alarm to have animosity against each other when we claim we are following the Quran alone. So why don't we just pick up important topics and then discuss as good people or believers should do? So this is what brought about this. So today we are here to see the part 2 of the word sajda, that is sujud, to see does it actually entails prostration in the Quran or not. So, Brother Ahmed, do you have also something to say before we move on?
No, no, not yet. I think today we should. I think last time I pretty much made my argument, so I think today you should bring forth your suggestion for the audience. So
Okay, no
it's all
problem.
yours.
So about Auzubillahi minash shaitani rajim, I seek refuge with God against the accursed devil. As the Quran says in chapter 17, verse 84, it tells the messenger, Kul kullun ya'malu ala shakilatihi farabbukum alamu biman huwa ahda sabila. He says each works or each acts according to his manners. Shakilati comes from the word shakala. So shakilati is the manner in which you do your things. So each works according to his manners, and your Lord is aware of who is guided in way, like, so God knows best. But of course, people can actually pinpoint what is wrong and right, and then can, give heads up to each other. So today, basically, we are going to focus on the word sujud, as it entails prostration or not in the Quran. And last time, before we ended, I quoted a chapter 10, verse 94, concerning having a doubt, and we couldn't address that before I stepped down because my time was up, unfortunately. So, Brother Ahmed, before I go on, maybe you could have also opened the verse, then we just see it together, then I move on to what I want to say. So the verse says, فَإِن كُنْتَ فِي شَكٍّ مِمَّا أَنزَلْنَا إِلَيْكَ فَاسْأَلِ الَّذِينَ يَقْرَؤُونَ الْكِتَابَ مِنْ قَبْلِكَ. Then he says, لَقَدْ جَاءَكَ الْحَقُّ مِنْ رَبِّكَ فَلَا تَكُونَنَّ مِنَ الْمُمْتَرِينَ. Now, this verse actually has a lot of things to highlight on. And God is telling the prophet, because he's taken to a second person singular, he used the word kunta. For in kunta fi shakin, if you have any doubt, if you are in doubt of anything, if you are in doubt, then he says, mimma anzalna ilayka, of what we have sent down to you. Then he says, fas'alu allazina yakra'una al-kitaba min qablika. Now, ask those who have read the book before you, which means the book of God, which has been sent, like the Torah, the Injil, the Zabur. Ask them if you are in doubt. Of course, if we put this into concept, the prophet himself, God asked him not to be of the doubters. Now, but what if we, the believers outside, we have a doubt concerning an issue? Can we actually go for further investigation or not? So I'll sort this out, then we move on to the main evidence. So God told him, لَقَدْ جَاءَكَ الْحَقُّ مِنْ رَبِّكَ. The truth has come from your Lord to you. فَلَا تَكُونَنَّ مِنَ الْمُمْتَرِينَ. So do not be among the doubters, to erase the doubt. But then God again tells us in chapter 4, verse 82, أَفَلَا يَتَدَبَّرُونَ الْقُرْآنَ وَلَوْ كَانَ مِنْ عِنْدِ غَيْرِ اللَّهِ لَوَجَدُوا فِي اخْتِلَافًا كَثِيرًا. So which means, since God is claiming the Quran comes from God, he gives us the right to contemplate his words. So if it is not from him, we will find numerous contradictions. So here we are dealing with a topic whereby there's an issue of doubt, because some people think, oh no, prostration cannot be done physically. Some people think, yes, it can be done physically. So we are dealing with the issue of doubt. So then hereby, since the believers of the previous scriptures are asked to combine their books together, to believe in them, and then believe in the Quran together, if I also want to confirm what the Quran confirms, for instance, when Quran says it's a confirmation of the previous book, chapter 10, verse 37, Quran is a confirmation of what was before it, right? So now, if I want to actually know the Quran is telling the truth, I need to go and check any book somebody claims is from God. I need to take it and check. Does the Quran confirms this? Because Quran chapter 5 verse 48 clearly tells us that the Quran is to confirm what was before it and to serve as a dominant book over the previous book. So since the Quran is a dominant book, of course, we have to rely on the Quran, but that doesn't necessarily mean we cannot go to another scripture to see what the Quran confirms. You see, so if we are in doubt, we can see chapter 10 verse 94 is a generalized issue concerning the book on its entirety. So if you are in doubt, maybe in a certain topic, why don't you actually scrutinize the previous books and see, does the Quran confirm any concept there? You see, so for instance, I can give some few examples. Last time Ahmed said, he said the Quran is the Al-Furqan. Yes, it is Al-Furqan, but the previous book also were Al-Furqan. So maybe he hasn't paid attention to that. Quran chapter 3, verse 3 to verse 4. It confirms that they also have Al-Furqan. Even Musa alayhi salam was also given Al-Furqan. You see, so if we say Al-Furqan, you should remember that the Quran is a confirmation of what was before it. So if there was Al-Furqan there, Quran has to confirm Al-Furqan also here. This is how it works. So now, for instance, I give you some few examples why I say some things can be confirmed from the scriptures, previous scriptures. Some few examples. For instance, if you go to the book of Psalms, chapter 37, verse 11, it tells us that the righteous shall inherit the earth and shall delight themselves in the abundance of peace. This is an example in the book of Psalms, right? Now, if you go to come back to the Quran, chapter 21, verse 105, and God repeated by telling us, we have certainly written in the Psalms, that is the Zabura, as Zabur, after the remembrance that the earth will be inherited by my righteous servants. So God said something in the Zabur in the previous book, and he said the righteous will inherit the earth. Now we can see clearly chapter 21, verse 105. God is confirming that statement that he wrote there that the righteous will inherit the earth. So here it eliminates the doubts. We can clearly see that God actually confirms his own word in the previous scripture. So I can give on and on some examples concerning how even a believer, when believers come to you, how you should tell them, peace be upon you, salaam alaikum. In the book of John, chapter 20, verse 21, similar thing was told to Jesus, that he should say unto the believers who come to him. And we can see similar thing confirmed by the Quran, chapter 6, verse 54, that the prophet was told the same thing, that when believers come to him, he should say, peace be upon you. You see, then we go, if we go to Quran, let's say Quran chapter 22, verse 47, it tells us that a day of our Lord is like 1,000 of our years. And if you go to the book of Psalms, the Zabur, chapter 90, verse 4, it tells you clearly the same thing, that a day at your Lord is like 1,000 of your years. It's confirmed. If you go to the book of James, chapter 2, verse 23, it tells you Abraham was called a friend of God. If you come to the Quran, chapter 4, verse 125, it tells you the same thing, that Abraham was chosen as a friend of God. You see, if you go to the book of Exodus, chapter 21, verse 23 to verse 25, it tells you an eye for an eye, life for life, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burning for burning, wound for wound, stripe for stripe. If you come to the Quran, chapter 5, verse 45, it confirms exactly same thing for you. So it's a confirmation, you see. So I can keep going on and on what the Quran confirms from the previous book. For instance, the book of Leviticus, chapter 11, verse 7 to verse 8, or Deuteronomy, chapter 14, verse 8, about swine, not to eat the meat of pig. And it's confirmed in the Quran, chapter 6, verse 145. Similarly, you go to again chapter 7, verse 6 of Deuteronomy. God chose the children of Israel as his, above all people. And Quran confirms that in chapter 2, verse 47, where it says, "O children of Israel, remember my blessing which I have bestowed upon you, and that I favored you over all people." So you can see the confirmations of what God says in the previous scriptures. Now, if we have to delve into the topic now, Brother Ahmed, I want to ask you one thing to help me with one thing. If I say you should define this act for me in one word, like when someone falls down to show submission or make obeisance, what is that called in Arabic? Can you help me out?
If they physically
Fall,
collapse, I
fall
mean,
down. Yes.
I wouldn't see the term fall suggests that it's unintentional. You don't
No, I used the
fall.
word fall down. I didn't say fall. I used the word fall down.
Okay, but you haven't really gone far, have you? Fall and fall down is still the same thing.
They are different.
Do you fall? How do you fall but not fall down?
They are different.
Okay, help me out. How can you fall and not fall down?
Okay, we see. When we take the word fall, descend in free fall under the influence of gravity. But if you put the word fall down, it gives you loose and upright position suddenly.
No, but
So if you put it into context, they can mean different things.
no, but in either case, when you are
Mhm,
falling, you're
mhm.
falling from a higher plane to a lower plane. Bottom line, you're falling down. You don't fall upwards. You don't fall sideways. You fall down, no matter what.
What
Falling
if
is
somebody
downwards. Huh?
what if somebody falls in the water?
They're still falling down because the water is down. The water is beneath you. It's not above you.
I
It's not.
know, but I only give you a sentence and I said, listen, I only give you a sentence and I say if someone falls down.
Yeah.
I think we are matured people, so we should know what I meant by saying that. So if somebody falls down from an upright position, standing, and he falls down, right?
Yeah.
To show submission to somebody else.
No, I understand, but I wouldn't use the term falling for something that is intentional. Because if you do something intentional, you don't call it falling. Falling
Okay,
is something
so
that
let,
happens.
let me use this word.
Yeah,
If somebody drops down,
yeah.
he drops down
Okay.
to show submission.
I can accept that.
So what is the Arabic word for it?
If they drop down physically to for the purpose of showing submission, the Arabic word would be sajda, just like it is prostration in English.
But that act I just described is not a verb, it's a noun.
No, no, no. When you're doing the act, it's a
During
verb.
the doing, yes, during the doing is a verb, but I
Yes.
wasn't asking you about the doing. I
Okay.
said, if I tell you that someone falls down to show submission, now I've completed the statement. When somebody falls down, drops down
Uh-huh.
to show submission to somebody else,
Okay.
be it God, be it human, be it object, anything. That word, particularly as a noun, give me in Arabic. How do we say it?
Okay. The problem is the sentence that you put it in is a verb, not a noun. You literally said they're doing a particular act.
Yes,
That's a verb.
I know, I understand. The word falls down. That's falling. Fall is a verb.
Well, no, doing the act, even simply doing the act of symbolizing submission, doing
Mm-hmm,
that act is a verb.
mm-hmm. Yeah, it's an action.
Yeah.
But I said, give me one word to define it as a noun, like a noun. That give me that word. That's all I ask for.
what the Arabic version of sajda as a noun?
No, that what I just described. If you get my point, I just
Yeah,
described
in
something.
English, we would say the act would be to prostrate.
Okay,
And if you wanted to put
so
it in a noun, we would say prostration.
exactly. So
Okay.
like that. That's what I meant. So give me in Arabic. What will it be?
I don't know.
Okay, what about the
What
verb?
is it? Sajdain, maybe?
No, it's sujud.
Okay, okay, sujud. All right. Sajda,
Yes.
sujud. Okay.
Yeah, the verb is sajada. That is the verb, sajada.
Okay.
But that is Arabic. You see,
I'm not
what?
sure. I'm not sure it's gonna have any effect on our discussion.
No, it does. There's a reason why I brought you to this. It will
Mhm.
have a big, big impact. So we come to that.
Okay.
So if we both agree that chapter 18, verse 54, God said he has given us the example, every example that is in the Quran. So that is chapter 18, verse 54. He has given us every example.
Okay.
So when we say every example, you and I who believe in the Quran, we know what God means by that. It doesn't mean he's giving us example of mobile phones or
Understood.
no, that's not that. So which means you and I both agree that every language has its rules, right?
No. Wait, how did we go to every language has its rules?
Yes, every language has a rule. You can't just enter somebody's language and use words the way you want. There's a rule.
No. See, words, you see, languages don't have necessarily something that is entirely particular to themselves because the way languages are a tool and those tools describe a phenomena. This is
I
a
understand.
phenomenon. Hear me out.
You've as you
I need
explained this.
okay, cool. But the point, the reason I'm mentioning this
Uh-huh.
is because there is nothing particular about a language. All language.
Why no wait. Why are you saying there's nothing particular? Who said there's nothing particular about language?
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you how. Because all languages deal with verbs, adjectives, nouns. What? What's so special?
So the
That's what
rules
all
are not
languages deal with.
important.
Huh?
Now, if rules are not important, then we wouldn't be dealing with adjective, verbs, or nouns. If you say the rules are not important.
No, I'm not saying the rules are not important. I'm just saying the rules are not particular to any language. The rules are based on its utility. And it's not beyond any other human being to understand how the utility works. I mean, besides that, to be honest with you, I have never made my arguments about a particular language, and the reason for that is because it is really not relevant, considering that we are dealing with context and consistency. So as long as I have context and as long as I can be consistent throughout the Quran, I will not be handicapped by a language. I guarantee you that.
No, first of all, we like I don't want us to stay on the context issue and the subject issue because we've already spoken about that. Let's leave that in the part one. The issue is I only ask a simple question. You and I agree that every language has a rule. That's all I want to know from you. Or you don't agree that languages have rules.
The rules are based on utility.
I'm asking a simple question. I didn't say explain. I
Okay.
said every
Okay, sure,
language
sure,
has a
sure,
rule.
sure.
Good.
Yeah, I got
That's
it.
all. That's all I wanted.
Sure. But can I just say one
Uh-huh.
thing though?
Uh-huh.
These so-called rules have to
Yeah.
be verifiable. They have to be falsifiable.
Of
And
course. Of course.
and the moment these terms are put in a context, that is what
Yeah.
that context allows us to do. It allows us to verify the claim or falsify the claim. Over to you.
Good. Can we find the word context in the Quran?
Well, mawa'idata is used as context. I know that for sure. So, so if we go to 513, I believe, if I remember right. Yes, 513. So 513 word for word says, except if you, oh, where is it? Yeah, they distort the words from their places. That's what it says, word for word. They distort the words from their places. Now, considering that sentence, we can easily understand that the last word, mawa'idha, which has been translated as places, can also be translated as context because the context makes that clear.
Oh, so now the context has to rely on words.
No, no. The context
You
has
just
to
read
rely on
it,
words.
brother. You just read it.
So, did you say the context has to rely on words?
You just said it right now.
No, I'm asking you. I'm not arguing with you. Are you
I know.
saying that the context has to rely on words?
You said it right now. You just read it from the verse. What does the verse say?
The verse says they distort the words from their places.
Good. So the words they distorted, it means they took it out of these places. So that
Yeah.
means
In
the
other words,
words.
that's the context.
Yeah. So in other words, the words, knowing what the words mean, plays a role in the context.
I mean, obviously, you're not going to know what a context is if you don't know any of the words in the context, are you?
Uh, before we started going to school, whatever language we learned, we have to learn vocabularies first before we go to context and know how it is used. True or false?
I'm not sure I follow you.
When we started our academics,
Yeah.
before you even learn how to use words into context, you need to know what the words means. That's what we were taught in school, vocabulary. True or false?
Okay, that's true, but the words have been translated. So,
But in that
it's
verse, the
neither
word
here.
context, in that verse, the word
Yeah.
context wasn't mentioned.
I know, but it doesn't need to be.
It needs to. It needs to.
No,
Because we are talking about the Quran. Relax. It needs to.
no.
We
Let
can't
me
be
tell you why
talking.
it doesn't, at least.
Good. We can't be talking about something Quran never mentions.
No, but you give me the chance to explain why I say what I say.
Good.
Yeah?
Tell me.
Okay. When you say, look at the sentence we have here. The sentence we have is they distort words from dot, dot, dot. See, I don't even need to say what comes next. The moment you say they distort words from there, literally, there's nothing you can add to that other than context. Considering the sentence, listen, they distort words from there. Words can only be distorted from their context. Where else can words be distorted from?
From the book.
Okay, now let's look at that sentence.
No, what is funny? No, wait. What is funny about what I said?
I'm going to tell you what's funny about it.
No, so words cannot be taken out from the book?
I'm going to show you. Let's look at the sentence, how it looks now.
No, Ahmed, what is that the word mawadi?
Yes.
What is the meaning of the mawadi?
In this context, it has to be context. It has to be.
No, it never means. Give me one dictionary where it means context.
Shoaib, are you going to give me a chance to explain my point?
You can explain. Yeah, I give you.
All right, cool. Turn down volume. We're getting horrible feedback. Oh, shit. Yeah? My bad. Yo, mic check, mic check.
No, I can hear you clearly. What somebody saying something?
Yeah. Someone said the volume, blah, blah, blah. Mic check, mic check. All right. I'm getting the good to go sign. All right, check this basically, yeah?
Yeah.
A little bit of echo, man, so what? Anyways, as I was saying, Shoaib, the reason it has to be context, the reason the word that comes after, they distort words from there, dot, dot, dot. The reason it has to be context is because, let's say we try the alternative that you provided, book. Now we put that in that sentence. They distort words from their book. Do you see that? When you say they distort words from their book, that now implies that certain words belong in certain books. So now you're talking about many books. Do you see what I mean? It doesn't work. You don't utter the sentence, they distort words from their book. You don't. it's not a proper sentence, because that implies someone is basically just picking words from one book, picking another word from another book, and just basically exchanging them. That's what that implies.
Good, I understand you, but the word context is not mentioned there. That's what I'm trying
But
to.
I'm trying to show you it doesn't need to.
It needs to. We are talking about the words of God. What do you mean it doesn't need to?
Nothing else fits in Shu'aib. The only place where you distort words from their places is context. There is no other place where you can distort words from. Where else do you distort words from?
So when you distort words in a sentence, what does that mean?
If you distort words in a sentence, then it's inaudible. There's no, it doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't mean anything.
Of course it doesn't. Look, if you distort a sentence, how am I going to get a message across? Because a message needs to have at least a sentence.
Exactly. So which means it has to have a meaning. So I said the word context is not mentioned in that verse. Why are you putting word context there?
Because Shu'aib, listen, I'm going to give you both points. If you distort words from their sentence, then you can no longer put a message across. Because let's say if you distort words from their sentence, then basically the sentence is not structured properly, so you cannot get anything from that. However, if you distort words from their context, then you can now change the purpose or meaning of the context into something else. Do you see
Well,
it?
anyway,
It's two
I
different
understand.
narratives.
Ahmed, I understand you. I'm not arguing with what you just said. I'm just saying the verse doesn't mention word context there. That's
It
all I'm
doesn't
saying.
need to, Shu'aib. We're not
Why?
children. Because we can clearly see it's a must, Shu'aib. It's
I
a must.
understand. Is it not the same what the Hadith followers are doing? They tell you that it's not a must for Quran to mention 5 prayers, but then they are doing it.
No, this got nothing to do with Quran
No,
even.
I'm giving an example. I
Yeah.
understand. I'm just giving an example. I'm only basing an emphasis that the word you mentioned context. In Arabic, we say siyak al-kalam, or siyak. That is context in Arabic. That is why I started using the word. We need rules. Every language has rules. You understand? Now, the word mawadi'i comes from the word wudi'a. Wudi'a bilarakat in 3-letter words, right? 3-letter word. Now, wudi'a means a place, to place something, to put something at its position, at a position, to place it, right? To fix it at a position, a place. It has been used in Quran several times, right? For instance, chapter 39, verse 69, where God will place the book in front of us on the day of judgment. And also chapter 3, verse 96, where God says the first bait that he put in place for us. That is wudi'a. So mawadi'i is a plural form, right? It's a plural form of the word wudi'a. Now, the meaning of the word plays a major role. Now, whenever you are telling something to somebody, and you change the meaning of even one word, it's a problem. Let's not go to the context yet. When you change one meaning of a word in a sentence, it's a problem. Let's not even talk about the context yet. Meanings of the words, they play major role in understanding a sentence or a verse or anything. So the reason why I said the word context itself, from Quran, Fatiha to An-Nas, it's not mentioned. Context. It's not there. You don't find it in the Quran. The word we are analyzing here says,
it depends on the context.
It depends on which context. So now, if I want to understand you clearly, Ahmed, what you are trying to do is the games you are planning to play is you put in your own meanings and words there.
Rather than accuse me of things, you can falsify it. See, the claims that I make are all falsifiable. I don't ask anyone to just accept what I say. Listen to what I'm saying to you, Baba Shoaib. And this is how you can easily refute my point. In this verse right here, where it said, they distort words from their ... Notice, I'm not even putting anything there. ... On what grounds are you telling me context does not follow that sentence?
Because the word context is not there. Why would I put a word which is not there?
Okay, I asked you on what grounds. That's not giving me grounds, right? That's
No,
me
I'm not
saying,
assuming. No.
huh?
Look, if you do this, every Dick, Tom, and Harry out there can do the same thing.
And tell me
Is
what's
that,
wrong with that?
is that the words of God?
What's the words of God? The words of God is used in communication, right?
No,
These are
but
the rules of
is that what
communication,
actually
right?
God says in that verse? Does he mention the word context? This is all I am asking you. Did he mention
Okay,
context?
okay, cool. In this context, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, no problem. No
But
problem.
listen, sure, listen. The reason I'm
Yeah.
saying to you in this context, absolutely, is for two reasons, Shay. Number one, it's based on the context. Number two, the definition that you gave of wadi'ah can easily apply to context. Easily. How would you describe a context if not to say he put it or laid it on a place? What is that? How is that if not a context? Context is something that you put in a particular place. Obviously, dealing with words in this particular discussion. But that definition, that very definition that we've got under wudi'ah, and by the way, mawdu' is used to say topic, is used to say subject, and subject and topic and context are synonymous depending on the context again. So there's
Like I
no
said,
way
let's
you can
let's
refute context in this verse.
yeah, let's not go back to the same issue we did before, because the word, like I said, the word subject and context don't mean the same thing. And we can break it down. We can use whatever you want us to use. We can use lexicons, we can use encyclopedias to break it down right now. We can end the argument right now. For
You said,
instance, the word content and context, they are not the same thing.
I never said they are. But
Yeah,
what
but
do
that's
you?
what you are saying. Well, that's what you
No,
keep saying.
no. I never
Then what did
spoke.
you just say?
I never said content and context are the same thing. Never.
No, our
I
last
said
issue. What
topic,
did you say?
topic, subject, and context are synonymous. They just apply to different contexts. For
I'm talking
instance,
about last week, not this week.
okay, what about last
Last
week?
week, I was telling you that I use subject, context, and content, and you are telling me they are all the same thing. And I say, if you say it's similar, I agree. Don't say they are same thing.
In literacy, they're the same thing.
They are not. Let me define it for you.
Let me
Relax.
tell you
Let me
why.
define it.
Because you can't
Wait.
have one without the other.
Wait. Let me tell you right now. Linguistically, let me give you the definition here. Now, context refers to the parts of a discourse that surround a word. Listen carefully. It surrounds a word or passage and can throw light on its meaning.
I.e., content.
Good. That's context.
No, content.
No, I just defined context. Why are you arguing again?
No, context needs content. And if you have
Let me
content,
define
you have,
context.
you
And
have
let me
subject.
define context. Content refers to topics or matter treated in a work, particularly a written work. That is content. I just gave two definitions right now, and they never meant the same thing.
Shoaib, can you have context without content?
It's not about having this and this. Can
It
you have
is
a
about
husband?
that.
No,
You
wait.
speak
Can I
of
have
you
a?
speak
Can
of them as though
somebody?
they're separate things.
Can we have a husband without a wife? That's the kind of question you're asking me.
Exactly. That is exactly
Yes,
my
but they are
point.
not the same thing. Are they the same thing? Is husband and wife the same?
Depending on what we're discussing.
They are not the same.
I said, depending on what we're discussing.
They are not the same.
So you're just gonna ignore what I said. So it doesn't even depend.
Yes,
So it doesn't
they
even
are not the
depend.
same. Look,
It doesn't even depend.
husband and wife can never be the same.
So it doesn't even depend.
How does it depend?
I'll give you an example.
I don't need let's put it aside. Let's not waste time. We did it in the first program, right? Let's not go there again. Let's move on to the sajda. What brought us today, please?
Okay.
Let's not go.
Actually,
Amen.
before we move on, I wanted to
Yes.
address 1094.
Yes, 1094. You can address, yes.
Okay. 1094. You mentioned about 1094 speaking about doubt, but however, you sort of made the doubt general, whereas in this verse, the doubt is very specific.
About what?
So if you are in doubt of what we revealed to you, specifically referring to the revelation, just like you have in other verses, saying if you doubt that basically we used to send revelations to men before you, ask the people before you. So it's very specific. So out to make it very simple, 1094 is basically saying to confirm that this revelation that you have received was basically expected by asking by asking the people of by asking the people of the scripture, because the people of the scripture expected a revelation to come. So it's very specifically to confirm that in this verse, whereas in the other verse it's very specifically to confirm that the messengers previously were men. So I see specific things. What do you see?
Well, I don't have a problem with that. It makes what you said makes sense, but I only quoted the verse to make a point. That's all I did.
But I don't think the point stands
It
because it's
stands.
very
It
specific.
stands because I told you if Quran confirms something in the past, we have to go and check. What wrong is there with that?
Where I need a verse that says that.
That what?
What you just said.
Quran confirms stuffs in the past.
No, we know Quran confirmed stuff in the past, but
Yeah, so how if I
you
don't go
said
to
something
check, how
else.
can I know?
How can you know?
Yes, if I don't check, how can you know it confirms?
Where specifically it tells you to check?
Where specifically it tells me to check?
Yes. For instance, you
Wait.
mentioned.
Let's go there. Wait. Let me confirm for you. Now, I just quoted for you chapter 5, verse 45. And God says what? We wrote for them or we decreed for them. That is life for life, an eye for eye, and nose for nose, ear for ear, tooth for tooth, and wound for wound. We wrote for them. Listening to it, we decreed for them, we wrote for them, we prescribed for them. Now, I want to go and check this verse. Are you telling me it's wrong for me to go and check where God wrote it? And I confirm for you.
I'm not here to judge you. I'm here to talk about what's in the Quran. So does the verse itself tell you to go and check? There's only two particular occasions that I can think of. I may even be wrong in these two, to be honest. I need to confirm that. There's only two
Yeah.
particular places where I can think of where it tells you to. I don't even think it says to have a look, but there's two. One you mentioned earlier on about how the inheritance of the earth will be the believers, etc., something along those lines.
Yeah.
That's one of them. The second one is actually in chapter 145, I believe, when it talks about the Qibla being to Masjid al-Haram, and then it says that the people of the book also know this to be true. So they knew about this particular prophecy to have a Qibla to Masjid al-Haram. The people of the book knew that this prophecy was going to happen. So and even that prophecy, you can confirm that in the Bible. So those are the two particular places that I can think of. And even in those two, I don't think it actually says to go and confirm. The only places where it says to go and confirm, well, let me finish. The only places where it says to actually go and confirm, and it's only telling the prophet to go and confirm, is this particular verse 1094, and it's telling him to basically confirm that this is an expected revelation. And in the other verse where it says to confirm that the people of the book used to receive human beings as messengers. Those are the only two places that I can think of where it actually tells the prophet, not you and I, to go and confirm.
Yeah, but Ahmed, I never said Quran said we should go and confirm something. I said Quran confirms itself. It confirms previous. I never said it said go and confirm.
Okay.
Did I say like that?
Between the two.
Yes. So if I say Quran confirms, What problem? What is my problem if I want to go and check what it confirms? Is that am I guilty?
I don't have a problem with you checking what it confirms. I don't have a problem with that.
So that's what I did.
No, that's not a problem. But you
Yes.
can't make the argument that the Quran expects you to, and then make an argument based on the previous scriptures. You can't do that.
No, I'm not. Look,
Yeah.
all of my evidence is based on the Quran. I'm not basing my guidance on the previous book.
Okay.
Right? But Quran chapter 2, verse 2 to verse 5 tells me I have to believe in the previous thing he sent. That how can I believe in it if I don't see the confirmation that Quran confirms?
Well, easily. If you believe in the Quran and the Quran tells you that previous revelations have been sent, why would you struggle believing in that?
No, that is the believing of a layman. The Quran puts a challenge for you. You have to scrutinize the Quran itself before you raise doubt. You don't just take a book and believe.
Okay, but where has the Quran told you to scrutinize anything about the previous books?
About what previous book? What?
Yeah, where has the Quran told me to scrutinize anything to do with the previous books?
Let me help you here. Mm-hmm. Now, for instance, if I take you to chapter 6, verse 91, first of all, let's see what the Quran says. Chapter 6, verse 91. That is, if you can open from your side also, maybe you can see it. Yeah. Where God says, who sent down the book that Moses brought, which has light and guidance for the people, and which the people put in papers, and they manifest some of it and they hide most of it. They manifest some of it and then they what? Conceal most of it. Now, God revealed something to Moses. People put it in books, papers, and wrote it down. Now, when they come to us, they will tell us, this is the book of God. This is the word of God. Right? Now, must I do I need to just believe it? Or do I need to scrutinize?
What does the Quran tell you?
Just the Quran telling me this. It's talking to an intelligent person.
That you asked me.
Yes.
Does the Quran tell you how to respond to that? Furthermore, did the Quran tell you to even be concerned about the previous revelation?
Yes, I have to be concerned. I'm going again. Chapter 5, verse 15.
Wait, listen to my question. I didn't ask you about what you have to be. You can do what you like. Did the Quran ask you to be concerned about the previous revelation?
Let me go overhead. I will show you the evidences. Then we can draw the conclusions. Whether it does.
Before you do.
Does the Quran tell me? It doesn't tell me the direct command.
Huh?
In the Quran list, in the Quran, we have direct commands and indirect commands.
Okay, let's start with the direct. Does the Quran directly tell you to go and be concerned with the previous revelation?
To be concerned, yes.
In what way?
And I'm going to give you the verse.
No, look, evidence. Okay, go ahead. Tell me. Go ahead.
Chapter 5, verse 15. God says, Ya ahlul kitab, قد جاءكم رسولنا يبين لكم كثيرا مما كنتم تخفون من الكتاب ويعفو عن كثير. O people of the book, our messenger has come to you, clarifying to you or making clear to you most of what you have concealed. مما كنتم تخفون من الكتاب, of the book. وَيَعْفُو عَنْ كَثِيرٍ, and overlooking much. So it tells us clearly that the people of the book have a book, and they are concealing most of it and looking over most of it.
Okay.
The people of the book, they have a book whereby they have certain things inside, which this messenger came to clarify to them, to manifest to them, to make it clear to them that they are hiding such things in their book.
Okay.
Right? So if it is not an issue of concern, why will the messenger come to make something clear in their own book to them, to bring it out and say, you have this there, you have this there, you have that there?
To correct their ways.
Yes.
What's that got to do with you and I?
Oh, you forgot chapter 33, verse 21 tells you clearly there is a perfect example in the messenger of God for you to follow.
Yes, speaking of courage, that's in a context of courage.
The word courage is not there.
It doesn't need to be. The context is about courage.
Please stop using the words it doesn't need to be.
Because
Don't
listen,
use the word.
bro.
Look, we are not smarter than God, are we?
Right. Let's
Are
have a
we?
two-way conversation. Right.
Yeah.
Do you want me to be illiterate, right? Do you understand what context is?
No, I don't. Tell me.
No, seriously, because fact of the matter is, the context that the verse that you are speaking of is in a context speaking of cowards. So since the context is speaking of cowards, and then the verse is in the middle of that context speaking of cowards, and then he continues speaking of the cowards versus those who have trust in God and trust what the messenger has brought to them. Once the very fact that it's comparing the two, and then the verse that you are speaking of is in the middle of it, what choice is there? That's how literacy works, right? What choice is there?
Read the verse I just gave you, 33:21. Let's see.
Okay. I'm gonna start with the verse before to give you a context. They thought that the parties might come back. In that case, they would wish that they were lost in the desert, asking about your news from afar. Had the parties attacked you while they were with you, they would rarely support you. In other words, cowardice. Bro, there's something going on in the background. Like, move your, I don't know, I can hear myself. The next verse then says, remember the verse before speaking of cowardice. The next verse then says, the messenger of God has set up a good example for those among you who seek God and the last day and constantly think about God. And then the next verse, look, back to fighting and all that stuff. When the true believers saw the parties, they said, this is what God and his messenger have promised us. And God and his messenger are truthful. This only strengthened their faith and augmented their submission. In this context, speaking of a group that are cowards and another group who are basically courageous and they trust the promise that God and his messenger has made. In that context, there is no choice, right? It's a matter of
Dude, you twisted the meaning in chapter 33, verse 21. Read it again. You twisted the meaning.
Okay. Why don't you read it for us?
Good. In Arabic, it says, لَقَدْ كَانَ لَكُمْ فِي رَسُولِ اللَّهِ أُسْوَةٌ حَسَنَةٌ. Then he says, لِمَنْ كَانَ يَرْجُ اللَّهَ وَالْيَوْمَ الْآخِرَ وَذَكَرَ اللَّهَ كَثِيرًا. There has certainly been a what? Uswatu hasanata, a good pattern or a good example in the messenger of God. It didn't say the messenger has set up. You understand? So there has certainly been a good example so it's different from he setting it up for us. But here, liman kana yarjullaha, whoever is hoping to meet God, expecting God, wal yawm al-akhir, and then the last day, wa zakara Allah kathiran, and remembers God frequently or most of the times. That is the example the messenger has set. So this is the context here of that verse. The verse you are putting on top, that's why I told you, when you are dealing with somebody's language, you need rules. There's something we call fikra, paragraph. You need to know all this. You can't just take a book and say, oh, I'll just read translation. What if the translation is lying to you?
Shaib, are you telling me this verse is not in a context?
You are taking it out of context. That's why I'm putting you back to it.
You only gave one verse. Where's the context to the verse?
You can use one verse and you can get the context inside. Quran you don't always have to read verses together before you get context always.
Okay,
it doesn't go with every verse in the Quran.
Okay, no problem. Are you saying the verse before 33:21 and the verse after have nothing to do with the verse in question?
Did you see the messenger in that group? Does it mention messenger in verse 20?
Well, yeah.
Was it one person he mentioned or a group?
Yeah, but the group are basically being cowards from the messengers plans and decisions.
It doesn't mention no. Dude, it doesn't mention a singular form of entity in that verse. It mentions groups.
Okay, okay? Does the group have nothing to do with the messenger?
Yes. If it is a group, wait. If it is the group will have all been the example instead of him alone. Why are you confused? No, why are you confused?
Because what you're saying is impossible, Shu'aib.
Dude, when you go to chapter 60, verse 40, concerning Abraham and the people with him, what did God tell you concerning their example?
Can we stop flying from one verse to another, to another, to another? Let's deal with one point at a time.
It is an example.
Listen, 1 second. Let's deal with one point at a time.
Good.
Fact of the matter is, this verse that we are speaking of right now, bro, like these apps or whatever you've got playing in the background, the people are complaining, man. Fix it, bro.
Well, I can hear you without any problem on this side, so I don't know why.
It's important that the people watching hear us perfectly.
So, but how come I don't get any feedback, any issue here?
It's fine. It's fine with me. Hold on 1 second. I can hear a little bit in the background.
Oh, Ahmed, can you put your volume down a bit? Maybe try your volume down a bit. I just put mine down a bit. Now try talking. Let's see.
Volume down, YouTube. It's the YouTube you've got playing, man. At least move it back. Or do you know what you do? Volume. You don't need the volume. Just volume down and just listen to the chat.
Yeah. That is my YouTube. It's not playing. The audio is not playing here.
So what are they on about?
That's my YouTube. It's on mute since we've started.
All right. What are they on about?
So maybe some few people may be making the complaints because we've been like that for a long time. So how did it just change?
All right. Let's continue. All right. Okay. Shoaib. The thing is this, yeah. When it comes to reading, there is no authority on reading. Nobody has authority on simply reading. We're not arguing about anything, literally, we're not arguing about anything beyond simply reading. Fact of the matter is, in this particular context that we are speaking about, chapter 33, verse 20, we have, they think, the opponents, not they go away. And if it comes the opponents, they wish that they were in the desert among the Bedouins. They ask about your news. Who's the your news?
It's a plural form. It is a plural form. Check the word in Arabic.
Okay,
it is in plural form.
The messenger.
Whether including a messenger or not, it's a plural form. It's not talking about the messenger.
Brother, we're trying to like highlight facts and you're dismissing it. It's not whether or not. We need to know whether it's factually true or not. So when it says your, does that include the messenger?
Yes, okay. Yeah.
All right, cool. So they ask about your news, and if they were among you, not they would fight, except a little. Certainly, there was for you. Even just beginning with that, certainly there was for you. Does a sentence begin with that? Does a sentence begin with certainly, unless it's part of a context?
Who are the you?
Can you answer my question, bro? Like I'm asking you, just dismissing it. Like
I'll answer your question. What is your? Repeat your question for me.
Huh? Okay.
Repeat your question.
Can you start a sentence that is not part of a context as certainly?
You have to finish the statement first.
No, can you just that word. Can you start a sentence with certainly?
Yes. It does in the Quran several times.
And it's not part of a context?
And I say you have to finish the sentence, then we can see the context.
No, I'm trying. Okay, try it. The term certainly, literally, the term certainly is basically saying for sure. You can't start with for sure unless I know what the hell you're on about.
Yes, then finish the sentence, then we can know what it is about.
No, but look, for sure comes after something, not before something. You don't start a sentence with
In
for
the
sure.
Quran, it starts several times. It starts.
No, it's always part of a context. I don't understand.
Okay,
We're
dude.
actually discussing really.
Dude, it's okay. Let's put this is not even part of the topic. Let's put it
Okay,
aside.
I'm gonna let that one go. I'm gonna let that one go. But listen. I'm gonna let that one go. But fact of the matter is, the verse before is speaking about cowards who are basically showing some cowardice when it comes to fighting alongside the messenger. And then the verse after tells us that the messenger is a great example for us, and etc. And then the verse after that goes back to how the believers are basically courageous in that they trust the promises that God and His messenger has made them. So when you considering the verse before the verse in question and the verse after the verse in question, on what ground are you possibly going to argue that it's not in a context? On what grounds?
Dude, it's in the context. I agree with you. Can we move on to the main? Good. Now, let's talk about the sujud itself. When I take you to chapter 38, verse 72 of the Quran, and let's see what that says, then we can see, is there a physical act of prostration or not?
Okay.
So last time we based our issue there, and I told you to translate, and you translated by giving me two alternatives. So then before that, you made a definition by saying that whenever prostration is involved, it has to do with an object in front of you. So the object, remember, the object can even be a human being as an object. So a human being, an animal, whether a house, a building, whatever it is an object. So the word lahu in Arabic signifies that you have to do something in front of somebody. So now, when I ask you to put it in the context for me, we only base on one verse. And when God said, when I proportion him and what breathe into him, you shall do this in front of him. So you gave me two alternatives.
Wait. You added the word in front of.
What?
You added the word in front of.
Yeah, lahu. Before him, in front of, or to him.
Okay. The three are different. Before, in front of, or to him are very different. So lahu,
okay, so let's put it in the context then.
No, but lahu, we know it's to him.
What?
Lahu, throughout the Quran, is to him.
In the Quran, even lahu can be for him.
Okay, to him and for him. Okay. But
yes.
You're not arguing for, are you? You're arguing.
No, yes, I'm talking about the meaning that lahu can mean, it has multiple meanings. But in the context, you choose which one fits the context.
I know, so but you would need ground to use the word in front of, and what was the other one you used? You said in front of and before. You need ground. There's no ground in the Quran.
There is.
Okay, show
and
me.
That's what I'm going to build today. So last week when I asked you to do, you gave me two alternatives, and you said they prostrated before him, or you said to show submission, right, to Adam. Then you gave your own interpretation by saying angels are our friends and whatever have you. I didn't ask you for explanation. You went further by explaining yourself.
No, I tried to falsify it. It's called
good. No problem. No problem. That was your opinion, which I didn't argue about that, because we are all entitled to our opinions. But then,
no, you agree with me.
No, I didn't agree with you.
No, of course you do. Because
no, I have the video, dude. I have the video. I have the video. I can play the video.
The term prostration means always subservience. Whether you want to add the symbol or not, that's up to you. But you're always in agreement with me, because it always means subservience.
Yes,
so
that's
you're always in agreement with me.
No, with the meaning of the word, I agree with you. I never said I didn't agree.
No, so when I say angels are our friends, etc., you have no choice but to agree with me.
No, in that verse, I don't agree with you in that context, because we need to know the subject, what happened, what really transpired. I ask you, was Adam giving them commands? Did they command them?
No, God did.
Okay, God. Now, good. God did, right?
Yeah, they obeyed him. That's
So
why
now
they did what they
I'm
did.
going to give the verses, similar verses, chapter 15, verse 28, and I'm going to read to verse 33. And the word sujud, I'm not going to translate it, but we are going to put it into context. I'm not translating the word, right? So, chapter 15, verse 28.
Bro. Wait, Shay. We can't have this, bro. Look at the comments. Everyone's complaining. We can't have this, bro, man.
Seriously.
Literally everybody is complaining, Shay.
But then when we started, how come? Then when we wait, let me play on my side here. Wait. Right. I ask you, was Adam giving them commands? Did they command them?
No, God did.
Okay, God. Now, good. God did, right?
They obeyed him.
So now I'm going to give the verses, similar verses, chapter. Yeah, it's true. There is some feedback. I don't know. Is it? Wait, let me see. Let's find out if it will fix this here. Can you hear me, Ahmed?
I can hear you, but there's something going on.
And I'm going to read to wait. And the word sujud, I'm not going to translate. How about now?
Mic check.
Is it okay now?
There's an echo in the background, bro.
I've already taken my echo cancellation again here.
Yo. That looks. Yo. Mic check. I can hear myself.
You can hear
Do you
yourself?
have headphones?
Pardon me?
Do you have headphones?
I do, but it's a Bluetooth headphone. I don't know. Wait. Let me do this. I think I have a headset. Let me connect it and see. Just a minute.
They're saying audio is good now. I don't know why they're saying that. I can hear something. Actually. Damn, what is that? Killing my ears.
Ahmed.
Yeah. Yeah. Yo. Can you hear me?
Can you? Yeah, I can hear you, bro. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's slightly better. Hold on. Yo. Whatever you done. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Hold on. This is looking good so far. Let me see
But
what the
ask the
audience
viewers. Yeah, ask the viewers.
Audience, hurry up, bro. How long does it take to just type? What's wrong with you, lot?
No, now they say now is good. Now is good.
Yeah, they're saying it's better. Yeah, all right, cool. All right, proceed.
Now you need to give me some credit. You have to put some €1,000 in my account for this. Okay, let's go on.
All
Anyways, chapter 15, verse 28 to 33. I said we are going to put it in the context, but I will leave the word out, the sujud.
Chapter
I will
what?
leave it. Chapter 15, verse 28 to verse 33.
Okay.
You can open from your side.
Yeah, I got it.
So, and when your Lord said to the angels, indeed, I will create a human from the agile of an aged man. Then he says, verse 29, and when I have organized him and blown into him from my spirit, Then the word waka'a comes in, kaw, and fall down. Now, this word I'll put asterisk there. When it gets to you, I want you to translate the word for me. Now, fall down to him or before him as dash. The word sajidin is there, but I'm not translating it. Dash. Then verse 30. So the angels did a verb, an action there. Sajada, dash. All of them entirely. That is an action. It's a verb. 15 verse 31. Except Iblis. He refused to be with the dash, as sajidin in Arabic. Dash. Verse 32. He said, God said, "Oh Iblis, why are you not with the dash as sajidin? Why are you not with them when they did that action, which we saw in chapter 15, verse 30? So now, chapter 15, verse 33, he said, he, Iblis, I am not to dash as a verb, as Judah, as Judah. I'm not to do that to a human whom you have created from an angel of an aged man. Now, me and you must know what actually transpired before this command took place and they have to do this action to Adam. But we don't need to assume. We need to ask God to give us the clarification of what actually transpired. Does it have to do with a command that Adam was giving to the angels? Or does it have to do with how that actually the issue transpired? So let's check how the Quran explains that issue. Then we come back to see the meaning of the sujud or sajda which was mentioned. So when we go to Quran chapter 2 verse 30, and I'm going to read to verse 34, then we are going to see the context of what actually transpired before God gave the command. So chapter 2 verse 30, God says, and when your Lord said to the angels, I will place a successor on earth, they, the angels, said, will you place therein one who will corrupt and shed blood therein while we glorify with your praise and sanctify you? He, God, said, indeed, I know what you do not know, you the angels. Verse 31, he taught Adam the names of them all, kullaha, and then displayed them to the angels and said, that is God, inform me of the names of these if you should be truthful. That's what God did to the angels. Verse 32, they, the angels, said, glory be to you, God. We have no knowledge except what you have taught us. Indeed, you are the omniscient, the wise. Verse 33, he, God, said, O Adam, inform them of their names. And when he, Adam, had informed them of their names, he, God, said, did I not tell you, the angels, that I know the unseen of the heavens and the earth, and I know what you reveal and what you conceal? He asked them a question. Verse 34, and when we said, when we sent to the angels, sujud, sajada, asjudu, to Adam, then they sajadu, they did the action, because it's a verb. So they did the action. Then God says, except Iblis, he refused and became arrogant and was of the disbelievers. Now I've put the verses into context by holding the word sajada without translating it. So now we are going back to chapter 15, verse 28 to verse 33. We actually saw what actually happened before God said they should do the action as a verb. So now, brother, let's go back into context. Chapter 15, verse 28 to 33. And when your Lord said to the angels, indeed, I will create a human from agile of an aged man. And when I have organized him and blown into him from my spirit, then the word waka'a comes. It comes from the word waka'a, which in Arabic it means to fall down. Fall down. Now, let's leave the word sajidin. Let's not put it in English. But that action you see there, if I ask you to describe to me that, let's assume we put the word show submission there.
The word show is not necessary. Just say submit. I don't know why you always say show.
I will come to that. Because there's a difference between the word submit in Arabic, also direct word submit, which is what? Aslim.
Also, what's
That
surrender
is,
then?
that's dude. One word can have multiple meanings, just like an English word can have multiple meanings.
Also, why can it not mean submit? Why can
It
sajda
can
not mean submit?
it can mean, but the act of The word sajda in Arabic is actually an action you do to show a submission. We are talking about a language here, Arabic. We're not talking about English here.
Why do you keep saying that?
Because the Quran wasn't in the French language, was
My
it?
friend, does sajda and prostration, do they describe different phenomena or the same phenomena?
The word sajda in Arabic, it describes the same phenomena.
So what relevance is English or Arabic then? If they
It
describe the
is.
same
Oh my
phenomena,
God! Stop talking like that. Don't say what is relevant.
why
What do you
not,
mean?
brother? Because it seems to me, Shoaib, you're
Yes.
very eager to use some sort of authority card.
No, I'm not using authority. I'm just showing you the difference here. What
No,
is
but I'm trying to
authority
show
here?
you that instead of assuming that Arabic has some sort of authority in this discussion, you
It
need
has, dude.
okay,
It
okay,
has.
Shoaib, let me finish the sentence. In listen, simply saying it has means nothing. I need you to prove it has.
I'm proving to you. I just
I
proved when we
just
started.
disproved you, Shoaib. Let me
No,
show you.
where is the
Let me show you
disproof
how I
there?
did, Shoaib. Let me show you
Where
how
is
I
the
did.
disproof?
Shoaib, brother, I've been listening to you all day. Let me finish the sentence, please.
Okay, okay.
Let me show you. Let me show you how I disprove you. The
Mm-hmm.
word sajda and
Mm-hmm.
the word prostration, are
Mm-hmm.
they both applied to the same exact phenomena or not?
Yes, they are.
The exact same phenomena.
Yes.
So what relevance does Arabic hold here then?
What do you mean? What relevance does
If we are
Arabic hold?
if we agree that what we are what they're basically
I
applying
told you.
an
Yes.
Arabic label. Lulu, they're
Mm-hmm.
both applying. One is
Mm-hmm.
applying an Arabic label to a phenomena. The
Mm-hmm.
other one is applying an English label to a phenomena.
Mm-hmm.
Fact of the matter is, as long as we understand the phenomena, the language is irrelevant.
So now, how can we understand the phenomena if we don't put such words into context? We are
Oh,
putting it.
I'm totally with you, and this is
Yes,
why
so
I
that's
keep
what we
telling
are
you.
doing. Yes,
Okay,
that's what
fine.
we are doing.
Okay,
But
fine. But the context that you are speaking of, Shoaib,
uh-huh.
does not support your assertion that you
Okay.
have to add the word showing submission. Submission
Yes,
is something
because
that you
dude,
do. Okay, let me finish
dude.
the sentence, bro.
Uh-huh.
Submission is something that you do, not something that you show. The physical prostration is something that you show, not submission. Submission is something that you do, period.
Dude, when animals show submission, when they do submission to each other, how do you see it? For instance,
What did
when a
you say when
crocodile,
animals show submission to each other?
yes, they do. You don't know?
Okay, in other words, you mean when they physically prostrate?
No, not only prostrate, animals can have different ways of showing submission to each other. You don't know? If you
Do
don't know,
you,
just tell me you don't know.
do you think the word prostration is limited to a particular act?
Dude, do I think that prostration is limited to a
Is
particular
limited to a
act? It's an
particular
action.
physical act?
Prostration here, the word prostration is a noun. It defines an action, right? So it's an act.
Yeah,
So
it's
if,
an act, but it's not a
yes,
particular act. Like
no,
the word prostration can
uh-huh,
apply to your you can if you lie fully on the ground, that's
yes,
prostration. If you just have your head on the ground, that's prostration.
yes, yes,
If you simply put your head down without even
mm-hmm,
necessarily going to the ground, that
yes,
alone is prostration. So
good,
so
good. We are talking about the
that's what
same
I'm
thing
trying
now.
to term.
We are talking about the same thing now. I agree with you on that. We are talking about the same now. So now, since we know the meaning of the words, what it means, right? And you are asking me, oh, it's in Arabic, so what is the relevance here? We have to put it in the context to come to an agreement. True or false?
No, we agree. But
Good. So,
but you said
uh-huh.
but I have to say that you keep insisting the term showing submission.
Yes,
All I'm
yes.
asking you to
Because
do
look,
is to justify it.
yes, in Arabic language, the direct meaning of sajada cannot mean submission.
Okay, prove it, Shu'aib.
I prove it.
Go ahead, prove it.
Yes, I'm going to prove it. So I just gave
Okay.
you a context here, right? I gave you a context, an action which actually happened. God commanded them to do. So
Is
now,
submission
Ahmed,
not an action?
I want you good, but it's an act of surrendering. right?
but
It's an action. I'm defining what is the issue here. Let me define. It's
okay,
an submission is an act of surrendering or yielding to another.
okay,
That is submission.
okay.
But now, right now, I'm sitting here, Shuaib. I've submitted to God. But then, or let's say I've submitted to Adam. Let's see, as a king. How am I going to show him the submission if he didn't give me any commands according to the verses I just read? There wasn't any command from Adam. There wasn't one instructions from Adam where he told me to do. But I want to submit to him. Tell me on which grounds do I need to submit?
Yeah, it's
How?
simple. It simply mean it just simply means be for that individual and not against that individual. As a matter of fact, it's even verifiable. Look at this. Number one, it's verifiable because A, the angels are for us, aka they've submitted to us.
It's
The,
not us.
the
I'm talking about
You've got
one
to let me
entity,
finish,
dude.
right? You've got to
No,
let me finish.
the explanation is irrelevant. This is why I'm interrupting you.
Shoaib, you've got to
We're
let me
talking
finish,
about,
Shoaib. We
I
can't have a
understand,
conversation
Ahmed.
where you interrupt me all the time, my
I
bro.
understand, but you know we are dealing with time. It's not about always explaining. That's what I
No,
want you
but
to understand.
Shoaib, it's not about explaining. It's
Yes.
about justifying your claim. Making claims is easy.
Was it all of
Substantiate,
us?
Shoaib. Let me finish, Shoaib.
Uh-huh.
Come on,
Uh-huh.
bro. Let's be civil here.
Yes. Talk.
Making claims is easy. It's
Uh-huh.
about substantiating your claims. That's what it's about. So, for instance, let's say in Adam's case and the
Uh-huh.
angels, yeah? So, let's
Uh-huh.
say there are two possibilities. Either A, the angels basically collapsed physically to
Uh-huh.
show the symbol of prostration to Adam. That's
Uh-huh.
one option. The
Uh-huh.
other option is that the angels simply submitted to us in a sense where they are not against us, they are for us. Whereas Satan, he did not submit to us, and lo and behold, he is against us. Those two things are verifiable. On top of that, even if you say that the angels showed Adam the physical symbol of submission. Even if they showed him the physical symbol of submission, that would just symbolize what I am saying, which is they gave him the symbol to say we are for you, whereas Satan did not give him the symbol to say I am against you. So the only difference between my position and your position, my position is already justified. Yours is just a symbol of mine. That's literally all it is. So my position is, let me finish. So my position is already justified. However, if we contemplate the possibility or the necessity that the angels literally physically prostrated, I cannot think of a single argument to say that they must have done so. I can't think of one. You give me an argument.
I gave you the verses, chapter 2, verse 30 to 34. I read it to you. There wasn't any command from Adam, right? Was he commanding them to do anything? Did he command the angels? Not none. Then God said, Asjudu. He used the verb, Asjudu, lil Adam. So how am I supposed to submit to somebody without any rules or commands coming? In which sense? Do you connect submission, the submit here? Can you comment? Can you phantom what you're trying to put there when it's not there?
Okay.
It's an action. How do they submit to Adam? That's my question to you. Prove to me how they do the submission. Don't put for us. That is the first human being created at that time. Tell me, you explain to us now. You said the word is submit. It cannot mean prostration. That's what you said. So now prove to me how they submit to Adam.
Okay. My Lord. Angels Angels are servants of God. Am I correct or incorrect?
Correct.
I want to see where you find a problem. Angels are
Correct.
servants of God. Is that correct or
Correct.
incorrect?
Correct. Correct.
Correct. Cool. All right. So when God created these new species, the other species, the already existing species, namely angels and jinns, they can either they can either be for this new species or be against these new species. Am I correct or incorrect?
Yes, you're correct.
I'm correct, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So since we agreed that they can either be for these new species or be against these new species, God has informed them, or yet better yet, commanded them to be for these new species, whereas Iblis chose to be against these new species. Now, since you agreed with premise one, and since you agreed with premise two, on what grounds are you going to reject premise three?
What is the premise three?
I just gave you the premise three. The premise three is that since you agreed that the earlier species, namely jinns and angels, can either be for these new species or against these new species, you've already agreed to that premise. So since you
But
agreed
what?
to that premise,
Yes. Uh-huh.
since you've agreed to
Mm-hmm.
that premise, God
Mm-hmm.
has now commanded them to be for these new species. So the angels have chosen to be for these new species, whereas Iblis has chosen to be against these new species. So since you agreed with premise one, premise two, like it's not possible for you to disagree with premise three.
And I said, I'm only asking you, how did they submit to Adam? That's my question to you still. I'm repeating my question I asked you. How did they do it? I want to ask you. That's what I'm asking you. Show me, prove to me how they did it.
Okay, I'll tell you how they did it.
Because
Angels are
God says they did it.
okay, cool, no problem.
Mm,
Angels are servants of God, right?
mm-hmm.
God commands them to do certain services.
Mm-hmm.
Those services, those services relate to us. Those services have to do with us. For instance, angels bring us revelation. Angels even fight by our side
Ahmed,
if
can
we're
I stop
trying
you
to.
here a bit? Can I stop you here a bit?
Okay,
Don't bring us into the picture. I'm talking
why?
about Adam. Don't bring us. We're talking about what transpired at the time of Adam. He was alone. That's the time I'm talking about. Don't bring
But
us
Adam is
into
a
the picture.
representative of human beings, is he
I
not?
know, but we are not talking about us. Take us out.
But
Talk
how
about
can you
Adam.
take us out if he's a representative of human beings?
If you are talking about the father, you stay to father. You don't talk about son. So
No, no,
let's
no,
stick
no.
with the father. It's a
Oh, but
question I ask you based on the
okay.
father. So are you not going to give me the answer I want? You want to talk the way you want,
No, it's not
or
about
what?
talking the way I want. It's
Good.
about
So my question is, prove to me how did they submit to Adam? That's my simple question.
okay. Shaib, again, this comes back down to literacy. Adam, Adam, in that particular context that we are reading, is not more than a representative of human beings. Am I lying or not?
Good.
Okay. So since Adam is a representative of a human beings in that particular context, the discussion is a discussion about angels and human beings and not something particular to Adam. That's how reading works, Shoaib.
I showed you in chapter 2, verse 30 to 34. It's something particular about Adam. So now you are taken out of context of the Quran.
Okay. Okay. So you agreed with me a minute ago. Now you're gonna disagree with me.
I
Okay.
agree
Cool.
with you based on your example, not based on the explanation of the Quran.
Okay. So are you
So
okay?
get
So
the
are you
difference.
saying they were to prostrate to Adam alone, and Adam was not a representative of human beings in that context? Is that what you're
I,
saying?
ne- I never said he was not a representative. When you gave your examples, I answered yes or no, and I gave you yes, right? But I'm
Okay, but,
talking
but then there's
about,
no argument then.
no, you are bringing an explanation which is not in the Quran. I
What
gave you
explanation have I brought?
good. I gave you what transpired. The reason why after that God told them to do the sujud, sajda. Chapter
Huh?
2, verse 30 to 34. When I read it, were you following me? Were you with me when I was reading?
Yes. Okay.
Did you see what transpired?
I did see what transpired.
Good. So if you have seen and heard what have transpired, Adam showing them the names of everything, and they couldn't show
Sorry,
the names,
Adam showing them what?
the names of whatever God
Adam
asked him
wasn't
to
show.
show.
Oh, okay. When he was told to show what he learned. Okay.
So now you, okay, now you're
No,
with
no,
me
no.
because
When he was told, but he was told. There's a difference between him being commanded to do something and him speaking of his own. You acted as though he had a word with the angels.
no, I never said no. God, well, God gave him a command that to
Yeah, that's
show the
different.
angels.
Yeah.
He gave him a command to show the angel something, right? And he did. So after he did, God then asked the angels, okay, you show me the names of this. The angel said, we don't have the knowledge. It's only what you have taught us. So it was after that, then God says, do the sajda for Adam. So now
Okay.
this is the context
Okay.
of what transpired. Then I'm asking you, Ahmed, simply, no explanation. I don't need explanation, please. I'm
Shoaib, that's
asking you
not how
simply.
conversation works. You need to stop saying that. I don't
No,
need explanation. Like
no, dude.
we're conversing. You don't tell
Converse.
people how to speak, bro.
Yes, it's not about how you speak. Get my point. I can ask you 1 plus 1 and I tell you, Ahmed, don't explain. I just need an answer. It's a
No, but if my
conversation.
explanation answers, then it answers.
Then that becomes an assumption again. Because if I'm looking for your explanation, it's about your opinion now. Because I've
No,
already told you
no,
the Quran
no.
has given us the context. Get my
We
point.
are conversing. So in order to prove my point, I will utilize logic. You don't
Yeah,
discuss
logic is
logic. What's
allowed.
wrong with you?
No, logic is allowed. But when it comes to the question of yes or no, it is not about explanation. Ahmed, I cannot just ask you, are you married or single, and you need to explain anything to me.
Oh my God.
It's about yes or no in some
I
cases.
don't, Shoaib, I don't explain anything. What I do is I
Uh-huh.
evaluate both positions and I show you
Mm-hmm.
why one is not possible. That's not something to dismiss.
Good.
It's a logical
Good.
thing to do.
No
It's a
problem.
process of elimination.
No problem. So chapter 2, verse 30 to 34, I told you what Adam just did, right? And
Okay.
we all saw it. So
Okay.
after that, then God says this will do the sajada to Adam. So now I've put all the context for you here. Quran itself has shown us the context. So now I've given it to you. Then I ask a simple question. Tell us or show me how did Adam submit? How did the angels submit? Because you put the word submit to there. So how did they submit to Adam? How did they do that? I want to know. No, don't bring us humans into the picture now. The other.
Okay, you know, I'm gonna speak now. When you say don't bring us humans into the picture, on what grounds do you get to say that in that context? When the context is about angels submitting to human beings, like you have to make the argument that the context has nothing to do with angels per se and human beings per se. Can you make that argument?
It was mentioned human, not humans.
Huh?
It is human mentioned, not humans.
And
Do you see the difference there? Is
no,
the difference? There's a difference between if I tell you a book and books. There's a big
all right.
difference.
Okay, one can be a representative of the rest. What's your point?
No problem. One can be a representative, no problem. But now I'm asking you a question of a book, one book. Don't tell me about books. That's all I said. A
Shoaib, do
book.
you have a problem with context, brother? I don't understand. This is just literacy. Are you listen? Either in this context, Adam represents humanity, or he does not. Make your case. Is this about Adam particularly, or is this about Adam as a representative of human beings? Which do you think this context is about?
The context is about Adam.
Particularly,
Yes.
not as a representative as human
Chapter
beings.
2, verse 30 to 34 clearly tells us what the context was about. It's about Adam.
Okay, tell me why you think it's about Adam particularly, because there is nothing. You don't know. I'm talking straight. Can we be like civil here? You're just moving your head
I
around and
don't no,
interrupting me.
I don't even see you. Why is your video off?
I'm gonna put my video in a second. Listen to this, yeah.
Uh-huh.
What I was saying to you in the context that we are speaking about the context of a new species. That's what we are speaking about. A new species. And then what this new species does is he goes and basically shows the capacity of this new species, namely, namely memorizing the names of objects. So it's a new species, and he shows the capacity of said new species. And angels are another species. So in this particular context where we are discussing about two particular species, and one particular species shows his capacity, how did you go beyond the fact that this is about this is about the new species to this is about this particular individual himself. Like, how did you get there?
Chapter 2, verse 30 to verse 34. That whatever transpired is centered around Adam.
Okay,
That's
but
how I
Adam
got
is the
there.
representative of human beings. Is
That's not
he
what we are
not?
discussing. No, that's not what we are discussing. Stop.
This is
Look, look,
insanity, bro.
look. When we are talking about a subject, don't move to another topic.
But
Let's
Shoaib,
stay.
I
Let's
have
stay where we
justified my
are.
position.
Based on
Have
my
you?
question. Okay, dude, let's make it simple. Chapter 41, verse 37. Among his signs are the night and the day, as well as the sun and the moon. Do not sujud, sajda, to the sun or to the moon, but sajda to God, the one who created them, if it is him you are serving or worshiping. Chapter 41, verse 37. Tell me, how is a person supposed to submit to a sun and the moon? If they can talk, if they can give a command, how is it possible? Tell me.
No problem.
Give me the context.
No problem. As you will see in every other society, especially every other pagan society,
Mm-hmm,
there will be clergy. There will be men who claim to speak in the name
mm-hmm,
of this divine object.
mm-hmm,
So that's throughout the Quran. For instance, the last
mm-hmm.
mushriks, for example, in Prophet Muhammad's time, they made up a female angel. Where how is that female angel going to give them commands? Well, there were people who gave themselves titles and said, okay, this is how you pray to this female angel, and this female angel would prohibit this and that and this and that. So it is men who will basically give themselves the authority, and that is what we find throughout the Quran.
I only ask you that how are we supposed to submit to the moon and the sun? You are explaining about men.
Yes, because those men will give you
Remember
commands and they will
chapter
associate
27.
that with the
Okay, I
moon and the
understand you.
sun,
I
etc.
understand you. I understand what you said, but that doesn't answer my question still. So chapter 27, verse 23 to 24. The bird went and saw these people submitting to the sun, right? According to you, the word submitting. So they were submitting to the sun. I would like to know, what did the bird actually see? How did they see the submission
What
to
do
the
you say,
sun?
bird?
Yeah, the bird. Chapter 27, verse 23 to 24. The bird of Moses, Hudhud. He went and saw that.
He
So
went and
how?
saw that.
Yes, he saw the action, what they were doing to the sun.
Yeah, he
Yes.
saw the traditions that they practice. Would he not?
Yeah, he said they were according to you, the word sajada only is submit in the Quran only.
If I,
So
if
they
I
were
may,
submitting, yes, they were submitting to the sun. So now I'm asking you, how did he see them submitting to the sun? How are they doing that?
okay.
He
Now,
didn't say, look, listen, let me put it in the
flipping
context
hell,
well.
you
He
asked
didn't
the
say,
question.
yeah,
Answer the question.
let me rephrase the question well, properly, so that I get the answer the way I will like it. He didn't say he went and saw somebody giving command to the people to submit to the sun. He said he went and saw the people submitting to the sun, not somebody giving instructions. So I want you to tell us, how are the people submitting, because it's an action. So how are they submitting to the sun that the bird has to see?
Okay. The community of Shu'aib, the community of Lot, the community of Abraham, the community of Muhammad, etc. All of them, all of them did sajda to particular things that exist and things that don't exist. And when he speaks of what they all had in common, they all had the making up of random laws in common. For instance, Shu'aib's community, they would have random economical laws that would basically oppress some people. Um, Lot, you already know what they did. The Prophet Muhammad's time, you already know what they did. Fact of the matter is, every single society that practiced shirk. To cut a long story short, every single society that practiced shirk practiced commands. Every single society, they practiced commands that God did not approve of, and which were the end of their society. Now, as for so-called prostrating or submitting to the sun, again, the sun, the angels, whatever Lord, quote unquote, that they worshipped were not something real. However, what was real was the commands that they made up, which God did not approve of, and that has always been the problem. Even if you look at the opposite, which is what you are trying to put forth, namely prostrating to the moon or prostrating to the sun, you tell me, how do you do that? How do you physically prostrate to the sun or to the moon?
Dude, you just defined prostration to me. You remember?
I define that as okay, no, no. The physical prostration. I want to know how you
Yes.
physically. I want to know how
You
you
defined it
physically.
already.
Can I ask? I can't. Can I ask a question, Shoaib? I want to
Good.
know how you physically prostrate to or towards the sun and the moon.
When the
And
moon
what
is,
kind of prostration, by the way? Because prostration could be laying down. It could be head on the ground. It could be just head bowing down. You tell me.
it's still prostration. So far as I see somebody getting down, facing the sun, and doing whatever he's doing. He's remember he's facing an object and doing whatever he's doing. I can see the sign of prostration because I know the definition of prostration. So when I see the person doing that, just like I see people doing it to the Kaaba, doing it to the whatever wall, stones, that is prostration. So I can
But
see him doing to the sun. So this
okay,
is a physical act.
but the sun is above you. It's never in
Uh,
front of you.
so no. So if it's above you, still, what do you mean it's not in front of you?
Well, if you're not prostrating to it if it's not in front of you.
Who
If
said
it,
so?
well, I
dude,
tell
dude,
you.
dude, dude,
Well,
dude.
we
Stop
want
there,
a
stop there.
conversation. Like you asked me
Yes,
who said so. Let me tell you in it.
yes.
Now,
Who?
I'm saying because let's say for instance you prostrated to the
Mm-hmm.
to the sun. Yeah,
Yeah.
physically prostrated to
Yes.
the sun.
Yes.
And
Yes.
let's say I was to see you. Now, how am
Mm-hmm.
I going to conclude that you are prostrating to the sun when there's buildings and all sorts of stuff in front of you and the sun is actually above you? How am I going to conclude that?
Dude,
You
when
asked me.
people no, yeah,
Yeah.
people are doing something. When people are doing something, you are surveying what they are doing, right? When you're surveying what they are doing, can't you know by what they are doing in their community or in their surroundings, whatever they devote themselves to? Can't you see it?
I'm asking you, how can I identify that it's actually the sun that they are physically prostrating to when the sun is above them and there are many things in front of them? How am I going to
Yes,
identify?
yes, dude. People bow down to God in prayer, but they are bowing down to God. If you don't ask them, how can you know what they are bowing down to?
No, but the people that bow down to God, the people that
Mm-hmm.
insist, the people that say
Yes.
that, the people that say that bowing down, physically putting your head on the ground, is
Uh-huh.
prostrating to God, they have a particular symbol which they say that they are facing,
That
namely
is
the
them.
Kaaba.
Yes,
And
that is,
notice that the Kaaba
yeah.
is on the
Mm-hmm.
ground.
Yeah, but that is them. When you take the context concept of from the previous scripture, by the way, I don't see you still. When you take the scripture, the previous scriptures, there is a concept of bowing down, prostrating to God, falling down for God. It's about what you purpose in your head. It is not always about what you see in front of you, which defines prostration. So if
I
I'm
don't see the previous revelation is not a criterion for me.
well, anyway, I'm just giving an example. I can even confirm by the Quran, go verse by verse. But let's move on to the issue deeply
Before
because
we move on,
we
can I
are.
can I just say one
Uh-huh.
thing?
Yes.
The prostrations that we know of that are
Mm-hmm.
physically, they tend
Mm-hmm.
to have a physical object on the ground in front of them.
Yeah,
Now,
that is them. Mm-hmm.
no, I'm saying that's the ones we know of. I don't know of people prostrating to celestial objects.
People
I've never
do.
seen that.
Yeah, I've seen. Well, I've seen.
Okay, how did you identify it?
I identify by asking them, and
Oh,
sometimes you have to observe.
see,
No, wait,
asking them is
wait.
different. You told me
Yes, but
earlier about
wait. Let me
feeling.
finish.
Yeah.
Wait. I observe them again, and sometimes I ask them, and they tell me what they do. You understand? I met somebody here in Finland who actually bows down the night to the moon, facing the window when the moon is shining, the full moon. The person bows down and then face the moon in the window and does some chanting or whatever they do. Sometimes by seeing, you can observe and know by yourself without even asking. That is
But you've
exactly
only
what the
told me
bed.
about asking.
No, I
You haven't
haven't
told me
finished
about.
talking. No, wait. I haven't finished talking when you cut me off. I was
Okay,
still
sorry.
giving you the answer to the question. So then you
Oh,
interrupted. So I was trying to
okay.
tell you, you can know by asking, you can know by observing. You understand? You can know by a lot of ways to know when what people are serving and bowing down to or prostrating to. Now, when I gave you the verse, chapter 27, verse 23 to 24, concerning the bed, what the information the bed brought to Prophet Suleiman, I only ask you a question based on how you understood what the bird went to see and came back to tell Suleiman. But when we check the context of the verses, the context says they are rather doing sujud to the sun and not to God. You understand? But in this context, even if sujud here can mean just submitting to the rules of somebody, are we saying, are the people who saying it only means submission? Are you saying, can't I also submit to somebody just like God commanded the angels, according to you, to submit to Adam? So what wrong did they do by submitting to the Son? But that is not actually the issue there. It is about prostration in the act of worshiping the Son. So in some literatures, Arabic literatures, when you take, they translate the word sujud as worship. I don't know if you ever came around that based on the context. The word sujud is translated as worship. And even masjid in some literatures is translated as a place of worship. I don't know if you have ever come across such literatures. Are you with me?
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Now, let's not stall on this particular issue of, I know it's about agreeing to disagree. You can say, oh, it's submitting. I can say it's prostration. But
No,
now,
it's not about what we say or agree to disagree. It's about what can be substantiated. That's what I'm
yes,
asking you to do.
well, look, I can substantiate the act of prostration in the Quran, and which I'm going to do now,
Okay.
if time will permit us. So, for instance, when we go to chapter 12, verse 100 of the Quran, when Surah to Yusuf, where it says, وَرَفَعَ أَبَوَيْهِ عَلَى الْأَرْشِ وَخَرُّوا لَهُ سُجَّدًا. And when he, Joseph, raised his two parents, Abawayhi, two parents, he raised them upon the throne. I mean, in the sense of to get up and sit down. And they fell down before him in prostration. I know you might say the word, or maybe in submission. Let's put the word, submission there. Let's not put prostration. Let's not put prostration. So let's say they fell down before him or to him in submission, also showing submission. Now, if I say define this act, just this act they did, define it in one word for me. In English or in Arabic, you will have a word to pronounce that. You either say prostration or you either say sajada, right? Now, you can now start arguing and say, why will they prostrate? You said prostration can be done to an object. So it can be a human being and before somebody. So let's put the sun out. Let's put God out. Now, this context of this verse. If you are going to tell me the harra doesn't make sense there, I will only simply ask you what as harru or harra means. And if you want to put on your own meaning, I'll take you back to the Quran and show you where harru was used. Chapter 22, verse 31, and chapter 16, verse 26.
Can we
God
just
used
deal with one
harra
verse
into
at a time?
questions.
We keep jumping to all kinds of verses. So let's deal with this verse.
Chapter 12, verse 100.
Let me ask you a
The,
quick question.
good.
So when it says when he raised his parents upon the throne, Is that literal?
It's literal.
It's literal. So
Yes.
did they fall off the throne?
Yeah, they fell down
So
in
he
the in the sense of losing an upright position and went down to the ground before him.
okay, but what was the point of putting them on the throne if they're just gonna fall down?
What
I
was the
want you to think
point?
about listen. Just one needs to follow the other. So they were put upon the throne and then
Yes.
they fell down. How does one follow the other to you?
No. Now let me give you the answer you asked. Somebody came to you because if you continue the context of 99, they came to him to Misra, Egypt. Now, when somebody visits you, we all know logically you give them a seat to have a seat,
Is this
right?
any seat though?
A throne
Yeah, so it's not any seat though, is it?
is not any seat, it's a throne at the king's
Yeah, it's,
palace.
it's, it's more than just a normal seat.
Exactly, in a king's palace. So,
Okay.
and you know how thrones are elevated
Yes.
wherever king places. Good.
So he
So now,
elevated them and then they decided to drop.
good. Let me speak. And then they fell down before him. Lahu, in context, is a masculine pronoun. So they fell down before him.
Why are you saying before to the word lahu?
Yes, in Arabic, the word lahu can mean before him, can mean to him, can mean for him. By based on the context, I can say to him or before him.
Okay, just a quick question.
Good.
Is there an example in the Quran where lahu means before him?
Lahu means before him.
Yeah, is there an example in the Quran where that is the case?
No, we are just talking about a verse
I
which
mean, they're
says
either here
before
or
him.
there isn't. Huh?
There is a lot. I can give you example, but we are just talking about a verse which used the before him.
But
So
look,
now you are
just
talking
answer
about a different.
right.
Oh no, wait,
The
wait, wait. I'll
question,
go
just
to that.
answer.
I'll go to that. But so you want to see where it's also say before him or before you or before them or something. How it's the lahu is used. That's what
I
you
want
mean.
to, I'm asking you. I'm not even arguing with you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking
Mm-hmm.
you. Is
Yes.
there a verse where lahu
Mm-hmm.
is translated as before him specifically?
Yes, there is.
Which verse is that?
Yes. Wait. Let me give you.
Actually,
So
pause
so.
that for a second. Pause
Uh-huh.
that for a second.
Uh-huh.
Just a quick question.
Uh-huh.
Why do you think, in this context, that the parents fell down from the throne just to literally,
Nazwa. Uh-huh.
physically?
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think that the parents in this particular verse
Mm-hmm.
fell down from the throne
Mm-hmm.
just to literally, physically show their own child that they have prostrated to him? Why
Because
do you think that's the case?
he has been elevated in the king's house. He has been given prominence in the king's house.
Okay, but that doesn't necessitate physical prostration. So I'm asking
It
you,
is. So check the words. We can check word by word and
try
go.
listen to what I'm saying to you.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think it's necessary that the parents
Mm-hmm.
necessarily did
Mm.
the physical act of
Mm.
showing their own son prostration? Why do you think that that's the case?
Because I just gave you the answer, dude. Are you listening at all? He has been elevated in the king's palace.
Okay, so let me give you an
He has
example.
been given prominence. If you
Okay,
go to a
let me
king's
give you an
palace,
example. Okay,
before you
let me
give
give
the
you an example.
example, no, before you give the example, if you go to a king's palace, the act of prostration is the act of showing submission to the position of whoever is given prominence in that house.
Okay, all right.
True or false? No, true or false?
I have no problem with the fact that he has a position of prominence, but
Good.
you're making a huge leap here. So, for
There's
instance,
no. Uh-huh.
let me finish, right? So,
Mm-hmm.
for instance, their own child has now basically
Mm-hmm.
shown them the particular position that he holds. He
Mm-hmm.
has put them on the throne. Their own
Mm-hmm.
child has shown them basically the prominence he has.
Mm-hmm.
So you have two choices.
Mm-hmm.
Either A, they humbled themselves and submitted to his lead, because clearly he now showed that he has a position of prominence. So either A, they humbled themselves and submitted to his lead, or B, they necessarily physically fell on the ground and basically showed him the symbol of prostration. So when you have either A or B, A is already justified. Even if you say B, A is justified because that's the purpose of B. So A is already justified. So the question is, what makes you think B is necessary?
First of all, the
Yeah.
wordings, the context justifies B.
Why?
Good. Now let's analyze the word kharra. Where did you get the word humble there in that context, in that verse? Where did the word humble come from? Translate the word humble for me in Arabic.
The word does not translate literally as humble.
So what does
However,
kharra mean?
bro, you gotta let me talk, bro. However, contextually in English, I can
But
use that term because contextually it is better suited for me in English. However, if we talk about what the word means, the word simply means falling, and the word falling is not necessarily literal. So, because the word falling is not necessarily literal, because it's not necessarily literal, falling is synonymous to humbling down, to humbling yourself.
who
Because
said it's not
it's not
who said it's not
necessarily literal.
necessarily literal? Who said that? Is that your opinion?
No, I can give you examples in the Quran.
Give me one.
Guys in the chat, please help me out.
I know you quote chapter 25, right?
Hmm?
You quote chapter 25.
So you know it exists.
And I can show you where kharra means literally. When you
No,
said it
but
cannot necessarily mean literally.
see, Shoaib, see now you're being quite deceptive
Let me
because
talk here. Let me talk
wait,
here.
now you're
No,
being
no,
deceptive.
don't use the word deceptive. Let me talk
No,
here.
no, no,
Let me
no,
show
because
you
let me
the
tell you
reason
why.
why I
Let me
did
tell you
that.
why. Because
Let
listen, let
me
me tell
show
you
you
why.
the reason I
You're
said
trying to
that.
misrepresent me, Shoaib.
Okay, speak.
I did not say to
Mm-hmm.
you that it
Mm-hmm.
cannot be literal. I
You
said
say you
not
say it cannot
necessarily.
necessarily. Yes,
Yeah, do you
that's
know
what
what
you
the
said.
word necessarily means? Necessarily means it's not a must. That is not the same as saying it is never the case. So you're straw manning me, Shoaib. I'm simply saying the word falling, just like in English, you can
Mm-hmm.
use falling down literally, or you
Mm-hmm.
can say fell in love or fell in a state of shock, etc. So it depends on the context. You're the
Good.
one
So
who
so
insisted, who's insisting that
good.
it must be literal.
Yes, you the where the place you are saying it is not literal. It is not used literally. Check the context. It's talking about a word. So if it is talking about a word, for instance, when we use the word fall in love, right? So far as we know the subject, we are talking about love. If we use the word fall, everybody in his right mind will know that it's not about physically falling down, right? So similarly, when God used the word here, harra, nakari nazwa, nakari no kina kaji, nazwa. So when God also used the word here in chapter 75 chapter 25 verse 73, you have to check the subject of what God was talking about. He's talking about the verses of God. So if he says the verses of God don't fall on deaf ears, don't fall on deaf ears. The context, the subject in the verse, the context will tell you that based on the context, we are not talking about physically falling down.
So
So
it
it
depends
can
on the
harra
context.
can be used. Good. It can
I
be
have no
used.
problem with that. I've always said that.
No, that doesn't only depend on the context. I said it depends on the subject it's talking about first. The
You
subject is the verses of God
Bro,
in
this is
that
not
verse.
maths. This is not chemistry. This is
So what?
literacy.
So
Literacy has
that
context. Listen,
okay,
literacy has context. You don't need to
good.
discuss the word subject.
Yes, you need
No, you don't.
literacy.
Because no, you
Literacy,
don't.
dude.
Because Shoaib,
Relax.
two-way conversation. Because the term context and the
Uh-huh.
term subject are synonymous when you are discussing literacy.
They are synonymous. I
Not
understand.
exactly.
Good. I understand definitely, but they are both needed.
What?
So yes,
They're not two different
no.
things.
Yes, it depends how you utilize it. It depends
Okay,
how
show
it is
me in the
being used.
Quran where it can be two different things.
Dude, if I take the word verses out from that chapter 25, verse 73, if I take the verses out and I put a human being there, the context of the verse will change because I've changed the subject. Do you know
What?
that?
Repeat what you just said.
Open chapter 25, verse 73, so that you understand me better.
Yeah, go on.
Okay, so God says, and those whom, when reminded of the verses of their Lord. So that's the subject there. The verses. It's talking about the verses.
Is it okay when you say that's the subject? Is it not the context?
It's not. Till I
My
finish the verse.
God.
No, wait, dude. Don't let's not go back and forth on this issue. Let
No,
me
how
talk,
is it
please.
not the context?
It is not the context till I finish the verse. Let me finish the verse, then we get the context.
Oh wait. Even if you haven't finished the verse, we don't know what the context is about. Just like you
Dude,
identified the subject,
last
but you
last
said
week,
you haven't
last
identified the
week,
context.
last week I gave you a sentence without a subject, and I said put it into context. You couldn't do that. You were dumbfounded looking at me.
I still don't know what you're talking about, right?
Last week I gave you a sentence, and I said he said left, and that's right. Then I
That's
said
not a
full stop.
sentence.
It's a sentence.
No, it's not a sentence.
It, it starts with a
A
pronoun.
sentence has to make sense.
Listen. Yes, it makes sense.
No, it doesn't.
He
That's not
said,
English. That's
no,
not the
dude,
correct English grammar.
define sentence for me. Open your this thing and let me teach you
This is
English. If you think it's
insanity,
not,
man.
you say it's no English grammar. So let's learn English.
So if I say to
Define,
you, blue ball, sun,
dude. I
short. Wait,
said
let me finish. Straight,
define
bro.
sentence.
Two-way conversation, man. Listen, if I say to you, blue, sun, short, fat, dot, is that a sentence?
That's not what we are talking about. I
No,
said
is
open
that
the
a sentence?
dictionary.
You answer my question.
You haven't answered my question. Don't tell
See,
me to answer your question. I said open the dictionary. Let's move on. My time is ticking. That's why you see
no,
me doing this.
straight. Like, are you
Look,
under the impression that that this is some sort of interrogation or something?
look,
When I
look.
ask you a question, you have to answer it.
I only said open a dictionary. I didn't say answer or whatever. Just
Then you just
we are
answer
dealing
my
with
question. I have
time.
no problem opening the dictionary or whatever, but you can't keep dismissing every question
That
I
is
ask.
not the sentence I gave you, dude. Is that the
It's,
sentence I gave you? Blue,
it's the
dot, green,
same.
blue. It's
It's the
not the
same.
same, dude.
It is the
Define
same.
define sentence, please.
You
Then I
define it.
people can see.
You
So you
define it.
can't define sentence.
You know, you define it. You're making an argument. Make
Okay.
your argument.
A string of words satisfying the grammatical rules of a language. A string
Thank
of
you very much.
words. So now
What you
let's see the
said
words.
satisfy the
Now let me
grammatical rules
talk.
of the language.
Yes, let me talk, please. He said left. He is a pronoun. It's a subject here. He said is a verb. It's an action. That's a predicate here. We have a subject and we have a predicate. So he said left, and that is right. So that is a complete sentence. You
No,
want to put
it's
full stop.
not.
It is a sentence.
Okay, now I'm gonna respond to you. Listen, he said left. Okay, he said left. If you would have just left it at that, that would have been a sentence. But he said left, and that is right, goes against the grammatical rules of the language, which was literally what the definition of sentence gave you. That is not a sentence.
Dude, according
Do you
to which
understand the
book?
grammatical
No,
rules of English?
according, yes, I just defined sentence for you. Didn't I define it?
Okay, you defined it, but what you call a sentence does
What
not
does what does
satisfy
what
what
does
you call the sentence
grammatical
does
rules
not
entail?
satisfy that criteria. Do you
Good.
comprehend that?
Tell us the grammatical rules. What does it entail?
What?
Tell us what does grammatical rules entails? What does it entail?
What do you mean?
The
You
listeners are
want me to
watching, so
define
tell
grammar
them.
for you now?
Yes, define. You made me define sentence to you. So now you're asking me, Oh, dude, come on, be serious. You ask me a question, I
You're
define for
telling
you.
me,
So I ask you a
you're telling me
question.
he said
No, I
left,
ask
and
you.
that is right is a sentence.
It's a sentence.
It's not English. In
What
English,
is
that
it?
is a
Is it
word.
French?
He
No, is
said
it
left,
French?
and that is right.
Yes.
Listen, he said left is not right.
Uh-huh.
So you can't say he said left, and that is right. Because right is not left. You literally cannot say he said left and that is right. Like you
Now you
can't,
are confused.
the two can't go together.
You are confused, you see.
I'm
Okay, now let's
confused.
no, you are. Yes, you are. So let's put that aside anyway.
Let me fix it
Anyways,
for you. How about this? How about this? I'm gonna fix it for you. He said left, and that is to his right. How about that? How about that?
that's
He
your
said
opinion. You
left,
see,
and
you
that
don't know the
is
subject
to
I'm even
his
talking
right.
about. Now
That
this
could
is
work as a sentence.
dude, you make me figure out the kind of person you are. You try to put your own meanings to things. You should have
Oh
asked
my
simply.
god.
Last week
Oh
when we
my
did this,
god.
the simplest thing you should have done is what is the subject? So I ask you, what is the subject? And you say, you know that. You say, I know that. Because I know the subject. So I can make up a sentence. Huh? Without telling you the subject, but then you need to ask me for the subject. Then you can now put the sentence I gave you into context. Now let me explain the sentence here. He said left, and that is right. Now let me explain the sentence. He said left. It is about an issue of direction. Then the person said left, right? So when the person said left, the sentence came by saying he said left, and that is right. Now the subject is talking about directions. Now somebody can say it's talking about right hand or left hand. Somebody can talk about is saying about what is right or what is wrong. Somebody can put it in that context, and somebody else can put it in the direction of what? Giving directions. Somebody else can also put it in a different context because they don't know the subject. This is the simplicity of what I'm telling you. Now, before we end this, let's not stick to one point which has nothing to do with the topic anyway, going back and forth,
Trying
because
to keep
on
jumping
that
from
instance,
one place to another place. We're not dealing with anything.
yeah, we are dealing with something because you let us stay on some things which are not on the subject. We are dealing with the subject.
You
I took you to chapter 25, verse 73. And I said, if I take the word verses out, if I take verses out and I put humans there, the context of the verse will change because I've taken the subject out. Because that is not the initial subject there. Then you say it's the same thing. And I said, let's not
It is
go
the
back
same
to what
thing.
good, whatever. Take it the same thing. No
Let me
problem.
tell you why I say that.
But no. Don't need to explain that.
When you say something, I have to have a chance to respond.
I understand. I said that's not the
But then
subject.
listen to
Let's
the
not stay
response
on
then.
that.
Shay,
Dude,
listen, Shay. If you don't want a response, do not make a claim, Shay. Is that
and
hard
I
to fathom? You just
can
made
you
a claim
understand
now.
me for
What do
once?
you
Can
want
you
to do? Just
understand
get
me
away
for
with
once?
it? Huh?
Can you understand me for once? I said, let's not devote our time to that. We have a topic,
Then
let's
don't
finish
make
it.
a claim.
Okay, I
Claims have
resign.
to be substantiated.
Good. I put that claim aside. So
Then
let's
don't
leave
make
it out.
it then.
Good. I put it aside. Now, chapter 22, verse 31 talks about a physical haru, something coming from the sky and falling down. Chapter 16, verse 26 talk about physical haru, the roof of a building coming down and falling down. That is where harra are used. Now, when you check the subject, the content of that verse in entirety is talking about a literal thing. Harra, haru, is a literal thing which actually can happen or happens.
Depending on the context, right?
Whatever.
Why are you
Now,
saying whatever? Answer my question.
dude, when I say whatever means whatever you put there, it's okay.
No,
But
bloody hell,
now,
Shoaib, listen, there are people
okay, dude.
watching. They would like
Yes,
to enjoy this conversation. This is not a
yes.
monologue. Answer the
Okay.
question, Shoaib.
The point is, the point is,
Is it,
you will
does it
say
depend on the
context.
context, Shoaib?
I've already said it. I said based on the subject, the context, and context, and
Why
you
do
are
you
repeating
keep
the
saying
same word to
subject,
me.
man? What is wrong with you?
I will say it 1,000 times, dude.
But you need to
Is it
justify it.
good? I'm justifying it. Can
Go
you
ahead,
prove
do
me?
it, justify
No,
it.
wait. Good. Can you prove me wrong that chapter 22, verse 31 is a literal thing?
Uh,
If you
no,
can
I
prove
don't
me
have
wrong, then I need to
22 what?
justify. Chapter 22, verse 31. What God is talking about. The harra which appears there. Is it about humbling or is it about falling?
The parable is about falling.
It's not parable there.
Well, it is a parable.
Okay, anyways. So,
Literally, why it says,
mhm,
um, then it is as though. When you use the
mhm,
term, then it is as though you're
mhm.
bringing an analogy.
Okay. So the word falling there, is it about humbling or falling?
The context clearly would not allow humbling, would it?
Good. So now chapter 16, verse 26. We are just analyzing the word
Remember what I
harra.
said. The context will not allow it.
Good.
Don't
I
ignore
agree.
that.
I agree. So
Okay.
let's go chapter 16, verse 26. Again, it's used the word harra there.
Okay. To cut the long story short, rather than jumping around from verses to verses, do we agree that it's dependent on the context?
Not alone. Because the word, from my understanding, we can agree, but I said not alone, meaning
Could
you
you give
need
me an
you
example
need things
when that
together.
is not? Okay, could you give me an example when the context is not the final arbiter?
Dude, we are not going there again.
No, we are. You made a claim,
No,
Shay.
no,
This
no.
guy, there's something wrong with you, Shay.
You
Shay,
did,
listen.
you did. No, 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 no,
No,
no,
Shay. Shay, this is
man.
not a monologue. Like, relax yourself. I'm
I'm
talking now.
relaxed. Look, look,
Okay,
look.
I'm talking
First
now.
of all, I
Listen,
don't see your
Shay.
video.
Okay, just chill,
I
man.
don't see your video.
You
I
will
don't
see my
see
video.
your
You
video.
keep
No, 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 no,
interrupting.
no, dude. First of all,
All right,
that
you see
alone
me.
got on
You
my.
see me.
Yes,
Pause.
I can see you
Okay, pause
because
now.
that
Shay,
alone.
bro, can I talk?
You can talk. I'm almost
All right, then
ending.
let me
Look,
talk.
let's not be going
Can
back
I
and
talk?
forth
Shoaib, can
with
I talk?
issues. Talk.
Thank you. SubhanAllah. Okay. I said to you that whether it is literal or not is always determined by the context. I
Um,
am willing to substantiate my claim using the context in the Quran. So that's my substantiation of my claim. You made the claim that it is not always determined by the context alone. That is a claim. In order for you to substantiate that claim, I need an example when the context is not the final arbiter of whether that word is literal or not. Thank you. Over to you.
and I told you it's not context alone. Then you asked me what? Then I said you have to gather three things together: the subject, the context before you draw conclusion. So if you tell me the context, wait, let me finish. If you tell about the context alone, then I told you, what if I take the main subject of discussion? What if I change it and put something else? You say the context will not allow it. You see that what you said? Then you say the context will not allow it. But it doesn't mean it's the context alone working. There is some subject, because if I take a word and I put different word and you say the context will not allow it, which means that word will not fit in the context. So still context will not allow that subject. So the subject has to be in line with the context
Sorry,
before we
I'm not
get
sure I
the
follow you.
content. Huh? What?
I'm not sure I follow you.
Good. So if you are not following me, anyways, we are ending
Come on,
soon.
help me
But
follow you.
good. That is not the main subject of discussion. The subject of discussion is we are finding a word in the verse, right? We are finding a word in the verse. Then I told you, in that verse, the word harra, is it literal or non-literal?
It's
That is
dependent.
all. Yes, you say it's based on the context. Then I say,
Always
okay,
dependent on the context.
good. Then I said, okay. So in that verse, 1626, is the harra, is it literal or non-literal?
Are we just gonna keep flying from verse to verse, and I'm gonna say
Yes, it's part
simply
of
that
it.
dependent?
No, it is.
No,
We are
but
dealing with the Quran.
but Shuaib, but the argument is simple. It's always
Mhm.
determined by the context. So now I'm gonna read the verse for you. I'm gonna look at
Good,
the context and say literally that it is
good.
determined by the context. Now, for instance,
Yeah, let's see.
1626, you said, yeah?
Okay, so I'm done. Yeah.
Verily,
Okay.
verily scheme those before them, but God came to their building from the foundations, so it fell down upon them the roof from above them, and it came to them the retribution from where not they perceive. Now, honest to God speaking, are you telling me the context does not clearly determine that?
We are not talking about that. I said the word, is it literal or non-literal? That's all I
I'm
asked.
saying the context determines that. Is that wrong or not?
Ahmed, did you understood my question?
I did. I'm
Then answer
telling
that.
you.
Let's go. Answer that one I just said. That's all I need.
Okay, for me to know whether the word is literal or not is always determined by the context.
Okay,
Tell me,
okay, I agree.
is that incorrect?
I agree. So tell
And
me, is
what's
it
the
literal?
argument?
Is it literal or non-literal?
In this context, clearly is literal.
Good. It is literal. Good.
So was I right that
So
the context determines that? Was I right?
yes, you are right.
Okay,
Chapter
now I
12.
need you to be right and tell me when the context is not king.
No, when did I say context is not needed? I never say
No,
context
no,
is
no.
not
I said
needed.
no. I didn't say needed. Listen to the words that come out of my mouth.
Mhm.
I'm saying context is king. It's the final arbiter. You said sometimes. So you need to justify that.
And I told you, if I start talking about, if I mention a subject and I don't go into a context, how can you deduce the context? Then you said I should give an example. Then I said, okay, for instance, if I mention God says Akimu Salat, establish the Salat, and we stop there. Now it mentioned a subject. It mentioned the Salat. It's a subject. So if we stop there, God says Akimu Salat. If I don't go throughout the Quran to find verses and put them into context, how can I have the context?
If I know the meaning of salah, don't try it now. If I
What
know the meaning,
I didn't say Salah. I said the.
the salah.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Listen to the point. If I know the meaning of the salah, then I have the context just as well as I have the quote unquote subject.
What if you don't?
I keep trying to tell you, when it comes to literacy, you cannot have subject and not have the context. They mean the same thing when it comes to literacy. You're struggling to comprehend that, Shoaib.
No, you
In
don't.
order for you to
No,
listen, in order for
it's
you,
not as if. No, it's not as if I don't comprehend you. Did I argue that context is not needed? Did I argue that?
no. See,
Yes.
you're
So
not
understand
listening.
my position.
You're not understanding, Shoaib. You're not
I
understanding.
understood you.
Listen to what I'm saying to you, Shoaib.
Uh-huh.
What I'm saying to you, when it comes to literacy,
Mm-hmm.
when it comes to something to do with reading for literacy purposes, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
not like for a particular subject such as chemistry, maths, whatever. You understand? Because they don't need to use sentences; they can just use scientific jargon. You understand? So they don't need context; they just need subjects. You understand? For instance, in maths has subjects; it doesn't have context. Do you get it? Like addition is a subject, multiplying is a subject, division is a subject. They are not context. They apply to that. But when it comes to literacy, the term subject and the term context are literally the same thing. There is no such thing as I can have subject and not context, and no such thing as I can have context and not subject. Therefore, they are not two different things when it comes to literacy. That's the part you just will not understand. Over
Are
to
you
you.
done?
Yes.
Good. Whatever you said, I understood you perfectly because they are needed together. That's what I said. I understood what you meant.
You didn't if you said they needed together. They're not two
Yes,
different things.
they are needed together. Still, you don't get me. You see, you
Because you
want me.
speak of
Wait,
them
wait.
as though they're two
Relax,
different things. They're not.
relax, relax.
Okay.
Context and contents are two different things in literacy. They work together. I gave you the definition when we started. I gave you the definition of it when we started. Now, like that's what I keep telling you. If we have to stay on this particular topic of context. We can do it 1,000 years. We will never end, because I will never agree with you saying the same thing. So I say, put it aside. Let's deal with the issue at hand.
Falsify it, Shuaib. It's not a
I
matter
didn't
of
falsify. No, I didn't falsify
because
it.
that's how proof works. Shuaib, listen.
Dude, I ask you.
Proof works.
No, wait. This knowledge of you saying that it is the same thing, that when it comes to literacy, is the same thing. Prove to us, from which source did you get this knowledge? Where it says context and even content are the same thing in literacy. Prove to us right now. Okay. Give us the source. All right. Where can we search it?
Okay. Very easy. Are you appealing to authority when you say give us the source?
Yes, we need to know the source. No, we need the source where you have that knowledge. So just give us.
I know the meaning of these words, and I know how literacy works. And
so where is the source?
Babe, I'm talking. Listen, I'm giving you three points here. Listen. Number one, we know the definition of these words. You understand? So we know that they are synonymous. Number one. Number two, we know how reading works, for crying out loud. We can falsify these arguments. So, for instance, to put it very simple, in order for subject and context to be two different things when it comes to literacy, we need to identify the difference of them when it comes to literacy. And the way we would do that, we would identify a subject in any literacy. We would identify a subject without a context, or we would identify a context without a subject. If we cannot identify the difference between the two when it comes to literacy, that means they are the same thing. I'm giving you something you can test.
No problem. I said I understand you. Now, the word kharra, we checked it. Chapter 22, verse 31 is literal. Chapter 16, verse 26 is literal. Now, the word kharra, I don't know where you got it to mean humble, but I'm yet to find out. And when I took you to chapter 12, verse 100, and I showed you what happened, what transpired. Now, based on the actions that transpired, it clearly shows us that it is literal. It is not non-literal. If it's non-literal, any word you put there, you have to formulate a new meaning, which is not from God. You put your own words there. So now chapter 12, verse 100 clearly tells us they fell down in sujud, sajda. They fell down before him, to him.
Okay, so did they yield in submission to him, or did they physically show him the physical prostration? You need to just
that act that's why the Quran is talking to intelligent people. So an intelligent person reading that verse,
right. If you tell me so, that's not necessary, bro.
Oh, dude,
that's not an argument.
No, relax. Who said I'm insulting you?
Not me, not just me, including
relax.
Because you're making an argument.
Is that people
will agree with you.
Is the Quran not meant for intelligent people to comprehend?
That goes without saying, though. You don't need to say that to prove your point. You need to prove your point.
Please don't put words in my mouth as if I'm trying to insult my audience or I'm insulting you. Please don't put meaning.
But then that was unnecessary. Then.
No, I said it. Whether it's unnecessary.
No, wait. You said it when I asked you for proof.
So the Quran is not dealing with intelligence, right?
No. But I asked you for proof. So that implies that you don't need to prove it. Because intelligent people would agree with you. That's what that implies.
So that's what I'm saying. But my intention is not to insult any viewer, neither am I insulting.
I know. I'm not saying that's your intention. That's why I'm telling you to be careful and understand how language works.
Okay, no problem. No problem. But then when we take chapter 12, verse 100, in that context of that verse, when we check the subject of what he was talking about, it started with verse 99 down to 100. The kharra used there is literal, and it defines an act. So if you tell an intelligent person Oh, what does that mean? What the action there? What does that mean? He will literally tell you it means prostration. They fell down before him, whether to show submission, whether in submission. That act is prostration. In Arabic, you say sajda, which is a physical act they did. They were not conforming to any rules
Are
at
they
that
not
time when they
submitting
came
to
to
his
him.
lead?
What?
Just a simple question. Are they submitting to him as a leader?
As a leader, they showed him the submission as
That's
he's
not
a
what I
leader.
asked you. Answer the question I asked you. Are they
Are they
submitting to him?
submitting?
Are they submitting to him as the leader
I
of that
won't
society?
translate. I
Or
won't
let's say as
translate
the
the
king
word.
even.
No, I won't translate the word like the way you did. Are they submitting to him as a leader?
Okay, how about this? Are they submitting to him as the prominent person, as you put it, in that society?
Yeah, they prostrated to him as a
That's not the
prominent
I
person.
need you to answer my question, Greg.
No, a question can be wrong, dude. I don't need to answer a question when it's wrong.
So is my okay, explain to me how my question is wrong.
Yes, because we agree differently on that verse. So
No, no,
if
no.
you
I
are
didn't get your
using
question.
your
What's the
understanding,
question? The
I
question's got
understand
nothing to do with the verse. I'm asking you furthermore. I'm asking
that
you very simple.
that they
Is
are
the
submitting to
son
him as a leader.
is the
Yes, they are
son?
submitting.
Bro, I think something happened to your mic again.
You don't hear me?
He's doing that funny business. You alright?
Yeah, I'm okay. Can you
Alright.
hear me now?
And there's a little bit of echo. But anyways, let me try. What is that? See, when I talk this, I can hear something.
Maybe put your volume down a bit because I can hear you clearly here.
I lowered it like a motherfucker.
Is it sorted or still?
Okay, let me try. Ah, what is that, man? Why can I hear something in the background when I do it? It was perfect. Mic check, mic check. Yeah. What is that?
Somebody made a comment. He said, "This dialogue is going to end up with more episodes than Game of Thrones." Isn't it obvious?
Yeah, going back. Let's try it again. Let's try it again. Going back to my question. Hey, how can you say to someone that your question is wrong?
Yeah. So for instance, can I explain that? Why I said the question is wrong? For instance, let's say I'm single and you're asking me, you meet me on the way and you say, Brother Stripe, how is your wife and kids doing? Or how are they doing?
Okay,
You
so
know?
are you saying? Okay, tell me which one. Okay, now we're gonna justify what you just said.
Yeah.
Um, okay, so I said the son is prominent. Is that incorrect?
You said the son is what?
He's a prominent figure in that society. Is that correct or incorrect?
No, he is. It's correct. You're correct. Yeah.
Okay, that's correct. So as the prominent figure of that society, people need to submit to his commands. Is that correct or incorrect?
According to the verse or outside the verse?
Well, according to the verse and according to the context, by
No,
definition, I'm talking.
yeah,
By
according to
by
the verse.
definition, by definition, according to the whole context of his whole journey, by definition, is he someone whose commands are to be yielded to? Is
Yes,
he
he
that?
is. Yes, he is. Yes.
He is,
Not
yeah?
even. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So does that include his parents then? Do they need to
That.
yield to his command?
Yeah. Yeah. Of course, it includes the parent. Yeah.
Okay, so my point is already made. And,
Yeah. But.
to make it even further, the falling down symbolizes the fact that generally parents don't take the lead of their child. So the falling down is in reference to the fact that they basically humbling down to now submit to the lead of their child because that is not the norm.
But they did an action.
So
They did an action.
if I put the argument of the verse to a side, would you disagree that for parents to follow the lead of their child requires humility from a parent?
Yes, of the verse, I will agree. But when we are talking
So
about the verse, you said
my question is, for a parent to take the lead of their child requires humility. Would you agree or disagree?
I will agree of the verse. Yes, I agree.
So okay, cool. So for
Of
a
the verse,
parent,
I said.
so for a parent to take the lead of their child, that requires humility. So what is the difference between that and what is going on in the verse?
I thought you said context is king. So we are dealing with the
Yeah,
context of the verses.
or even the whole context. What is
Why are you going outside the verses to give me your opinion?
no. I actually did not give you my what I tried to do. What I tried to do because if I said the verse says this and this and this and this, we might have disagreed. So
Yeah,
without
so that's what I wanted you to do actually, instead of giving me example.
let me finish. So without citing the verse, I gave you the image that the verse is talking about, and you
I
agree.
know,
So how
yes,
is
I
it?
know about the image.
Huh?
I know about the image that the whole chapter is talking about. But that
Okay, so how
particular
are you
verse,
going to disagree?
you said context is keen. So put it into context for me instead of going outside the verse to talk.
Okay, no problem. The
Yes.
context is very simple. The
So
context
start
is
from 99.
all right, cool. I know the whole story. The context is very simple. The context is their child who used to be their child is now a prominent figure who even exalts them and puts them on a throne. That is the context. So
No, you
based
are
on that,
outside the
please
context
let me
still. I
finish.
said read the
So
verses.
please let me finish. So based on that context, they humble themselves and submit to this child who is now clearly a prominent figure. How on earth is that contextually wrong?
You are giving your own opinion now. I'm not
Where?
impeaching.
Where am
I
I
said
giving my
read the verses and tell me what the verse says. We need the context of the verse, not your own opinion. Chapter start from 99 and read to 100 and then show us the context in the verse instead of explaining by yourself.
Then when they entered upon Joseph, he took to himself his parents, and he said, enter Egypt, if God will be peaceful and secure. And he raised his parents upon the throne, and they fell down to him, prostrate. And he said, O my father, this is the interpretation of my dream from before. Verily, verily maketh my Lord true. And indeed, it was good to me when he brought me out of prison, and he brought you out from the Bedouin life. From after that, he sowed discord between the devil and me, and between my brothers. Indeed, my Lord is subtle to what he will lead. Noah, most wise.
So now what did you see in the context here?
I see in the context, Joseph actually, wow, you just helped me out. In the verse before, I actually see Joseph giving his parents a command, namely, before all, he said, enter Egypt if God will be secure. That is a command from Joseph to his parents. Is that correct or incorrect?
And then correct?
That is correct, right? Okay, cool.
Yes. But
And then he raised his parents upon the throne, and they fell down to him prostrate. What more do you want?
Yes. So now what, tell me, what was the context you got?
The context I got is they're seeing their child who is now calling shots, and he's now telling them what they need to do. And he's then after that showing them his basically power, namely his throne. And after the command, and after their son showing them his power, they had no choice but to humble themselves and submit to this new king, if you like. How are you going to argue?
You are still giving your own meanings.
Where?
Yeah, you just did. The verses you
Okay,
read.
tell me where.
Relax, relax. You read it out for every listener out there to listen to you what you're reading. Right? I didn't ask you how did you understand the verses. That's not what I asked you. That's just not a question. That's not the question I asked. You read the verses by putting prostration there. They fell down. They did this, and now you are putting your own meaning into humbling, whatever. That's not what I needed from you. I wanted you to tell me what shows that there's no act of physical prostration there for them to show him that respect.
There is nothing to show that they needed it. You have to justify it. Because
Dude,
listen to this, listen to this, listen. I gave you wait, I gave you one scenario that you can't even disagree with, is already justified. Which
What
is
is the
which is the fact that A, he commanded them, B, he showed them his kingdom, if you like, and C, as a result of the command, and B, his newfound authority, they did C. See, literally, you have A, B, C. Namely, A, command, B, his authority, C, they did C. Look, I'm not even going to tell you what they did, but just remember that what they did is a result of A and B, namely command and B is authority. So based on those two, the command that he's given them, the authority that he's shown them that he now has, and the fact that he is their child, there is nothing, absolutely nothing to suggest that they went down physically. Nothing. You've got
You don't care about the words. You don't care about translation. You don't care about anything. You are just giving your opinion, going
Okay,
anywhere.
where did I give opinion now? Can you just tell me where?
You read the verses. When you are reading, give me your translation of the word harra. What does it mean?
Go ahead, keep the cooling down. Keep
No, I
it.
said give me the meaning of harra. What is that? What does it mean?
Whatever you like. It's going to be dictated by the context.
And I said give me the meaning.
I said whatever you like. You're gonna argue with me for agreeing with you?
Dude, I'm asking you a question. You ask me a question, when I try to go around, you're like, hey, answer. I said, give me the meaning of the word harra. Is it difficult? If you don't know, you don't know.
The meaning of the word harra.
Yeah. Time up, right? Sorry, I'm done.
Oh, the word harra can mean make noise while flying, fall down, to murmur, prostrate, to come from a higher plane, whether it's literally or metaphorically.
So now put your meaning there for us. Harra in that verse. Put the meaning you want. Let's see. Choose your meaning. Honestly, don't just try something, but choose what you will translate. I don't know which translation you are using of the Quran, but put the word harra, the meaning there in the verse. Because you told me if a word doesn't fit the context will reject it. So now put the meaning of harra in that verse for me.
When have I taken out? When have I taken out?
Now you said if a word doesn't fit the context will reject it.
but that's not the issue we have here. The
No,
issue that we have, the issue that we have here is what the context suggests. That's the point. I don't have a
dude,
problem with the
how
word.
can a context suggest something for you
Trey,
when you don't have words to explain what is happening?
Trey, I don't have a
I
problem.
don't.
Like you
Yeah.
can't make an argument that doesn't exist. Trey, we need to fix that noise, bro. We can't talk like this.
What is there a noise still?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Dude, anyways, my time for today is up. Let's reschedule this. My time is up. 2 hours, I've done more than that. You know, we promised 2 hours, so it's more than that. Like I said, maybe during the days, let's just try the network in between us and then see how it works, because it's unfortunate the network keep doing this to us. So it doesn't help at all. So Ahmed, let's drop it now. So I say to the viewers, we apologize for this inconvenience, and I think we are also going to create our own Game of Thrones every episode. So we are going to make an interesting episode of this. And guess what? When we finish this, we are moving to talk about Salat. When we finish this, we are moving to talk about Siam, and we are going to take all the delicate topics to address, and we'll be discussing. But you know, Ahmed is trying to get on my nerves sometimes, trying to pull strings here. Ahmed,
Yes.
I have to bounce now. You know, the family is calling. I've done overtime already. We
Yeah,
have to
yeah.
sort.
We've
We
got
have to
we've
sort
got a
this.
shift in, so
Yeah,
I'm gonna let you go. I'm
yeah,
gonna
no,
let people. I'm gonna let people jump on to.
yeah, no problem, no problem. This is where I leave you. So viewers, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Peace be upon you all. Till we meet again, inshallah.
Inshallah. All
Peace.
right, Shay. We'll catch up.
Yeah, see you.
Peace out. All right, the link is there, folks. I'm only staying around for, let's say, half an hour. So let's do this. Just so people understand me. Like, I don't even have an argument. This is because my whole thing is just read the Quran like you would read a book. That's it. That's literally all it is. Peace, peace, homie.
Peace.
Peace, my brother. How are you?
Doing good. How are you doing?
Alhamdulillah. Long time, akhi. How you been?
Been good. Been good. Been in communication with brother Iron Man. We've been in touch doing some homework.
I need to ask Iron Man about that verse he gave us last time about what to say in reference to the shaitan. Because we always say A'udhu billahi minash shaitan
أعوذ
rajim.
وأقول أعوذ من وقل ربي إني أعوذ. Wait. I have it on the tip of my tongue, but I just can't get it out.
Surah 16, verse 98, maybe? Check it out.
همجات الشياطين, something like that.
Oh, you mean the other one? Hold on, let me check.
I got it. Yeah, وقل ربي أعوذ بك من همزات الشياطين. سورة المؤمنين or المؤمنون, verse 97.
What surah number? What surah number?
المؤمنون.
I don't know what surah number is.
Oh, the numbers. I don't know what the number is.
Uh,
That's a problem.
Wait, let me find it for you.
So
Even I'm struggling.
Oh, surah 23, verse 97 to 98. That's what Iron Man said.
yeah, that's it.
By the way, the question that Shuhaib proposed about surah 2, verse 32, was it? Or 30, was it something like that? Was it?
Which verse? About
About the Adam.
Guys, notice that it's actually not on my side because there's no problem with the mic now. You see that?
Yeah, I know. But listen. What I'm trying to say something. If you have noticed something, when Brother Shape talked about the context, I noticed something that might be interesting. You know that how it is actually about Adam was being taught of the names of all things that Allah taught him, and then Adam.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Um Then Allah, I think it was Allah who was Adam that displayed them to the Malaki and said, "Inform me of the names if you are truthful." Yeah, oh, yeah. Okay, so Allah is actually making a rhetorical question or something. Inform me of the names of these you are truthful. And they said, "Glory to you, we have no knowledge of except what you have taught us. You are the knowledgeable, the wise." Then here is something interesting, and pay attention to this. Then Allah said, He said, "O Adam, inform them of their names." So when He informed them of their names, He said, "Did I not tell you that I know you, this unseen, and the heavens and the earth, and that I know what you reveal and what you hiding?" Then Allah says, "And we said to the Malaiki, submit to Adam." And he asked, "How do you submit?" Look at the very previous verses. What did Adam do? What did Allah made Adam do?
Very
Inform them
good.
of the names.
Yeah,
And then He told the angels to submit
yeah,
because they were fully accepting what Allah informed them. When He told
yeah,
Adam, inform them. So that's
yeah,
why how they submitted. They submitted because by
Because
fully
it was the
accepting what
truth and they submitted to the truth. Sorry to cut you.
yeah.
I know it's
So
no. That's what exactly what I wanted to do. That's what I'm trying to
Good,
yeah,
say.
good,
I mean,
great point.
I was being clear.
Good. That was a great point. But may I just say this? Yeah, I think people are not understanding that this isn't about particular individuals understanding the knowledge of a particular language. People are being gaslighted. That's what's happening here. Because as far as I'm concerned, if you can read a book, if you understand the rules of reading, that is literally all it takes to understand the Quran. Just read. The reason I keep on stressing on the importance of context is because that is how you read. Do you see what I
Yeah.
mean? Context is always king, and the people that are avoiding the fact that context is king is because they want you to be subject to what they claim is the definition of the word. Do you see what I mean?
yeah, true.
They want to claim authority over a word. Because when you read the context, then you can understand the direction of the word. However, when you accept that an individual just simply has the authority to just willy nilly tell you the definition of a word, regardless of the fact that it contradicts, goes against the entire context, then you've basically become a subject of that individual.
Yeah. Besides, Surah 12, the word salat is not there, by the way.
Sorry?
The word salat is not mentioned in Surah 12, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I have been noticing they use the other words when salat is not mentioned or something else is not mentioned. When other words is used for different contexts, I notice they use that to fit into
Explain
others.
this to me. Explain this to me. You see, when a human being physically prostrates in front of another human being, that tends to be a tyrannical ruler, an insecure tyrannical ruler who is showing his subjects, the bloody peasants, who is boss. You understand? Hence why they need to physically perform this act. Now explain this to me. What child would expect that or demand that from their parents? Can you imagine Yusuf, the prophet of God, expecting his parents to physically put their head on the ground for him? What child would expect that from their parents?
No, but not for me.
No, seriously, is it me?
Besides, it says sujadan lahu, if I remember correctly, to him. And I'm sorry if
That's
and
why I
oh,
kept on saying. Just he tried to say it can mean before, but I said justify that from the Quran. He couldn't.
I have a verse, brother Ahmed, Surah
Yeah,
Al Mutaffifin. I'm sorry, guys, I don't know the numbers.
that's 60.
Yeah, the verse goes, and when the Quran is recited to them, they do not sujud.
Exactly.
they do not submit.
So
Yeah,
yeah, so since when the Quran is being recited, we prostrate. When was
Exactly.
that?
Yeah, that would be a little
Exactly.
bit odd to be completely honest with you. If when you say they do not submit,
No,
then that
and,
makes more sense because. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Go on.
no, it's fine. Just go on. Go on. Take it.
No. I finished what I said. I just finished what I said.
Yeah, what I was gonna say is I mentioned you in the comment. I mean, they went into a new place, and he
They went to
basically
Mr.
was in charge. Yusuf was in charge, right?
Yeah, he was given the prominence of being a governor, if I remember correctly.
Oh yeah, so it's a new government that they're gonna enter, so
Yeah.
they have to submit.
He
And,
was under the subordinate of a new king, but yeah, regardless, he was in a high prominence, and in fact, they entered Misr submittedly.
so
Correct,
they
enter the
will
gates.
they will basically submit to the government because they're not where they used to be, and they're in a new place with other
I mean,
regulations.
he literally gave them a command. He literally
Yes.
told them what to do.
Yeah.
Oh, Imran is here. I have
Yes.
not. I don't think I've spoken to this brother.
Neither have I. Welcome, Imran.
Welcome.
Thanks a lot.
Brother.
Thanks a lot, guys. I've been following your station very regularly.
Thank you
So
very much. I appreciate
I just want to
that.
thank you guys for this group. Thank you.
Have you
I
enjoyed the
I
content?
actually had a lot. I am pretty like-minded like you guys when it comes to following the Quran. I also learned Arabic. Very inspired by brother it, the one from with the Arab background.
You mean Quran centric?
Your conversations. No. Here, it's one of you guys. I just forgot your name.
Oh,
Is it
Quran
Ali?
al.
Oh, you're
Yes,
talking
yes.
about Ali? Yeah,
Yes.
he's here.
Yeah.
May
So
Allah bless you, brother.
the
May Allah bless
conversations.
you.
Thank you, guys.
May
Yeah,
Allah
I've
bless
been
you.
interested because likewise. It's the Arabic angle that you tend to bring that gives me another understanding of what the words really mean. Like Ramadan was one of them. But I mean, I've had a few things bother me, and I wanted to see if you guys could answer that. But I don't want to interrupt as
Go
well
for it.
what you're talking about right now. So perhaps
Go for it.
I
Go
should.
for it.
Okay,
Don't hold back.
that's great. But it might not be directly relevant to this to
No,
the
don't worry.
subject of the day.
It's an open panel. Ask anything you want.
Thanks, Ahmad. So I read this verse not so long back about the retribution for women specifically if they are deemed to have engaged in fornication, if I'm not mistaken, fahisha. But that verse was
Immorality, yeah.
exclusively for
Immorality.
exclusively for the females, and it was something to the tune of leaving them in their houses until death takes them away, or
4:13. Where is it again? Oh. Where's it again?
Let me get the verse. I know the verse.
Yeah, 4:15. 4:15. Yeah,
4:15.
4:15. Surah Nisa, verse 15.
15, yeah.
Yeah.
that's the one, right?
I'm gonna check
Mhm.
the surrounding verses just in case.
Yes.
So I mean, a couple of things bothered me there. One was that it was exclusive for the females. I didn't see anything for the male counterpart. And then
In the next verse.
also,
No.
it's in the next verse.
Yeah.
What? I missed it.
Can I tell you something, brother? Can I try to tell you something here? So when
Wait,
there's
let him read that verse.
yeah.
In the very next verse, it talks about the men.
Yeah, dual masculine plural.
Yeah.
Some say I've seen some say that it also involves both the genders, about the dual masculine plural. I have to check that out. Inshallah.
Can you give me just a second so that I can open the verse? Because last time I checked it, I don't know if I
Go
Yeah,
missed
sure,
it
sure.
or.
Go ahead. Take your time. Take your time, brother. Take your time.
Ali wanted to
Thanks.
say something. Go for it, Ali.
Yeah.
Let him finish first.
Okay.
As for the two of you come up with, then hurt them both.
Punish them.
Punish them both. And would that be if two men? Well, waladhani. That's dual, right? That's like dual. It could be both, like either male, female, or male, male.
Masculine dual relative
Not
pronoun.
two,
Yeah.
two men.
Two men. Yeah.
Two
Says that,
men. So does that apply to like homosexuality, or
Some
is
have
that
argued that.
some have argued? Because so then the nature of the punishment in 4:16, is that supposed to be the same as the one in 4:14? Because that one sounds pretty serious. I mean, confine them to their houses until death do claim them. It seems, I mean,
Don't stop
I
there.
just
Don't stop there. Continue the
okay,
verse.
okay, there you go. So yeah, where is it? Confine them, and if they testify, this is the English version. If they testify, confine them to their houses until death do claim them, or Allah ordain for them some other way.
Okay, remember that part. Or Allah ordains for them some other way. So when you assume that it's really harsh, you ignore that part.
Mhm.
Sure, I mean, it's only really
Right.
harsh if all they do is basically if they're confined until death. However, that's ignoring the all part. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
So
consider.
in that.
Ahmed,
Mhm.
sorry, Ahmed. We have to when we read the verse, وَاللَّاتِي يَأْتِينَ, and those who commit unlawful sexual intercourse of your women, bring against them 4 witnesses, which makes it public. So this is the difference. It makes it zina. This is the difference between zina and fahisha. Zina is public sexual intercourse, and zina the opposite of public, because when Yusuf, in the surah of Yusuf, we go back, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says كذلك لنصرف عنه السوء والفحشاء. He didn't, that's how we make him avoid what's bad and the fahsha, and not the zina, because it was inside and there was no witnesses. I mean, the only way 4 people can see you if it's public. So yeah, I mean, I'm with that. I'm not. It's not really harsh at all. If someone decides to normalize having sexual intercourse in the public, then
Yeah, it could
I
mess
mean,
up big time. Besides, fahisha isn't just only 2
fahisha,
witnesses,
fahisha
and it's
is private.
yeah. I'm trying. What I'm trying to say is fahisha is immorality in general. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, that's zina,
So
zina in general. Now, so zina in its origin is fahisha, but being done outside makes it zina. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's why. Yeah. I agree. I'm just pointing out that fahisha is
And because in
immorality in
surah,
general.
because in the other surah where he says الزاني والزانية, the female and the
Yeah,
male, uh, فاجلدوا كل واحد منهما 100 جلدة, with them. Those who do who do it
lewdness,
publicly.
lewdness. Yeah, lewdness. I can see what you mean. Yeah.
so so then, what do you make of the last part, which says, or Allah ordains for them another way? And is that left open?
If you think about it, if they repent on that thing, if they stop knowing what they're doing, and they stop doing that and trying to make up a way out of it, like do good for it. I hope I said it right. Because if you look at the verse after, I think it may be only for the. I think it's. Hold on a second. If they.
It's definitely talking about that particular time, first and foremost, and secondly, the see when it comes to the retributions in the Quran, the first rule that you have to remember is in the same chapter. Go to, I think it's in 45.
Actually, guys, if you look at the 2 verses after 4:15, you're gonna see repentance is only for those who commit sin out of ignorance, then repent soon after. These will be forgiven by Allah, for Allah is knowledgeable, wise.
And the verse before, واللذان يأتيانها منكم, and those who committed, I mean, those who they committed zina with, if they decide
From among you,
to fix it, yeah. But it is among us the what is it?
Yeah,
The hukm.
exactly. Yeah, yeah,
The movement
yeah.
is for us, isn't it? So whoever, I mean, from us, the male who does it with the female, because it's also a zani, it did it publicly. If they decide to fix it, both of them, and then you don't, you just don't kill them or whatever, the whip them.
No, no, no. We
Bottom line, when it comes to retributions, look up chapter 545. Surah
five.
Al-Ma'idah.
Chapter
Al-Ma'idah for you,
Al-Ma'idah.
Ali. Yeah, Al-Ma'idah, yeah. Al-Ma'idah 45. This is what you got to remember. This is the rule when it comes to retribution.
45.
This is
Yeah,
why
yeah, yeah.
so-called, yeah.
Like
Go
for
on, read
like.
it. Yeah, like for like. This is the rule when it comes to retribution. So it can never go against that. It can never contradict that. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I got you. I know what you mean.
Yeah. So bottom line, at 415 and 416, the staying in the homes could just simply be for a short period until the action of flogging them can be fulfilled. That's provided she's admitted, because it does tell us in chapter 24, one of the ways that one can get punished is if there is four witnesses. The other way one can get punished is, say for instance, the husband swears four times, and once that he will be destroyed if he's lying, that his wife committed such and such. Do you see what I'm saying? And if she
Mhm.
and if she doesn't swear four times and once the same as he did, then she gets punished. So and the punishment would be the 100 lashes. So the very most that the men in 416 and the women in 415 can get is 100 lashes. That's the most they can get.
Okay. Can I ask something as a follow-up question on this?
Yeah, of course. Don't hold back.
Thanks. So one of the things I've learned from these discussions on this platform is another principle that you guys use, if I understood it right, is that when it comes to God's message, he is very, I mean,
Precise.
accurate and doesn't,
Yeah.
yes, precise, and doesn't needlessly repeat things.
Mhm.
um, needlessly. So in this situation, wouldn't it have been easier had he just said, for those of you who are guilty of this, then so basically the same thing that 415 says. Uh, was there any need to repeat that same in 416, the verse right after, and differently as well, or have I missed it?
Wait,
Have I
what verse
missed
are you
Oh,
talking about?
something?
was there any
So
need
the,
to put it differently in 416?
yeah.
Yeah, was there any need to make a difference between 415 and 416? Yes, it's very simply explainable. What you got to think about is the logistics of that time and the circumstances of when these particular verses are being revealed. So consider the fact that these people are being persecuted, and they're dealing with a few battles in between, and they also have hypocrites amongst themselves, as well as the people of the book who have committed to a treaty to them. So considering the fact that they're dealing with all of that, 415 could be a verse that they have got to basically imprison the guilty women, if you like,
Mhm.
whilst Allah is going to later on send them a verse in regards to what to do with them. That in regards to what to do with them after, let's say for instance, they've gone to a battle or whatever else they need to deal with. Do you see what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
this verse could have been a verse that they've got at a particular circumstance, and because they're busy with the whole battle and all of that they're dealing with, God is to send them another verse to clarify how to basically complete that situation. Because remember, at 415, it says, until Allah shows them another way. Do you get it? Allah would not say
Mhm.
that unless He would. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? So bear that in mind when it comes to the females. As when it comes to the men, the logistics is different because the men are with them. Do you see what I'm saying? They don't need to leave them and lock them in a particular and basically give them a house arrest like they gave the women. So logistics are different. So therefore, they could perhaps fulfill whatever punishment needed to be fulfilled at that particular time. So the logistics would suggest that is what makes the two different. Because you got to remember that society, we're dealing with a patriarchal society where the women are literally barefoot and pregnant and at home, and where the men are, dealing with what they got to deal with. What do you reckon?
Okay.
Don't hold back. Go.
And in this 4:15 verse, when it says famsikuhunna fil buyuti, it didn't say buyuti hinna. It just says buyuti. Could this buyut mean something else other than the literal houses that we think of?
Forgive me, what verse are you using?
That is actually a very, very, oh my God, what a great point. What a great point.
But what verse
Because
is he using? I'm
no,
sorry.
no, no. Let me take a stab at this. That was a great, great point. Because you see, this word biyut or bait, it is commonly translated as house. However, using the Quran itself, in fact, using this very chapter, if you go to 481, go to 481, and you will see
Or
twice. Yeah, you will see twice. One, it comes up as bayata, and you can look at the translation there. And underneath it comes up again as yubayyatuna. So bayata and yubayyatuna. Look at the translation given to it in this context, in this verse.
you said 485, right?
No, 481.
481.
Yeah.
Bayata, I
That was,
think.
oh my God, you might have actually discovered something here.
I'm
Nice
just
work.
using the same principles that you guys have been
We
drilling
stick
down
to
my
the
head every
Quran.
week.
We stick to the Quran explains itself. That's it. Period. We don't need to get involved.
Yeah. No, like some people who like to use chain or narrators, there's no documented evidence that they met. At least to my knowledge.
So, so in my most recent Arabic book that I read, it talks about bayata in the verbal form, meaning spending the night, or bata. Is it bata? Bayata is the intensive form of that. But as if it's used as a noun, then it supposedly means house or a place where you spend the night.
Okay. No matter what they say, what we're gonna do
Mhm.
is we're just gonna stick to the principles that we find in the Quran. So, for instance,
Okay.
when you read this context, they can say
Mhm.
"spend the night," but what do you think the word means in this context? Read the verse, then you will
Sorry
understand
again.
what fits.
I want to point. I want to point to something. Bait is the institution because the house is an institution. The menzil is the physical place. So, and they're not the same. The
Interesting.
same word. They don't have the same meaning.
Interesting.
It's different stuff. So al manzil is a house like the thing, the walls, the rooms. But the bait is the institution that goes within. When we say the woman as the wife, rabbat al bait, she doesn't fix it. She doesn't do none of that. But she organizes everything within the family. She organizes the family and so. Do you get my point?
Very good point. Very good point.
But al
Very good
manzil,
point.
al manzil, a carpenter will fix it, not the wife.
So
Very
then,
good point.
in that
Very
in
fish.
that case, there's a verse that talks about the house of the prophet, and it talks about enter. I think to like enter the house from the front,
Imran,
or even
Imran,
the like. Yeah. Hmm.
Imran. We're
Yes.
gonna get to that. The point is, we don't have a problem necessarily that the word could
Hmm.
mean house. depending on the context. That's not necessarily the problem now. I mean, Ali might want to discuss that later on. We're going to give him a chance to deal with that. But for now, what we're going to do is we're going to look at 4821, read it. And when you read it, really and truly, I mean, my translation says spend the night. But you read the translate 481 yourself, and then you can work out whether spend the night is necessary or what spend the night is trying to say in that verse. Read it, please.
And they say obedience. Then when they go forth from your presence, a section of them brood on other than what you say. Okay, this is very doesn't make sense if you say spend the night, right? I mean, I can see that. Interesting.
You see
There's
it?
so many different translations. Yeah, it doesn't
Just
fit.
continue reading the verse. You I promise you'll work it out yourself. Just read the verse.
Okay, so this is by Yusuf Ali. They have obedience on their lips, but when they leave you, a section of them meditate all night on things very different from what you tell them. But Allah records their nightly plots. Okay. So keep clear of them and put your trust in Allah, and enough is Allah, the disposer of affairs. When they leave you, and spend the night determining to do other than what you say, but Allah records what they plan by night. Allahu yaktubu ma yubayitun.
It's ongoing, yeah?
Yeah, good point.
And
It's ongoing.
it doesn't say, it doesn't say, it's ongoing, and it doesn't
Because I mean, if we
Layla. It doesn't say,
through the Quran, I mean, we know what people did after the Prophet, and this is a description for what people did after the Prophet.
It's
they
very
changed what
simple.
they said.
Considering the verse, Imran, what do you think they did? Like, if you was to put it in simple terms, what did they do?
I mean, from what you have kept explaining, I feel like I need to read the verses before that to come to understand this one.
You could do that if you wish, but there is no way this verse itself is not pretty straightforward. Like, what did they do?
So they say that they obey, but then they seem to be hypocrites. So when they leave his presence, a party of them meets by night to plan against. I mean, these guys seem to be just making up these translations.
To put it simple, would it be fair if I said to you, they intend different than that which they say, or they have an objective different than that which they say? Is that fair?
It's interesting. I mean, so would you say that Bait means that they want to form their own constitution? Is that what it means? Something like that?
No, just stick to what the verse allows you. What words do you think the verse allows you?
For the word Bait?
Yeah. Think of the verse. Don't think of the word. Keep your mind on the verse.
Okay. And they go from a section of them brood. Section of them brood. Okay. What was your suggestion?
Don't worry about me. I want you to think about that. Considering that verse, what would you say in a word that they did?
They basically were hypocrites, so they did not follow. I mean, they were basically going against what they actually said they did.
Okay. Think about that sentence. Going against what they said. So if you was to put that in simpler words, how would you put that?
My vocabulary isn't as good in English.
Okay, let me help you out. How about they plan different than what they said? They intend different than what they said. They had an objective different than what they said.
Right.
How about that? An institution different than what they claimed. Huh? Ideas different than what they said. Do you see it?
Yep, I see it.
Which does not fit.
I mean, from what you said, they all fit. From what you said, this doesn't really fit, because why the reference to like brood by night. I mean, I just don't
Yeah,
get
exact.
that.
Good point. Great point. See, the word night is just in there to throw you off. What relevance does it hold?
Oh, interesting.
It could be an Arabic saying, but the saying is the purpose of the saying is to say intent differently than they claim, basically.
And this is interesting. So how would you basically tie this to that verse of the female, the one of the punishment?
Very simple. You
Mhm.
simply think about the context. That's really all it is. All the time it comes down to the context. Either the context
Yeah.
would suggest a house, or the context would
Mhm.
suggest an objective. So, for instance, let me give you the other example. So, we've tried the house example. Now we're going to
Mhm.
try, let's say, objective, because objective is just synonymous with intention. So, I'm going to use objective. Check this out. So, let's say
Mhm.
in 415,
Mhm.
where it speaks about the women,
Mhm.
it's basically the women that have committed, the women that have
Mhm.
committed this criminal act.
Mhm.
Oh, it still says four. Wow. But guys, 415 does say that there needs to be four witnesses. So there needs to be four witnesses against these women. And if they
Mhm.
testify, then keep them in your plans. You see, it could easily be keep them in your plans until death, or God makes for them another way. So keep them in your plans. Meaning, as in keep them in your schedule, you will deal with them. Because remember,
Like,
actually,
wait.
this makes perfect sense because since 415 is talking about four witnesses for these women, then clearly they're gonna get the same act, the same lashing as the women who would get the lashing if there was four witnesses, because it's the same scenario. So in this context, I could be argued very simply that it's simply saying keep them in your plans, because it didn't give what to do with them here. You see, keep them in your plans until death, or God makes for them a way. And guess what? In Surah Nur, God did make for them a way by saying, if there is four witnesses to these criminals, give them lashes. So there you go. Ali, come in.
yes, I wanted to go to Surah Talaq, where God says, uh, "O Prophet, when you divorce women, divorce them for," and so and so and so. And He says, "Do not get them out of your house until they bring
Oh, beautiful. Oh, man.
فاحشة
Ali.
مبينة, clear, which makes it public, until they do
Ali.
something that
There
is
you
publicly
go.
witnessed, and they do
There
not
you
Can you help
go,
me out?
Ali.
I'm kind of getting confused.
Basically, all of those
do not
connect.
turn them out of their houses. Do do not turn them
Mm.
out of their houses, nor should they
Mhm.
leave unless they are committing a clear immorality, a fahisha mubayyana that you can see.
There you go.
So then, when you say "famsikuhunna fil buyut," is that?
You
I mean,
don't divorce
so
them.
basically, it seems like
Don't divorce them.
don't give
Keep
up.
them in the house.
Oh, so it's not something like a punishment. It's more like you have to keep being nice with them.
Keep them in the family, in the bait,
Yeah.
not
I
in the
see.
house.
Yeah.
Keep them in the family.
Yeah.
I
Yes.
see.
Yes.
I
Yes.
see. I see. I see. This is
What
so
verse are you
interesting.
talking about? I'm so sorry. I got a
Yeah.
little bit lost on the chat. I was talking to someone else. Can
He
you?
connected all the verses together, basically.
What verses you was he using? I'm so sorry.
الطلاق الطلاق number one.
Uh, uh, one second. What sort of number is that?
I don't know, man.
Oh, it's 65. So the 65 verse what?
Yes,
Verse what? Verse
one,
one.
one.
Okay. So oh, buyutihina. Oh, there it is. That was the word you were looking for, right?
Yeah, that's interesting because it's there in the one. It's in this verse of Brother Ali, but not in this 415. That's interesting.
Wait, من بيوتهن. What words are you looking at? I'm sorry, I'm demoted
That's
sometimes.
the one. That's the one you're reading. That's the one you're reading.
It's not bait though. It's something clear. Are you talking about bait? Or are you talking about something else?
فأمسكوهن في البيوت. It's the البيوت again. It's فأمسكوهن
Literally
في البيوت, and here it
anything
uses
literally
the same
fits.
word بيوتهن.
Keep them in the institution, keep
It's
them in
the
the objective,
same
keep them in the
words.
thing,
It's the same
keep them in
words.
the family. Like
It's
basically, don't drive them out.
but the word
Other than that, Ahmed,
مبينات.
sorry
Oh,
for
I'm
interrupting.
sorry. I must have mixed up with something else of words. Sorry.
No, Ali, don't get me wrong.
Oh,
I'm
it's
not
quite.
saying don't drive them out. Period. I'm saying don't drive them out until they get
I'm an
that
idiot.
punishment.
I got you. What I want to point to is لا تخرجوهن من بيوتهن, and the other verse, sorry, it says فأمسكوهن في البيوت. So it's the same word.
Right.
So it has to be the same meaning. I mean, it's the same.
Yes.
As
Yes.
we
So what
said,
does it mean in
the
the other,
woman
in the
is
other?
ربة البيت. Yes. So family.
Yes.
Yeah. That's
No.
all.
Oh, yeah. Spot on.
No, that's it. That's it.
Yeah. Spot on. It's always dictated by the context. So yes.
This is very enlightening. I mean, I must thank you
This
guys
matter of
for
context, Ahmed.
yeah.
This matter of context, Ahmed. I want people to know that it's not a matter of opinion. It's not our opinion. It's in the Quran. Allah
This is
says,
what I
and if
don't
you recite
understand.
it,
They don't get
and
it.
if you read it, God says, and if you read it, continue reading it, and then we will give you the bayan. Continue reading it for what? For context. What do you get from continuing reading?
MashaAllah. MashaAllah. Do you know what I realize? Yeah, the people that argue against context, they are people who are trying to claim some sort of superior understanding of particular words. The reason I'm saying that is because context is something that we can all read. As long as you can read, we can all understand what context is. Do you see what I'm saying?
It has
It's only people who are trying to stop people understanding it themselves that would have a problem with that. Because they will never argue that with any other book or any other communication. They would never say in any other communication, context is not king. They would never say that. But they love to say that when it comes to the Quran.
Can I ask another question
How do
on
I
the same
define
verse?
the word then?
Sorry, Ali?
Yeah.
What'd you say, bro?
Just to ask, how do I understand something if not by the context?
This is the thing. That's the thing. I don't get it.
There can be. Look, the message is universal, right? It's for everyone, right? So there has to be something that is in common between all of us that we use to communicate with anyone, which is context. You have to stay within context, because now if I say any other word, I don't know, Champions League, it's not gonna make any sense. It's not in the context. So you will say what the heck.
Exactly. You know what?
Um,
Funny you said that, because that's how I dealt with 434. You know the whole darabahunna. Darabahunna, is it? Idrabahunna? That's how I
Yeah.
dealt with that, because I'm not gonna lie, there was a moment when I thought maybe it is something to do with striking, but I didn't think it was the
But
husband doing the striking, because in the
but
next verse. However, there was this Arabic Baba who basically dealt with it very well, wallah. And to cut the long story short, if you go to chapter 260, when it says to daraba the rock,
ضرب الله
very
مثلا.
yeah, no, 260, when it says adrib بعداك
بإسراق
yeah
الحجر.
بعداك yeah adrib بعداك جحرة بعداك الحجرة, when it says strike with your staff the rock, go to chapter 260.
فانفجرت منه اثنتان أن اضرب بعصاك الحجر
Strike with
فانفجرت منه اثنتا عصا.
staff the rock, and then it gushed forth from it 12
12.
springs. Okay, now I want you
Yes.
guys to think about this. Yeah, it's very, very simple. It's actually simpler than you would think. Now there are two choices here. Either A, one is to strike the rock itself, and the rock is to split in two, and the water is to come from the rock itself. That is that is one possibility. The second possibility is one is to move the rock with his staff, thereby water gushing forth from the ground. So you have two choices here. It's literally, this is what it comes down to. Either the rock is moved with the staff so that water gushes forth from the ground, or the rock itself is strucken so that it splits and water comes from the rock itself. So the question is very simple. Where does water come from? Does it come from the ground, or does it come from the splitting of rocks?
With all honesty, you're not gonna split rocks with a stick.
Exactly. I mean, that's the second argument. But even if we wanted to be, you know, even
Literal.
if we wanted to, let's say we contemplate the possibility that is a miracle. You know, this staff is so hard, bam, it splits rocks in pieces. So the question is this: is that miracle even necessary when we know that water gushes from the ground? Like, why would there even be a miracle? Just move the rock, and bam, you got your water. Am I missing something here? Help me out. What do you guys reckon?
Um,
And this is before I go to the root word, by the way. And the root word does actually include removing something from one place. The root word does actually include that.
Darth Vader, just look at the link chat. The link is there.
See, look, this is what the root word includes. Seek away, march on, set, impose, prevent, fight, traffic with anyone's property for a share in the profit he made to cause to be constituted, leave, forsake, take away a thing. You see that? The root word allows all of that. But it's even simpler than that. Is the water gushing forth from the ground or from the rock? It's that simple. You feel me? Am I missing something here? Do we agree?
Okay.
We agree, yeah? So it's very simple then. If it can mean remove, as we see in 260, then in 434, if a woman is rebellious, and it actually talks about rebellious in terms of what? Because it specifically says rebellious in terms of you cannot trust her. Look, this is what it says. Look, yeah. Protectors in the husband's absence in what God would have them protect. Do you see that? They would guard what God would have. They would guard in the absence of their husband what God would have them guard. So to be blunt is basically she's not committing adultery. You understand? And then after that it says
What
if
verse
she
is it?
434. And then
434.
after that is when it says if you fear rebellion in that nature, that is. So if you fear rebellion in that nature, meaning a woman can actually go and commit adultery against you, then you would remove her. And the reason you would remove her is because, again, another thing the Quran tells us is that you are not allowed to be married to an adulterer. Did you know that? We're literally not allowed to be married to an adulterer. Another thing the Quran actually tells us is we're not allowed to deal with hoes either, because it says we are not allowed to be with women who keep secret lovers. By definition, that's a hoe.
Yeah,
You see what I'm saying?
that's one way to say that.
So we're not allowed to be with them. We're not allowed to be with an adulterer. We're not allowed to be with a hoe. So clearly, we're not allowed to be with a woman. We have to remove her if you fear rebellion in the fact that you cannot trust in your absence that she would guard what God would have them guard, namely, you know what? It's so straightforward. And to even nail that, the next verse says, and if you feared separation between the two, then send an arbitrator from his family and an arbitrator from her family. If they both wish reconciliation, God will reconcile both of them. Indeed, God is omniscient, cognizant. So the context is clear, is to do with separation or removing her. To be like, to cut the long story short, I can't think of a single argument that's not resolved by being consistent with the Quran and by being consistent with the context. I can't think of one that can't be resolved in that sense. DV and Afzal, come in.
Yeah, I can listen you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
we
we
can
can
hear
hear
you.
you. What's happening, bro?
Perfect.
What about me? Can
We
we?
Yes,
can hear you too.
Afzal, how are you? We can hear you.
Assalam.
Peace, peace, peace.
Assalamu alaikum, brother. Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Look at what this guy is saying, Abdul Salam. Abdul Salam is saying the water comes from the rock because God says so. Where does God say that the water comes from the rock?
Wait, what verse are you talking about?
He's talking about 260, the verse that we were talking about. Is
Okay.
it remove the rock so water gushes forth from the ground? Because that's where rocks are. They are on the ground. So you remove them. Therefore, water gushes from the ground. Or Abdul Salam is insisting that the water gushes forth from the rocks itself. Do you see what dogma does to people?
It says, and when Musa was seeking water for his people, we said, strike the stone with your staff. Thus 12 springs exploded out of it. Each people then knew where to drink, eat and drink from the provisions of Allah, and do not roam on the earth as corruptors.
Right.
Hello?
Wait. Where is?
Where's who?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Then it gushes forth from it. What? From it? From it where it was, or from the rock itself? Seriously, what do you guys reckon? Is it strike the rock and water's coming from the rock itself, or is it remove the rock and the water's coming from where the rock was? What do you guys think it is?
The one which you said.
No, please. I swear, if I'm wrong, please tell me. I genuinely am confused.
Actually, I was thinking that the rock was that water was coming from the rock when Musa alayhi salam he strike his stick on the rock. It aparted 12 pieces and the water came from there. That was my understanding till today, and I have no problem believing that.
Yeah, I got no problem with it if that was the case as well. I have no problem with it.
But the
But the
problem
thing
is you have two choices. So you got to go with what is likely.
And
no,
what it
but the
actually
thing
says.
is, the term daraba, if you say that the water gushes from the stone because we strike it, if that's what you say, then you're saying daraba is strike, but that's not consistent with the Quran.
I'm gonna check if the word daraba in this proof form has the word.
It can mean travel
Allah
and all sorts.
إن الله لا يستحي أن يضرب مثلا ما بعوضة فما فوقها. Indeed, Allah is not timid to present an example. ضرب أن يضرب مثلا, present an example. Where is striking? There's no strike in there.
There's plenty of verses where it means travel and all kinds. So the
Yeah,
point is
so
this.
move. Wait, Ahmed. Wait, Ahmed.
Yeah.
To travel, to move, to move.
Oh, great.
From a point to another, to move. That's it.
Oh man, Ali, you kill it, bro.
What did he say? I'm sorry, I was checking the root word.
Go on, Ali, drop it.
أن يضرب مثلا, and there's the word that Ahmed said that to travel. Uh, إذا ضربوا في الأرض, they moved. So ضرب is to actually move from a
Yeah.
point to a point.
So you're saying that in Surah 2, verse 68, he says, "Move the stone with your staff."
It has to be because the ضرب is not strike.
In certain contexts,
Not
yeah.
not only that, Lemmy. Let's say we were to be charitable. Let's say it can mean strike, but let's say it can also mean to move or remove something. Yeah. So you have both choices. Now, naturally, what do you think is more likely, considering we're talking about the gushing forth of water? Do you remove a rock from somewhere so that water can gush forth from it? Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah. Or do you strike a rock so that it somehow splits and then water gushes from the rock itself? So the
I would say
question is,
move.
what is most likely?
I would say move.
That's the point. That is literally the point. The
Yeah,
The
point
thing is,
is,
we have to
one is
understand
more
the
likely
point.
than the
Sorry to cut you. We have to
Go
understand
ahead.
the point that the Quran is the haqq. When we read a verse, we don't try to put reality to that verse. We put that verse into reality first. That's that's what we do. The truth is there any water in rocks? Do rocks contain water? Are they the
Yeah,
reason why we have them out in the
yeah.
lands? No, it's the ground, it's the earth, it's inside. So the Quran is
Uh,
speaking.
yeah. I'm just checking out. I was googling if rocks contain water.
I want to add one thing. Like, if we think about iceberg, like those big ice with rocks, and like if somebody hit with his stick those iceberg, it can split into 12 parts. So, just is it metaphorically thinking like, was that stone a iceberg?
It's a rock.
Do
It's
you
not
do you
an
have
eye.
a reason to assume so? Like, why
It's a
bring
rock.
assumptions?
It's a rock.
Not
الحجر.
not only that, if you wanted to say iceberg, whatever, this is not some water for a limited period. This is a water that tribes are using as a resource.
Yeah, but does it say that the water was for like forever or for a longer time, or there is a time period that how long that water was stayed there?
Oh my God. 12, look at this. It's 12 springs for check this out, yeah. It's 12 springs for each tribe. Are we saying that 12 springs is coming out from the striking of one rock? Is that what we're saying, gentlemen?
I'm not
No,
saying that, bro.
I was just, I'm not sticking with that what I told you, but I just thinking about that. Maybe,
I know. I'm giving you something more to think about. Look at what it says. It literally says 12 springs are to gush forth from this. Yeah? And then each tribe will know each spring basically. So how do you associate that to the splitting of one rock? Let's stop it, gentlemen.
Could I add something?
Oh my!
Yes.
Right. So in northwestern Saudi Arabia, there's a place called Jabal al-Lawz.
Your mic, my brother,
And
come closer.
there is a rock that has been. Okay, let me turn my gain up. Is that any better?
Yeah, just
Can you
be
hear me now?
loud. Just try to be loud. Go.
What about now?
Yeah, it's okay. Go for it.
Yep. So in Jabal al-Lawz in Saudi Arabia, there's a rock that has been split, right? And Christians and Jews believe that that is the rock that Moses had split, right? So I
Right.
think this whole story has come into Islamic literature from them, and this is why we are now interpreting the verse as, oh no, the rock was split because we know where the rock is, because the Jews and the Christians tell us. Instead of actually just looking at what the text is saying within the Quran and letting that define the narrative rather than using what, you know,
Good point.
outside
Yeah,
sources are saying.
yeah.
Very good point.
I have seen that thing before. I call it the NTOT flex. They're using the New Testament and Old Testament to flex around what the Quran trying to make what the Quran says when letting the Quran itself say. I have seen it does that. And had actually, I should put this, divert what Allah actually said in the Quran than and trusting a little bit too much on.
Abdus is saying, what is the it that it came out of? The it is what the particular position you remove the rock. That's the it. That's the whole reason you remove the rock, so that gushes forth from it, water. But the point is this. The point is this, guys. Really and truly, I swear to you, I have not come across a single argument that is not resolved by simply reading, without any particular influence. Just read. So, considering that, what we have here is we have 12 springs, gentlemen. Why would we associate 12 springs to the splitting of a particular rock? Come on. Come
And
on.
it's
Come
a rock,
on.
not a mountain. It's none of that. It's a rock.
Yeah, a rock that was blocking 12 springs, and Allah told
Why
Could
Moses
be.
would
to remove
we
it.
do
That's
that? Not
that.
only that, not only that, yeah. Let's consider the possibility that is a miracle. What for? These are already believers.
Yeah,
It's a, there's no, even as a miracle, you couldn't argue it because children of Israel are already believers, at least at this particular time. You see what I'm saying? They're being
Banu
led,
Israel.
huh?
So
Yeah, the
Banu
Banu
Israel.
Israel, they're being led. Look how easy this is. Not only are they being led from a particular society, and God wants to establish another society for them. Obviously, as you are traveling or as you settle in a particular location, what is the first thing you need? Water.
Yeah, you need water to move on.
Yeah,
You need
you
to be
need
hydrated.
water. You need water.
Alright, calm
And
down, Maverick.
water comes from the ground. Like there's literally nowhere to even squeeze in the idea that a miracle was necessary and it came from the splitting of a rock. There's no way to even squeeze that in.
Yeah.
Come in.
Who?
Any of you. Come in. Let's come on, man. People are watching.
Oh yeah. I want to ask you, guys. Have you guys checked out Arabia: The Untold Story? I have actually asked others
I
on
still
this.
haven't watched it.
You
Guys,
should check
one
it out.
second.
Trust me.
Omega's been waiting for a while. Is there anyone who wants to jump out?
Who has been waiting for you?
This Omega guy. I want to see who this guy is.
Sure, I
Omega.
can jump out. I just had one last
Uh,
question that's also been bothering me. I don't know if
I'm also
you're
about
okay.
to leave as well. I'm about to leave.
Who's that? Imran.
Yeah, man.
I just want to see who this person is. I don't want you to leave because I need you ask good questions, and obviously we want to see if we can help you with those questions. So don't
So,
leave. I just want to see who this Omega guy is.
I hope this is not
all
gonna be
right.
some
So
trouble.
shall I step out briefly and then come back later
Okay,
while I'm watching
briefly,
the
yeah,
YouTube?
just do that briefly. Let me just quickly see who this
All,
Omega guy is. But please do come back. I need your questions.
all right. Let me do
All right,
that.
in a minute. Yeah, go on, Lemming. You were saying something.
I was just asking if you checked out the Arabia: The Untold Story. You said you didn't have to. I recommend you check it out. It could actually help out a little bit on the history and all that.
I still haven't, man. I
Yeah,
still
I
haven't.
know.
To be honest with you, the only thing I have been consistently busy with is the Quran. Like I've just been reading it over and over and over and over and over again.
Yeah, it involves the Quran as well.
I love the Quran, man. I genuinely love it. Omega,
Salam.
peace, peace.
please.
Oh, my ears, my ears, my ears. Feedback. Back.
Please introduce yourself, Omega.
Well, I don't know what to say. I'm just, I suppose, a Quran alone Muslim. I've just become it a couple of years ago, and found you on Speaker's Corner, and it got me a bit interested in different points of views on the Quran and stuff. My, I'm still a bit confused when it comes to Salat. I know your opinion is that it's just there's no ritual prayer to it whatsoever.
Sorry, Bobby, that wasn't clear. What'd you say?
As far as the Salat is concerned, I know your view to it is that there's no ritual prayer whatsoever.
Yes.
Right, okay. But the amount of times it's mentioned does kind of make me a bit confused as to if there is a prayer or if there isn't, you just do it as you please, or is it a start and a beginning, and one in the morning, one in the evening? I'm a bit confused what your opinion is there.
Have you watched Quran Centrics video on
Yeah,
Salah?
no. With the Quran community, I mean, it's you and Quran Centric are my favorite two people because a lot of other people they always bring something from outside sources. With Quran
Thank you.
Centric, you guys just stick to the Quran. I was watching another video.
I have to also say, have you heard of Hamza Abdul Malik?
I have, yeah, I've been watching his videos. Yeah, I've been watching.
That's the legend right there.
Yeah, he is. He definitely is.
Inshallah, we could have him here.
We will one day. We're gonna have to. We will one day. So yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, me and Hamza are quite close. So inshallah, I'll invite him one day.
I was watching one of your other videos when you were debating. I think it was an atheist guy. A long fourth
Why
video.
so religious guy? Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was an atheist guy. But
Yeah, he's atheist. But continue.
yeah, you said you mentioned to him when he asked you about prayer. You said you do it once in the morning and then once in the evening. What did you mean by that? I mean,
Yes. What I mean by that is there are, if I remember right, there are verses in the Quran that talks about glorifying God in the morning and in the evenings.
yeah,
So glorification comes. Glorification and prayer can be synonymous because one definition of prayer is an expression of thanks.
Yeah, invocation, supplication.
So with prayer, you've got two. So you've got an expression of thanks and you've got a solemn request for help. You get it, yeah? So prayer means both of them. So
right.
so the first portion.
That's not dua, then, is it? That's not as a dua.
Yeah,
Sorry?
that's dua. It's dua. It's dua.
The definition of prayer fits dua. It doesn't fit what people say is salah.
Right.
So one of the definitions of prayer, as I said, is an expression of thanks. An expression of thanks is also known as glorification. So when I wake up in the morning, God is the first thing on my mind. Before I go to bed, God is the last thing on my mind.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that does make sense. Makes sense.
Yeah. In fact, glorification can come in many ways. Doing righteous deed, and
there's no like bowing, standing, bowing, prostrated. You don't. I mean, well, you know what I mean. I mean, we know sujood means something different now.
To be honest, not only is that there is no such thing as physical prostration or bowing in the Quran, but really and truly, if you think about it, the concept is quite. It's self-validating because you're convinced. Believe me, I mean, I used to be a Sunni. I mean, my brother here used to be a Shia. We've all been in these sects and we know how they operate with these rituals and symbols. And when you prostrate physically, you give yourself an approval of some kind because because you're telling yourself this is the most humility that I can show. You see what I mean? Like, look at me, I'm being really, really humble. Look at me, I've got my head on the ground. You get it? So you're convincing yourself that what you are doing is the greatest form of humility. But my thing is, it is not for me to validate what is humility. It's for God. It's not for me to do that.
So I mean, I know your opinion is with
And that's the problem with these physical acts, because people are giving themselves a tick.
So, but what's your opinion on Umrah? Because I know your opinion is on Hajj, but what's your opinion on Umrah?
It's very easy. I mean, if we look at the verse, chapter 2, 196.
Yeah.
And if we consider the whole Quran, look, if we consider the Quran is a very, very consistent book.
Uh-huh.
So what messengers do is they deliver messages to communities. Some communities accept, other communities reject. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, in the case of the last prophet, not only did they, quote unquote, his community that is, not only did they attempt to reject his message, but they also persecuted him. They persecuted him for one reason alone. And that one reason was because he was conveying the message, thereby giving life to the message of God or promoting the message of God.
But
You see what I'm saying?
what's the
So,
difference?
so,
You know
so
that?
I'm about to explain that to you.
Right,
So
okay.
when he gets persecuted because of that, he gets
Yeah.
persecuted for conveying the message, for trying to give life to the message of God. Because he gets persecuted for that, they have a few battles, and eventually the messenger goes back to the society where he was persecuted from. So when the messenger goes back to the society where he is persecuted from, what would he do? He would simply complete that which he started. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, what did he start? He started conveying the message and giving life to the message of God, right? So
Yeah.
when he came back, he simply came back to complete doing exactly that. Umrah simply means giving life to something, promoting something.
Right, okay, but that would be the same thing as Hajj, though, wouldn't it?
Well, no, here's the slight. Well, there's a slight. Well, actually, it's kind of the same, but slight difference. You see, Hajj is exactly what Abraham did,
Right.
which is what did Abraham do? Abraham called people to him, and when those people came to him, he did two things. Number one, he fed them, and number two, he taught them the deen. Do you see what I'm saying? By teaching them the deen, however, it involved, because these people are not believers yet, it involved them challenging the deen and seeing if there's any holes to what Abraham is teaching them. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So Prophet Muhammad did no different than that. When he went back, for instance, Quran centric translated this perfectly in chapter 2, 158, when it talks about Safa wal Marwa. Safa wal Marwa, I think it was, yeah. When it talks about Safa wal Marwa, watch Quran centric video to get a perfect explanation of that. But in a nutshell, Safa wal Marwa is to do with the conditions of animals, cattle that they have for, that they're going to feast on. So, so, so basically, the last prophet is literally doing what Abraham did. So he's bringing food for the society he got persecuted from. So he's feeding them. After feeding them, he teaches them the deen, and they can obviously, because they're still disbelievers, they can challenge and blah blah blah. And he gives umrah, meaning gives life to the deen. So it's kind of the same thing, but that's the nutshell.
Right. Do you know any English translation that instead of, let's say for salat, instead of say prayer, it says follow close to our. Like we've got the Quranic translation rather than some or Shia translation.
Sorry, brother, your mic, a little bit like.
But I said, as far as English translation of the Quran, do you know of any that's got Quranic translations rather than Sunni or Shia translations?
That's a good point. I mean, there are people who purport to follow only the Quran,
And I know
and
what you're talking about. Yeah, I'm
and
saying.
and they've translated a few books. I mean, namely Shu'aib Abdullahi, the guy that I was having a conversation with today.
Uh-huh.
He's got a translation. However, as you can tell from the conversation me and him were having, he still believes in the rituals.
Uh-huh.
So he's translated some of these words according to the rituals.
Well,
And then
there's
you have people like Sam Gerrans.
yeah.
And I mean, people are people at the end of the day. I mean, I don't I don't promote my understanding, quote in quotes. I don't promote anyone's particular understanding. I try to encourage people to read and verify themselves, particularly reading the context.
Yeah, because no, when I'm driving or whenever I'm listening to the Quran, you got tend to listen to it in English because you understand it. But yeah, whenever some words is translated and we're using the semi translations, it does mess with your head a bit where you get a bit confused and you have to go back, and especially with driving, it's not an easy thing to do. That's the reason I was asking about that. I had another question, but I just completely skipped my mind.
No worries.
Yeah, I think it was to do with.
I mean, the best advice I can give, which is the advice that I'm following, is to read the Quran over and over and over again. I mean, once you read it over and over again, once you at least understand the theme, once you understand the theme, the Sunnah of Allah, once you understand that, then you know what to work with. You know the perimeters that there is to work with. Do you see what I
What,
mean?
what would you say is the theme, in your
Huh?
opinion? What would you say is the theme, in your opinion? What's the theme of the Quran?
The Sunnah of Allah is very it's. I don't want to tell anyone anything. I want you to confirm this yourself. You see what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah.
So the Sunnah of Allah, what you can verify from the Quran itself is that societies start to basically lie on God. They start to make up rules and oppress people and basically associate their nonsense with God. And
Yeah.
then God would send them a messenger. And if they, if they rectify themselves, then he leaves them alone. If they don't rectify themselves, he destroys that society.
If they
So,
committed evil, of course. Don't forget
yeah,
that part.
yeah. I mean, I
'Cause
started with
he,
that.
yeah. I'm sorry, maybe I didn't hear that. My
So
hearing's not the greatest.
that's the main theme of the Quran is people are lying about God. They're
Mhm.
making up all kinds of random rules and attributing them to God.
Yeah.
And God sends them a messenger, telling them to basically change their ways, and He gives them the laws that God actually wants people to abide by. So stop lying about me. These are the laws I want you to abide by. If
It's
they
hard.
accept, cool. If they reject, then God deals with them. So
Yeah.
that's bottom line. People are lying. God tells them stop lying. This is how to live. So really and truly, the Quran is anti-religion because all religions are based on associating a particular place, a particular individual, a particular set of rituals and set of symbols, and basically making up random laws and attributing them to God. Tell me a religion that doesn't do that.
Yeah, there's very. I don't think there is one. I don't. But I mean, I've had it. I've got a friend who's a Crown as well. He's the only Crown person I know personally. The Crown person I know personally. We always have this debate, and he always says, "Oh, it's not religion. It's not religion." But in my opinion, I mean, I know you've said it isn't, but it still is because you've still got certain things that you do. You say Bismillah before you eat. You've got obviously.
That's not from the Quran.
It is. I'm sure it is.
Nope. Go ahead. Give me the verse.
I'm on my mobile phone, so I can't really find the verse. But I'm sure when.
I promise you, it's not from the Quran.
So you just.
You see, for instance, check this out. Don't take my word for it. Don't let me say that the Quran does not promote a religion. Give me one similarity between any religion and the Quran, other than obviously the use of the title God.
Okay, what about wudu then? Because I know it does tell
There
you
is
to.
none. There
Well,
is
they
none.
wash your hands, feet, elbows.
Chapter 5:6 that you are referring to is
Yeah.
not called wudu. As a
It's not
matter of
called
fact,
wudu.
yeah, as a matter of fact, chapter 5:6 is something all people practice subconsciously without knowing. And I'll tell you what that is. When you wake up, you wash your face, you wash your hands, you do wipe your head, and believe me, your feet, you always make sure you wipe it, or else you won't even be comfortable. Am I lying?
Not all
Can you
people do.
even put socks on without wiping your feet?
I
Huh?
get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but not all people do that. I mean, I know a lot of people that don't do
Okay,
that.
tell me. Tell me. All right. If all people don't do that, this is what it would imply. It would imply they don't wash their face, they don't wash their hand, they have, you know, all kinds of nonsense in their hair, they don't comb, they don't do nothing with their hair, and, you know, their feet, they don't even care about comfortability, although there is all kinds of, you know, stuff stuck on their feet. They just put their socks on and put their shoes on, thereby being uncomfortable. You know, people don't do that.
Yeah, yeah, and anyone that doesn't care for hygiene would be that would be something else. But yeah, I
Brother,
do.
your mic.
Like I said, no, anyone that does care about hygiene would actually, you know, wash their hands.
You know what? You're correct. You're correct. Actually, I'm wrong. Let me not say anyone. It's anyone that cares about hygiene. And you got it spot on, because that is precisely what chapter 5, verse 6 is referring to. And the reason I'm
So it's
telling you
not a
that,
commandment.
let me tell you why. The reason I'm telling you that it's referring to hygiene is because these people are to go to where the messenger is conveying the message. And where the messenger is conveying the message is in public. Therefore, your hygiene is necessary.
Right.
Do you see the point there?
So yeah, true. But what
The
you're
only
saying,
arguments against that, Omega, sorry to interrupt you, Baba. The only arguments against that is either A, the messenger doesn't convey the message to the public,
yeah,
or B, the public do not need to check their hygiene when in public. That's the only argument against.
basically what you're saying that there's literally no ritual whatsoever at all.
Don't take my word for it. Find it.
I'm going to push it further.
As a matter of fact, you know, I'll give you one. I'll give you one that you may consider to be a ritual. I'll give you one. If a dog goes and look at that, a dog. Apparently, dogs are haram. But check this out. If a dog goes and hunts for you,
Yeah.
and then obviously the dog goes and hurts your hurts the prey that you wanted, but the prey is not dead. So as long as the prey is not dead, and your dog has basically caught that prey for you, as long as that prey is not dead yet, then you are to invoke the name of God before you kill it. So if you want to say anything is a ritual, there you go.
Right. Okay.
But I don't think you would be that paid.
Yeah, I don't think I've got a hunting dog here. I don't think I'll be getting a hunting dog anyway. So
Huh?
I've not got a hunting dog anyway. I'm not looking at food anyway. So I don't
Well,
know.
there you go. So it's not a ritual that is a must, then, is it?
Yeah. Well, all right,
Furthermore, forget just ritual. I want one single similarity between the Quran and any of these so-called religions, except the use of the name God. If you can't give me a single similarity between what the Quran preaches and these so-called religions, then we cannot call the message of the Quran a religion. Ali, come in, bro, man. Take over.
But you know, pork is forbidden. You know that's not a ritual, but it's a commandment, isn't it?
Oh, what did you say?
What did Mike, Papa, come close.
I said that pork is forbidden, so that's not a ritual, but that is a
What's
rule.
forbidden? Pork.
Yeah.
But we're given a reason. See, if we weren't given a reason, maybe you can call it a ritual. How about that? But because we're given a reason, we cannot call it a ritual, because it namely says that it's a dirty animal.
Hey, it talks about the flesh of the swine being dirty, yeah.
Yeah, so we're given a reason. So, I mean, would we say, if we avoid something because it's dirty, would you call that a ritual? Huh?
I'm just trying to think because.
No, go ahead, think about it. Forget pork for a second. Think about this concept. If I avoid something because it's dirty,
Yeah.
would you call that a ritual?
But if you avoid something because it's dirty, in your opinion, that would not be a ritual. That'd be something you're doing. But if you were told from an outside source to avoid something because it's dirty, then I'd consider it somewhat ritualistic.
But then, no. Okay, I see your point, but then here, check this out. That's provided we just follow what the Quran says for the sake of just following what the Quran says. Then you can call it a ritual. But we are convinced that the Quran is from the creator of
Yeah.
all. So the creator of all has information that we do not. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's based on two folds here. Number one, the Quran is confirmed to be from the creator. So that's the first portion.
Yeah.
Secondly, the second portion is the creator has information that we do not. So if the creator says avoid something because it contains this, then how would you deem that to be a ritual? It is like literally, say you're on the motorway and then you see a sign saying avoid this junction. Now, whoever put that sign up has information that you do not. Do you see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
when you avoid that junction, is it a ritual?
You're following orders, aren't you? That's what you're doing. You're following orders.
But you're following orders because you believe they know what they're talking about, right?
Yeah.
So you wouldn't call that a ritual, would you?
Can I add something?
Oh,
Was that too loud?
No,
Yeah.
better than before. I'd rather you're loud than not hear you.
Okay. Basically,
oh my God, what was that?
that was me. Right. So the Quran to me seems to be refuting rituals.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it constantly, asking you to think, why are you doing
Yes.
this? Why are you doing that? Isn't it
Yep.
refuting rituals? Because the whole point is, right, these rituals are meaningless.
I would agree. I mean, in fact, just think about something as subtle as this. If it was a ritual, if God even wanted a ritual,
Mhm.
would he bother telling us why we are to avoid the pork? Think about it.
But we're also told to avoid blood. Well, not avoid, but it's forbidden. Blood, and also animals are sacrificed in the name of anyone's other than God's.
Okay, well, we're given why to all of that, though. I mean, for instance, you don't sacrifice animals to other than God because God tells you why. Because number one, it doesn't reach Him, and it doesn't reach the idols that you have made up, and you're making a lie against God. So there, you're given a reason. As for the dead animals, you don't need to be given a reason. They're dead. You see what I mean? As for the blood, even again, you don't need to be given a reason because these are just things you understand inherently. I mean, it's not like you need it. It's not like God has limited you in provision to the point where you need blood. You see what I mean?
Idol worship is also that's like the main ritual that the Quran
Idol
constantly
worship is all
refutes.
about rituals, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree with you there. But we're coming back to what you said, to avoid blood because there's no need for it. Well, there's also no need for a lot of other things, but they're still not telling him to avoid it. There's nothing to avoid. I don't know.
Well,
Avoid.
it's not random because I mean, for instance, when it talks about the blood and when it talks about what animals you can't eat and what animals you can eat, etc. All of that is not random. It's because that is the things. It's because that is the things the people of that time used to practice. So it's warning them against the things they used to practice. You
All
see what I
right.
mean?
Yeah, I get you. No, I understand that part now. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because I suppose the people the Prophet was sent to, they were maybe drinking blood and sacrificing animals to.
Yeah, that is literally what they were doing.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Messed
I
up
mean,
things,
they
yeah.
would go beyond that. They would make. Well, actually, this is why God even tells you this is why it even says in the Quran, I have not seen anything forbidden except, and then God gives the messenger the particular animals. You see what I mean? So
Yeah.
notice that it's very limited. It's actually nothing difficult there. It's carrion, animals that die by themselves, etc. You know the verses.
Animals that were gored.
Yeah, animals that gored, etc. Now, the reason for that is because it's a response to the mushrikeen of the time. The mushrikeen of the time, they would make random prohibitions in regards to diet. So they would tell the peasants, for example, they would say, you lot cannot have this animal, that animal, you cannot have the children of that animal. However, us, the elite, can have this animal. And if this animal's child is dead, then the woman can have it. They would make random laws in regards to animals. This is why God tells them in regards to animals, the only thing they need to be concerned about. You see it? It's a response.
Yeah, because like when it comes to Sunnis, you have the hoof, they're testing the hoof for it to be halal, and there's all sorts of other reasons. They have the debate whether shellfish is halal and not, and all sorts of other things, but there's no mention of any of this thing in the Quran. So yeah, that does make sense.
They're just trying to make themselves relevant. That is literally the only thing they're
No,
trying to do.
100% agree with you there. They are trying to make themselves relevant. There's no doubt. I mean, it's a business at the end of the day for them, for most of them. So there's no business in Quran alone, is there?
There's no business. That is the problem with the Quran alone. There's literally no clergy, no building, nothing. It's too universal for them.
Yeah.
There's no need for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I like the debates that you have with Vegeta. It makes me laugh.
Vegeta is my guy.
Vegeta always talks about post-colonial things about that. I don't understand.
No, I like the part when he starts bringing up his ancestors and this. I'm Pakistani myself, but you are what you are. But just because your dad did something, don't make you right. But it doesn't make you right just to follow it. Do you know what I mean? So
yeah. Plus, he likes to talk about. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, he likes to talk about where you find his ancestors doing. Well, our ancestors were probably Hindu at some point as well. So it's one of them.
I'm not being funny here. Honest to God speaking, nobody can debate us. If we stick to the Quran, that is, and we have a proper formula for a discussion, where is the debate?
Well, I've got another question. I just thought about. It was about. I was watching the one of them Sunni channels. I think it was that speaker's called ginger guy. Can't remember what his name is. And they started saying that we follow the Prophet left the Quran and the wisdom, the hikmah. That's what God left the Prophet was the Quran and the hikmah. And they say that the hikmah is the hadith. I mean, as far as the hikmah is concerned, which obviously means wisdom, what would your response be to that?
Again, the Quran does a very good job of that. There are plenty of verses. I mean, I know my Quran alone brothers right now are itching to throw verses. I'm telling you, there are plenty of verses that makes it clear that the hikmah is to do with the Quran. Plenty of verses. I mean, if I give you one, for instance, I'll throw one, and then the rest of you guys can all give him one. For instance, I think 36:1, Yasin.
Yeah.
Yeah. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Yasin والقرآن الحكيم. There you go.
Yeah, Quran. And also they like to use Surah 17 verse 29. If they even bothered looking verses before, it's actually going to talk about the wisdom that it's actually showing, because in 29 it says ذلك مما أوحى إليك ربك من الحكمة. From that is from what your Lord has imparted to you of the wisdom. If they even bother look at the previous verses, it will tell you what the wisdom, what that wisdom is. There's more of that.
Dan, you need to check my videos on Kaaba, bro. Kaaba, we do know what Kaaba is. Kaaba is very easy, man.
I've been watching it, but your videos are like 8 hours long, so it takes me a week just to watch a video. I'm sorry.
There's a short one I done on Kaaba.
Right. Okay.
Actually, watch my interview with Pegam about Siam, because we touch on Kaaba there as well. It's pretty straightforward.
Because the Siam one makes kind of sense when he's saying that it's basically to attain taqwa. It's not about not eating, not drinking. It's just basically trying to focus yourself on good consciousness, which makes a lot more sense than
The
what.
context makes it clear.
Yeah, no, you're right. Even like when it comes to Hajj, when you say Ibrahim, he invited
This is
people.
what people don't understand. I don't have a single argument. I swear to you, there is not a single argument that I have conjured up using my intellect. Each and every single argument I have is based on the context. Each and every single one. I don't have an argument.
Or more likely, you try not to have one.
I'm trying not to have one. I'm trying to just stick to what does the Quran say. The Quran does a brilliant job itself.
Yeah. Another thing I was going to ask you, my friend, he just
Go for
messaged
it.
me.
Go for it. Stay
He's
close to the mic, brother.
he's very concerned for some reason about Isa and Prophet Moses. What would they have been referred to in the Hebrew names, or would they have actually been called Moses and Isa? Is a question that he's asking. Musa and Isa, sorry.
Oh, what was the question? Sorry.
You know,
What was he concerned about?
in Hebrew when they call Moses, they call him Moshe, don't they? And Isa is the Yeshua. Whilst in the Quran, they're named as Musa and Isa. The prophets Musa and Isa. Would they have been referred to as Musa and Isa during that time, or would they have been referred to where the Hebrew equivalent to that is?
I think they're left, to be honest.
I'm gonna be saying something that may be controversial.
Yeah.
And I hope I don't get chewed up for this, but Hebrew is not a real language.
Okay.
Yeah.
Guys, before we open that up,
Yeah.
can I say this?
Go on.
And not to be rude to you guys. Can we just stick to what God wants from us from the Quran? That's all that matters. I mean,
That's my interest. He's definitely to that question. So it's I've read the thing. It's irrelevant. The Quran is all that matters.
come closer, Omega.
I said the Quran is all that matters. I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
we talk about guilty men.
I promise you this. I guarantee you this. In fact, we are not going to be asked how a prophet's name is pronounced on Judgment Day. That's guaranteed. So why even care?
Yeah.
We're gonna die. Let's think about the things that are actually gonna affect us. You know what I mean?
Fair enough.
DVR tell me to preach. By the way, Imran is asking you, brother Ahmed. He asked, can you also address 2433? It says, do not compel if they desire chastity. Does that mean they can compel if they don't desire chastity? Shouldn't it just be do not compel, period?
Well, do not compel if they desire chastity. It's trying to say if they don't want you, basically, don't compel them.
But does it?
I have a question. I
no,
have a
really,
question regarding chapter 12, verse 100. Like if you like, I was just wondering, like here we can see this Yusuf was prostrated by his 12 brothers. Like what type of this prostration mean?
Sorry, repeat the last part. Yusuf was what?
Yusuf, like when his 12 brother did sajda in front of him, his 11 brothers.
That's not in 12:100 though.
Yeah, 12:100.
Okay,
There's no mention of his brothers.
What did they say anything about brothers? Oh, the discord, the devil between me and my brothers. Okay, what about it?
I was just wondering, like, is this a symbolic prostration in front of him, or is like a sajda that we do when we do our traditional salat?
You mean in sajda?
The sajda, yeah.
It's singular. In fact, it's a noun, and not only that, it says lahu means to him sajda, submission. And not only that, salat is not even mentioned in the entire surah in 12.
Yeah. So that's mean this is not verb. This is noun. So that means they didn't do the physical sajda, right?
I don't know. I don't think so. No. In fact, it says lahu because if I remember correctly, don't you prostrate towards something or someone?
Yeah, I mean, if you do it physically, you do it towards something or someone. If it's in agreement, basically you submit in agreement, then you do it to someone. But it doesn't necessitate a physical action. But the point is this. The point is this. Please, people. The point is this. The point is we have a child who's become, let's say, a king, who has given his parents a command what to do, and his parents are now to what? Are they to submit to this authority figure now, who was their son, and humble themselves because obviously they wouldn't naturally submit to their child. The only reason they're submitting to their child is because they're humbling themselves because of the authority that their child now has. So there is either that, or there is somehow, some way, a physical act towards their own child. And I'm going to be frank with you guys. There is no way of justifying that. Why? What parent, both ways, what parent would prostrate to their child physically, and what child would expect their parent to prostrate physically to them? There's literally no reason to entertain it.
They would say, "Oh, it's traditional," or something like that. What they claimed it or something. At least that's what I'm in my mind. I did saw a picture of uh, two people prostrating towards a married couple or something, but I think that was just tradition.
Please tell me, why would anyone prostrate to their children? Like, why? Have you seen that before?
Never. I had never seen it in my own eyes, in front of me. Never. My parents do that to me.
No, I mean, why? Okay, is there even a culture? Let's YouTube it. Go ahead, Google it. Find me a culture that prostrates to their child. It's the other way around. Help me out here, seriously. Come on, is it just me?
I'm checking on YouTube. Prostrating to a child, did you say?
Yeah, parents prostrating to their child.
The Dalai Lama, the Buddhists, I think they're frustrating the
Sorry, bro.
Dalai Lama, the Buddhists,
Yeah,
they're frustrated to the Dalai Lama when they find a new Dalai Lama.
yeah. Dalai Lama is not their child, though, is it?
No,
That's the key point here. The key point is someone prostrating to their child. It doesn't happen.
right. I'm gonna have to go, lads. Peace out.
No. It's nice to hear from you, bro. You're welcome anytime.
Omega, I'm sorry if I hope I'm not pushing in something, but I recommend checking out Arabia, the Untold Story.
Right,
And I recommend watching Hamza Abdul Malik, man, the legend.
I've been watching him. He knows his stuff. That's all I'm gonna say. He knows his stuff.
Hamza Abdul Malik.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, this is what I'm saying, man. I got a hell of a team as far as I'm concerned. Like, I try to focus on context. Quran centric deals with the Arabic. I've got Ali here, my friend here, who deals with the Arabic for me as well. And then you've got Hamza Abdul Malik, who basically just he's the teacher.
Yeah.
That's it. This is that simple.
I would say more advisor, but
Huh?
I would say more advisor, but I can.
Yeah, I think he's really, really good with connecting every single verse, connecting every single word. You know what I mean? I don't even bother doing that because he does a brilliant job of it. I just try to deal with the controversies.
Word asked you something about being a. I don't want to say that, but opponent's advocate. Being opponent's advocate, would you expect parents to submit to their child?
That's a good point, Word. See, you wouldn't expect parents to submit to their child. However, it depends on the context. See, in this particular context, we have their child becoming, let's say, a king. So, in that sense, they would have to submit to his leadership. There's literally no choice. The man's a king. You're not. You know what I mean? So you can see why that would happen. There's just no way of seeing the physical prostration.
Yeah, I got it. That I got that. But my question will be like, when Yusuf's brother like Boni. That's the name I got from the tradition, like Boni Amin. He and then they come to know that this is Yusuf, and they did injustice for him. They were like they're supposed to post it at the time, like when they come to know this is the king now, but they did lots of bad thing when he was child. So why at the end in Quran it is telling us that when Yaqub and Yusuf was on the throne, then his another all other brother posted in front of them. So that is why I'm confused. Like, so if
I don't.
it is,
Where did you get this in front of them business? Like, which verse are you reading?
meaning only I am meaning that last like if you see this 9900 of Surah Yusuf.
Okay, I'm reading that too. Okay. Verily, he was good to me when he brought me out of prison, and he brought you, and he brought you. Okay, who's the you referring to here? The you referring to the only people we know is the mom and dad. Let's see if
Yeah,
anyone else is involved.
yeah,
And
mom and
he
dad.
brought, and one second, and he brought you from the Bedouin life, from after that, um, driven a wedge, the devil between me and between my brothers. Indeed, my Lord is subtle, kind to what he wills. Indeed, he is the knower most wise. The brothers are not in front of the brothers are not in front of Yusuf here. This is Yusuf and his parents. The brothers are not involved in this context. Yusuf is narrating, or God is making Yusuf narrate, basically the discord that happened between him and his brothers. Says it doesn't say anything about the brothers actually being there.
Yeah.
Don't take my word. Read it. The brothers are not there. They're not physically there.
I have
But
to
it's
also go now. Salam to you all. Like I said, I'm so sorry if I'm pushing again, but like I said, you might want to check out what I talked about Arabia Turn Soul Story. Also check the
Brother, I
private chat.
will do Lemmy, man. As soon as I get a chance, I promise I will.
I also recommend also check out the links that I provided in the private chat, because there is a I'm gonna say something that maybe a little bit interesting, maybe controversial, is that Jesus was not Isa. They have a two different name. In Arabic, it's actually Yeshua. Isa is not Yeshua. In fact, the spelling is not the same. That's all I'm gonna say now. Like I said, salam to you all. Hope you have a good night. And yeah, peace, peace, peace.
yeah. Salam. So here is like for
Ahmed,
birds.
Yes, Ali.
I wanna address a point, man. You see,
Go for it.
let's put it like this. They say they claim the salat is from how they describe it. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when He speaks to us, the Quran is guidance to mankind, and all the instructions are within the Quran. Okay, let's say I don't understand the salah because you say it's not from the Quran. Are you gonna try to teach me something from outside the Quran? And then that would be you directly saying that you don't believe that the Quran is fully detailed and did not neglect anything. That's that's a big problem, but it's not being looked at. It's not being looked at. I mean, the Quran contains all the instructions for guidance, everything. It claims so. And still, you find people trying to give you evidence from outside. Oh, this guy said, this dictionary says. It's simple. Read the Quran, get the context, and it's quite clear. It's moving. I mean, no need to keep on going with these. How do you pray, or how many prayers? There's five, there's three, and so on, so on. So because Salah is really not outside of the Quran. Salat is within the Quran. So is Siyam and Hajj and so on, so on. So that's that's all. That's all.
I mean, Ali, brother, God bless you for that. I don't know. I'm genuinely amazed because I've never seen a book so violated, so dismissed in my life. Honestly, I've never ever seen that in my life. and that goes for the hadithas, that goes for the people who are not Muslims. But the worst of all is that that also goes for some people who purport to be quote unquote Quran only. Because what I don't understand is all of them, all three of them, insist in somehow going outside of the Quran to explain what the Quran is saying. Damn, I don't get it. I don't get it. I honestly don't get it.
You literally committing the haram and you're associating what God did not give an authority to, and you're really fine with it. I mean, I wonder how people are just fine with that. You know, it's so simple.
I don't get it. I mean, I have people argue with me saying leave context. I mean, for crying out loud, leave context. Wow, okay.
Yeah, just like the conversation earlier. I mean, it was so focused on one word. I mean, that it literally says they fell in submission to him. It literally in Arabic it says so. Why do people want to keep on going about something and they think they know it? I, I doubt they know Arabic, bro. I'll be honest with you. It says they fell in submission to him. It says nothing more than that. I'm sorry.
What I don't understand is they keep trying to make their argument a case of Arabic. They keep doing that. They just keep doing it. I don't get it. And I'm like, hold on, is Arabic not a language like all languages? I don't understand. What language is not dictated by the context? What language doesn't work the same? I don't understand. How can in a language you have, you know, a particular language allows words to be determined willy-nilly? The context doesn't matter because the language allows it. So really, what language is that?
I've got a question.
God,
Before Islam and the Quran, was Arabic even a written script language?
good point. Good
And
point.
it's language is irrelevant, man. I mean, the Quran doesn't point to anything. It tells you it is in Arabic. That's it.
And it tells you why it's in Arabic.
I've learned in English as I would say more than I've learned in Arabic. I'll be honest with you. It's a matter of reading the Quran. It's not a matter of being good. It's just go on, like read the Quran once, twice, three times, and everything is gonna be clear. But do not
You know,
try
the funny
to
thing is, I'm
translate.
learning Arabic without unintentionally, just because I've been reading the Quran so often. It's just becoming ingrained.
It's still, I mean, I don't think it plays any role whether I speak Arabic or any other language.
Bro, I agree with you. It literally plays no role because I
The
keep
only
telling
benefit,
people.
the only benefit is that I know when they're lying. You
Good
know what I
point.
mean?
But that's a good point. But let me tell you when I know they're lying. I know they're lying the moment you put the word in a context. That's the part they don't seem to understand.
They refuse to understand.
They refuse to understand that part. And the reason they refuse to understand that part is because they want authority. The thing is, context just takes away that authority from them, and they don't like it.
I had another question.
Mm.
The word fire, it's like
The word
a
what? Hello?
Go on.
so the word fire.
I can't hear.
What? See, what
Come closer.
I'm trying to look for a meaning of the word fire because it doesn't seem to be fire as in fire. It seems to be a word that's been used, but because they couldn't describe what it was, it's just a general thing that's being used here, if you know what I mean. It's difficult to make sense of something I don't even understand.
Go on, Ali. That's yours.
I haven't. I'm sorry, I did not follow. I don't know if it was B or D. I'm sorry. The word fire,
So
fire, nar.
every instance where the word fire is used in the Quran,
Mhm.
what does it actually mean? Because it doesn't seem like it actually means fire as in literally fire.
That's just one word, fire.
For instance, let me give you an example. Yeah, we're told we cannot imagine or we cannot contemplate what the afterlife will be, right? So if we can't contemplate what the afterlife's going to be, how can you contemplate what
I'll
being
agree
punished
with
by a
you.
tormenting fire? Because
I'll
fire
agree
you
with
can
you.
contemplate.
I agree with you. I have a verse here. I'm sorry, I cut you.
So
It's
clearly the word fire. Sorry, yeah. So clearly the word fire isn't literal, right? So what is it? Is that
I think we get your point. That's a good point. Go for it, Ali.
So I have a verse here. It says, "إن الذين يكتمون ما أنزل الله من الكتاب ويشترون به ثمنا قليلا أولئك ما يأكلون في بطونهم إلا النار." Those consume not into their bellies except the fire. And they can't be eating fire, can they?
Very good point.
If that's what is that what
Very
you mean?
good point. I think that's one of the examples. That's a very good point.
sorry? Could you repeat that, please?
Those consume not into their bellies except the fire. أولئك ما يأكلون في بطونهم إلا النار. That's the word, right?
Okay, yeah. So that again, to me, isn't talking about a literal fire, right?
No, it's not.
He
Not just
agrees.
to you, it's to us too.
He agrees with you.
I I agree with you. Yeah, that's right. It's a good point. It's a good point. I never thought I'd
So it
look
seems
at it
like the
that way.
translators had.
Put fire
So
everywhere.
it seems like the translators have used this word to fill in for something mysterious, or they didn't have a
So
word for
they
it,
don't
so it seems like
acknowledge.
they just used fire as the default.
Can I
So
just
they
say for both of you, there's something I want you guys to notice, and this is the argument I keep making. You guys have concluded that there is an issue with this translation simply using the context.
yes,
Well,
yes.
this
It's the
to
context.
me,
What I was gonna say is the fact that they put fire in every situation means that they have no consideration to the context. The
To the
context.
context, yeah. Not only do they have no consideration to it, I want you guys to notice. Remember earlier on when I was saying that, regardless of how you translate a word, the moment you put it in a context, that's when I can identify if there's an issue. Remember when I was saying that?
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
that's precisely what you and DV just did. You identified an issue
see,
simply using the context. Do you see what I mean? And
Yep.
this is what they're trying to
see,
prevent.
what I want to add to that is, excuse the pun here, but that's the smoking gun for me. That tells me that the translators, or those who who claim they understand exactly what is written in the Quran, that to me is a smoking gun that they don't know,
Oh
and they're
yes,
trying to
I
piece
can
it
give you
together.
more. That's one of them, absolutely. I mean, Sam Gerrans translates it as inferno. Do you see what I mean? So the word fire again depends on context. To put it very simple, honestly, I really don't even know what there is to say. I can't think of anything that's not resolved by the context.
Then really, the concept of hellfire is gonna change, brother. If we get to cross-reference these words and understand,
I
because
mean,
that's
what I've
enough.
noticed from the concept of the hellfire, the one thing, see, the Quran always uses antonyms. So, for instance, the hellfire would be the complete opposite to this, for instance. So right now, God has given us provision, and He's given us a plane that we can exist in somewhat comfortably. You see what I mean? A
Yeah.
habitual plane, and I'm talking about the
I,
whole
I
world.
wouldn't. I would actually use the opposite of. So, what is heaven supposed to be? To
Well,
be
yeah, you could
living
say
in
the
a.
opposite of paradise too. You are correct, but
So you
I'm
to
trying to
be living.
identify something for you
So
guys here.
if living in heaven is to be living in a state of blissfulness, then the opposite of that must be living in a state of anxiety, right?
Yes, yes. No, you're
So
100%. You're 100% correct in that. And to give you more, this is the reason why I chose. This is the reason why I'm using Earth as an example, because on Earth, God constantly reminds us about the provisions that He gives us, and we obviously on Earth we enjoy these provisions. So God uses these provisions as an example when he refers to hell. So for instance, He says that we're going to have this tree, this sakara tree that is basically, you remember what I'm talking about, Ali? The tree of
Yes.
Sakara.
Yes. Honestly, he's Saqar. Yes.
Yeah, so the tree of Sakara is basically opposite to all of this wonderful,
It's tough
provisions that we
times.
eat in.
It's tough
You know
time.
what I mean? Huh?
It's tough times.
Yeah, it's tough times. It's opposite to these fruits and plants and veggies and animals and all of that we have now. The hellfire, we're gonna get a tree that is opposite to that, which basically not it doesn't nourish you, and in fact it burns you inside. Do you see what I mean? Including some boiling water. So what that basically signifies is that you didn't appreciate the provisions God has given you. Now you're really going to be given something that is, something that you wouldn't appreciate, in a nutshell. So it's just going to be opposite.
mhm.
It's just going to be horrible, to put it bluntly.
One point, Ahmed.
Yeah.
When the shaitan is speaking to God, he says, "You created me from nar, fire, right?"
Mhm.
And then we have another verse here. He says, Allah will say, enter among nation which had passed on before you of jinn and mankind. So if the shaitan is from the jinn and he's created from fire, to put him back in fire will basically be stupid because he
Good
is
point.
from fire.
I've thought about that before as well. I've thought
That's going to
about
be a
that as
state
well.
of
It's a very
blissfulness
good
for
point.
him.
I mean, how
Yes.
is fire going to be affected by fire? Very, very good point. But these things are too deep for people for some odd reason. They
See,
don't want to
for
go.
me, the
Look, people want
smokeless
to treat the
fire.
Quran as a religion. They're not interested in treating this as a message of guidance that actually explains this thing called reality. They don't want to take it as that.
Sheesh, man.
So for me, the smokeless fire seems to be something to do with like psyche, if you know what I
Could
mean.
be that too.
So something internal.
Could be to do with that. It doesn't have to be to do with actual material. It could be the characteristics.
Yeah, someone wrote something earlier on about like shaitan is um the self ego self whatever. And I was like, oh yeah, sort of. That kind of like explains it.
Well, it does explain it because he became shaitan. He wasn't always shaitan. He was iblis. He only became shaitan once he actually displayed his ego by saying, "I am better than this guy." You get it? So only then did he become shaitan.
See, this whole verse, surrounding Adam and Iblis and him not bowing down and, the angels bowing down, that uh, that's an interesting one. I was listening to Dr. Hani Achin, and he seemed to make sense of this whole issue. So what he was saying is basically Adam is a verb. It describes a person. It's not a name. It's not a human being. This whole concept of original sin is alien to Islam.
Oh yeah, there's no such thing as original sin.
So if there's no original sin and there is no character called Adam by name,
There is
then
no
what is
character.
Adam?
It's
Yeah.
Since you brought up Adam, once brother long ago we were on a live here and we wanted to discuss this Adam matter and what was before Adam, and I pointed a verse, but a brother, I think it was brother Moore, if he disagreed with me, maybe he didn't give me time to present the verse. Let me get it.
Oh, I'm all ears for this.
Sorry.
Oh, you've caught my interest now.
Okay. Yeah, Khalifa. What it says, Khalifa.
See, traditionalists have. I think I know which verse you're going to come out with, and traditionalists have a very peculiar take on it. So to get around this verse, they say that the jinns inhabited the earth before mankind.
Let's just stick to the Quran. Let's stick to the Quran. Look, it says mention when your Lord said to the angels, "Indeed, I will make upon the earth a successive authority." They said, "Will you place upon it one who causes corruption therein and sheds blood?" So that was their opinion. That was what they know. It's not their opinion. That was what they know about Adam. So did they say something that it is true that happened, that he did, or his kind, or that Adam kind did so and so corrupts and sheds blood, or were they accusing him and assuming? Because I don't think the angels
Well, let me
assume
get in between
and
you
do
guys.
So
opinions
pause
and
there
all
for a
of that.
second.
Let me get in between you guys for a second. Because I was thinking about that verse myself. So to be consistent, I thought this. The angels, they know their job. They know what they do. So whatever species God is creating is not like them. Do you see what I mean? Because their kind already exists. So
See, can I stop you there for a second?
If the creation God is creating is not like them, then it would be.
It's not, Ahmed. I'm sorry to cut you. It's not creating. It's making. It's jal. It's not khalq.
Okay, making.
Making. So you can't make something. You're gonna make something from its original form to something. So what you're gonna make that already exists. Allah already khalaq. So they said, do you place there one that corrupts and shed blood? They know what he did. And Allah did not create him at that point. He existed.
Okay.
He existed.
Let me come in there then. Let me come in there then. Well,
can I just add quickly to before we Maverick? Can I add something quickly?
Yeah.
It's a bit like saying, "I'm going to make you king." Right? You already exist.
Huh?
I'm not creating a king. I am making you king.
You're making.
Okay.
So and then I would come to him and say, how can you make Ahmed a king? He does this thing and this thing and that thing. And knowing that I am the angels, I'm not gonna lie or accuse you, brother. You know what I mean? So they said something. They stated a fact. They stated something that happened.
But I would argue that they were justified in their quote unquote assumption. Let me tell you why.
Okay, firstly, before you go down the rabbit hole, we need to first.
Just one second. The reason I'm saying they would be justified in quote unquote that assumption is because this particular species is being sent to a particular plane and is being trusted with a particular authority. Now, this particular species must be different from the angels. So, since this particular species must necessarily be different from the angels, this particular species must be able to do something the angels are not able to do. We don't know the angels to go against God. So, this particular species must be able to go against God.
But you're
Therefore, they
contradicting
justify
yourself
that
there.
assumption.
You're contradicting yourself there.
Why?
Because how can the angels be questioning God if they are
No,
only
No, they can't.
subservient to God?
They
but
can't. They
questioning
don't.
God is not going against God, is it?
Of
No,
course it
but
is.
they don't, Ahmed. Ahmed,
How is it
please
not?
try
If
to
they
try.
are only right, so this is why I
Yeah,
wanted to stop you before you went down the rabbit hole, right? We need to first establish what are angels. For me, they're human beings. It's talking about a group of human beings.
There's a separation between angels and human beings, as far as I can tell from the Quran. However, what we can justify from the Quran is that angels don't go against God. Am I
yes.
incorrect?
Please, guys, give me 1 second.
Go on.
1 second. I would appreciate it. Now,
Yeah,
it's
go.
not a matter of them assuming. It's a matter of them saying something that it is real that happened. They testified. They said he does this and that. How can you make him? And then God. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying that being was there. But after Allah taught him the names, it became something else. And then God asked the angel, "Indeed, I told you that I know more than you do, or I know what you do not do. You do not know." So Adam was in a form, and God taught him, and then became in another form. It's exactly what this verse is saying. Adam existed not
Yeah.
as a person, but a group, because God says, "قُلْنَا اهْبِطُوا مِنْهَا جَمِيعًا," a group of them, not just one, not just Adam. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. However, firstly, I don't subscribe to the idea that Adam was this being in heaven that was created,
No,
and
not
then
in heaven. No, I didn't say in heaven. Look,
everybody
I
was
didn't say in heaven. I said he was on earth. He existed on earth, on this planet.
in not a human form.
No, in a human form.
So he
It
existed in
wa-
a human form,
yes,
and
bashar.
angels were
You
told
need
to
to
bow
know.
down to him or
You need to know
submit to
that the
him.
word. You need to know that the word bashar and the word insan, that they are two words. They're synonymous, but they're not the same. Bashar, we're speaking when the Prophet says innama ana bashar, he doesn't say innama ana insan, but he says ana bashar, which means he same abilities as us, hands, feet, and all that. But insan, there's morals, there's knowledge, there's this, there's that. So the bashar existed, but the insan came after Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala taught Adam the names of everything. Knowledge.
See, I think we're too influenced by Judaism and Christianity to believe that Adam is this other being that was the first created.
No, he wasn't the first created.
No, but we still see him as someone other than the prophet.
What do you mean?
Like I said, the word Adam seems to be a verb describing someone. Like if I say to you, you are a messenger, right? A messenger is a verb, right? Or an agent that's tasked to do something. So this is where if Adam is a description or a verb of someone who is an agent, then the prophet would fit that. The prophet is the agent. And if all the pious or the righteous are asked to submit to him and follow his lead, this who's going to abstain from that? people who have an ego. The shaitan, if you know what I mean, is going to stop people from submitting to the will of, Allah, because Allah saying, submit to what Muhammad's teaching. He is my agent. He is my Adam. And then there was silence.
No, it's not. It's not that. It's just the verse. It's quite clear. I'm gonna make you a Khalif, a successor. I'm gonna make you. So it means you existed, and then I made you. So you already existed, isn't it?
Yeah, the Prophet at that time would have existed, obviously. And
No, we're not
his
speaking about
ummah
the
are the
Prophet.
successors.
I'm not speaking.
But
I'm
that's what I'm
speaking about Adam.
saying. When it's Adam is a verb describing the Prophet.
Well, whatever it is,
Because Adam is, it could be like for that particular time, it's referring to the Prophet because the Prophet was the Adam. In another verse regarding Harun, he's called Adam because he was the agent when Moses was taken away. There's another verse that mentions Adam when it's talking about, it's just dropped in the middle of the story of Harun and Musa. Now, it fits in that story if it's talking about Harun. It doesn't fit in if it's talking about this character called Adam, who's separate, who's a separate entity.
The understanding beyond the word Adam. We're not discussing that. I'm not talking to you about that. I'm sticking to this verse. What I'm saying is this person or this character that it is speaking about, or the description of the person it's describing. It's not that he created it; he made it. That's a different process.
No, I agree with you there. He wasn't created like we're told, like the original sin story.
Exactly.
Adam was created in heaven. Yep, absolutely. But I think we need to now go to the next step and then see, well, what is the Quran talking about here exactly? Who is Adam? What is Adam? If it's not the story of the original sin.
No, but wait, hold on. 1 moment. Aren't we told about how the whole process of how Adam is made?
No.
Made from clay?
No.
No, surely that's in the Quran.
That's the bashar that I told you about. You remember?
Please remind me. I was gone for a second.
God says, "Inni khaliqun basharan." It's not an insan. We can bring a lot of the word insan in the Quran. So the bashar, it's the physical appearance of us, the head, what you see, the person. But the insan is the bashar with the organs and all of that, plus the knowledge and everything that you have, the consciousness. So because you put in mind, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, and they ask you about the ruh, say the ruh is the commands of my Lord and the little knowledge we were given. So before the ruh, before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala blows the ruh into Adam, he existed, but he didn't have the knowledge, he didn't have the commands, and the first command to him was, do not approach.
I was thinking about this just the other day. I'm gonna have to agree with you on this. Continue.
The first command was one: do not approach this tree. So the Adam, it's not a name of one of a group touched the tree, and then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, leave this garden, all of you. It's not just one, it's not just two. If it was two, it would have said Ahbita, both of you.
No, but
there's
it's
more
three,
than
no.
two.
No, but we've got three then, though. This is then you can have all.
Is the shaitan a person, Ahmed?
Well, but he's an individual that must leave there as well, isn't he?
But can they see him and deal with him?
No, but God can look. There's three of them in that plane, and God is telling all three to leave that plane.
But the shaitan is outcasted in the beginning since he did not
Hold on.
submit.
Can I add something here? You're
No,
going
he's
back to the
outcasted
original
with
sin.
Huh?
You're going back to the original sin.
Okay, but see, you know when you
No,
say
there is no
original sin,
original sin, brother.
there's no original sin. See, the way I see it is more like this. The way I see it, this new species, shall we say, as in regards to Adam, this new species has not yet learned the relationship between him and his
Yes.
maker. You understand what I'm saying to you? So clearly, that test was to basically show that the individual needed some sort of a training. So to cut the long story short, that individual, including his children, shall we say, which is us and whatever. Basically, we are here to learn that relationship between us and our maker before we can actually be in that plane. What do you reckon, Ali?
Look, I'm trying to put what you say with the verse and with the other verses that relate the ruh with this exact event, and I can't. I'll be honest with you, because
No problem. Correct me.
from the Quran we know that the ruh is the commandments of God and the knowledge we were given by God, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's in the Quran. We don't. So when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said to the angels, "This is who I'm going to make a successor," they have an idea about them. They know that being corrupts and sheds blood. So they said, "Will you do this?" And then God subhanahu wa ta'ala taught Adam. It's in the Quran. I'm sticking up with the verse. I'm not going to change my mind
Yeah,
until
yeah. Go on, continue.
and then God, he taught Adam. He taught Adam. So that's knowledge. That's the little knowledge he was giving.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah, but my point
presented.
here.
Wait. Let me finish.
Yes.
Let me finish.
Sorry,
And
go
then
on.
presented the names to the angels. Allah here the being showed that he is worth and now knows how to handle and how to be a successor on the planet on Earth.
Okay.
So and then they say, Subhanak, exalted are you. We have no knowledge except what you have taught us. So now here they take back what they said.
Okay. Yeah.
You are
Okay. No problem.
you yeah, that's just it. Adam didn't have the knowledge, there was no ruh, and then Allah gave him the ruh. And then the ruh
I mean, there's no disagreement so far, but how do you explain the that plane where Adam goes to the tree and etc. Explain that for me.
of course. I'll
What does
I'll
that mean? I mean, I took it as some
I'll give
sort
you
of
exactly.
Adam needs
It's
training.
it's it's how we progressed and how did our intellect uh, gone better because knowledge accumulates. So it started very not that
Small.
good. Yeah, very small. So there was one prohibition. It was one tree. Still, Adam did eat from it. This is stated in the Quran. And when he ate from it, he realized what he did. It's not that his private parts showed, as they explain in the translations. No,
Understood. Understood.
his
So far, no
his
disagreement.
deeds revealed to him, to Adam. He knew what he do. So what did he do?
Understood.
He went on hiding just like a little kid when they make mistakes. When they make mistakes,
Understood.
they hide, and that's exactly what Adam did. He literally covered himself. The Quran states that.
Okay, but so far we're in agreement, and then why? Okay, how about that? 100%. Everything you said, we're in agreement so far.
We're
And then and then why was it said to them that they need to come over here and guidance will be sent, whoever follows will be guided, etc.
And that's after he gave him the knowledge. That's the ruh. You see, the Quran is itself ruh. الملائكة ننزل الملائكة بالروح
No,
من
I agree.
أمرنا
I agree. The
على من
Quran is
نشاء
talking
من
about
عبادنا.
yes.
And what is the Quran? Isn't it the orders of God and knowledge?
Yes, yes, yes.
So he was given guidance just like all of us, and God told them there will be guidance from
No,
me.
but wait, did he have that before he went into that, let's say, that garden where he committed the sin, or did he only
No, it
get
was
that
after.
after?
It was after.
Oh, so wait. So when he was in the garden, he didn't have that ruh.
Wait.
Is it really going
Huh?
to get stuck?
No, he's looking it up.
Right.
That's good.
For-
We need to know this.
For a
Because
second,
everything he said so far, we're in agreement. I just think that after he
you mean you
after he made the
two are
mistake
in
at the
agreement, yeah?
garden, huh?
When he was in the garden, Ahmed, at the time in the garden, there was a tree. Trees are in gardens.
Yes, but
Um,
did he have the ruh then or not?
He did have the ruh. He
Okay,
made a
cool.
mistake.
So if he did have the ruh,
He made a
the ruh is
mistake.
not the
Yes.
question here then. One moment. The ruh is not the question here then. What I'm trying to say is, to cut the long story short, that eventually he was sent to earth to basically improve his knowledge.
Exactly. So that's
Well,
why
so
he
we're in
started.
agreement then.
Yes, he's as I said, he started with little. The message from God started with one tree, the prohibitions. That's
Yeah.
what that was the only thing that he was asked to do. Do not, and he did. He made a mistake because
So
the
in a
shaitan.
nutshell, we are here to evolve.
Of course,
Well, we're in agreement then.
yeah. That's. I mean, through the Quran, you can realize that trading came with Shu'aib, and then things came in like the ideas that we
I
progressed
must have not
until we
explained
got to
myself
this.
properly because I must have not explained myself properly because everything you said, I'm in 100% agreement. That's the exact conclusion that I've come to.
It's just the fact, Ahmed, that the Bashar didn't have no knowledge, didn't have at that time, there was still no commands. And the first command was do
Yeah,
not.
he's a baby basically.
Yes,
Intellectually still a baby.
yes, exactly.
I
So,
100% agree.
and that's why when you read the Quran through stories like Moses, it was a lot of time ago. People didn't have the ability to discuss. They wanted clear signs, and then they got some type of clear signs.
100% agree.
And
And
with
really
the
and truly,
prophet,
Satan
that's why.
is
Can I add
basically just a racist. You know that.
something? No.
Really and truly, Satan, he's actually just a racist.
And
Right.
that's,
Can I ask? Can I add something here?
I'm
yes.
not joking. He's against our race as a human being. Period. So he's a racist.
Yes.
No, seriously. Like the only
I-
reason he refused to submit to us is because of our race. As far as
Finally-
he was concerned, he
Can I
was from a
finally
superior race. Now watch this. Not only did he, as far as he's concerned, say that he's from a superior race, but he's trying to destroy us simply because of our race. He's a racist.
No, here's another thing, Ahmed. We have to understand. We say الشيطان يغوي. The word, I'll try to find it according to translation. لأغوينهم. We have to understand something very clearly. So Iblis said, "My Lord, because you have put me in error." That's a big mistake.
Yep.
That's a big mistake. God did not put him in any errors.
Yep.
Because Adam, with his story with the shaitan, Allah knew that something is within the heart of that being, whatever it is, right?
Yo, sorry, I need to interrupt you, brother, because I think you're gonna like this. Brother DBR said, so evolution is kind of true. You know what the funny thing is? It kind of is.
No, look, the Quran is not against it. I'll prove it with time, brother. It's just
No, bro, I agree. You know, the moment you said that there was a period between, let's say, Adam's creation and when he actually got the ruh inside of him.
No, there is a difference.
Wait. And when he actually got the ruh inside of him, that period, that would go completely with what the evolutionists would say, because they would say that we were some sort of monkey-like, if you like. You see what I mean? And then we evolved
And
to
I'll
our
tell you
current
something.
position.
I'll tell you something. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala freed our hands. We were walking on them. It's in the Quran. I'll bring you I have that in documents. I'll bring it from the Quran. We walked on our feet and used our hands.
Well, let me add to that. I was having this conversation with my brother actually not so long ago, and my brother's a bit of a he's a bookworm, put it that way. Guy is very, very smart. Cut the long story short, we were talking about this evolution thing, and he was trying to argue why it has a basis and blah blah blah. And I was thinking to myself, really and truly, what is it that makes a human being? Is it the level of consciousness of a human being, or is it our physical body? Because these evolutionists, they're really and truly just arguing about the physical body. However, the argument is that what makes a human being is that ruh, is what makes a human being.
That
Do you
was
see what I mean?
my point. I was gonna
No,
ask
I
you.
100% agree with you.
I was
So
gonna ask
so
you.
so you could have, let's say, if, physically, if we were completely like on our fours, yeah, we were walking on our hands, etc. However, if we did not if we possessed our consciousness, our level of ruh, basically, if we possess that, but physically we resembled an animal, we would still be a human being, because it's not
Yes,
the physical body that makes a human being. It's the conscious state. Do you see what I
and the
mean?
and the conscience
So
Allah.
evolution in a nutshell is literally no threat whatsoever to the Quran.
It's not at all. It's not at all. It's not at all.
None
Look,
whatsoever.
the fact that the ruh is the knowledge. I want to ask a question. What happened for people to change from being dependent on hunting and so on, not having knowledge and all of that, to people that are able to learn, they cook, they have families? What changed? It's the ruh. It's the ruh that
Yep,
changed.
100. Oh wow, you killed it. You killed it.
So Adam, in the whole story with the angels, Adam
Right,
is
can I come back in?
Of course you can.
there.
Well, I think there might be a little delay here, because when I'm saying something, you guys don't seem to be responding straight away. It seems to be you guys picking up like a few seconds later.
We can hear you now. Go for it.
Okay, cool. Right, so all I've heard
We can't hear
you
you.
guys have just missed out the Bifrost. That's all.
Sorry, repeat that. We missed that. Oh, we just heard you say all I've heard, and then you went away. Yo, DV, where are you?
And Thor.
Yeah, bro. Again, you
talking.
broke up. We heard nothing.
1 second, let me just disconnect and reconnect. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. So Ahmed, are we on agreement here?
I see no disagreement.
Did you get my point?
I did indeed.
Well, then, if you can send me any form of contact, I'll let you look up something really interesting.
I will
Right,
do.
I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Right. Okay. So as I was saying, all I heard from you guys was the story of Odin and Thor. Thor was a naughty boy, so he got sent down to Earth. That's all I heard. And we've got to move away from this original sin story.
But see, this original sin, I don't know where you get
What do
this
you mean
concept
original
from.
sin? What do you mean?
The
Didn't
fact
Adam
that-
didn't Adam forget and did the ma'siyah in the Quran? He did, didn't he?
well, as I said, we first need to identify what Adam is or who Adam is. And to me, Adam is the prophet. It's talking
Brother, you
about the
have to
prophet
back it up.
situation.
You have to back it up with the Quran.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna
That's
send you a
true.
link, right?
Please.
I'm gonna send you a link and you can watch it, and then you can tell me whether it makes sense to you later. Okay? But basically, this is talking about the Prophet when he was given the Spirit, right? The Quran, when it was blown into him, when he received prophethood. This is what it's talking about. He shied away from that mission. But then he went up to those who were in power, those who were in control of the scriptures. And this is the whole thing where there is a new successor, because previously the lineage of prophethood and everything like that was with the, I guess what you could say, the Jews.
Brother, I would
Dunya
have
is
to
not
look.
the punishment at all. No
Look,
one
look.
is saying dunya is the
Let me
punishment.
tell you something, right? Let me tell you why I disagree with you. Because God says to the angels, "I'm gonna make a successor on earth." So
Yeah, I
this
know.
is
We talk about angels,
this is the beginning of something. This is the beginning of
but
the
we need
life
to
that
define
we know
who
now.
this.
No, the Prophet didn't live at that time, brother. We
This is the
have to.
beginning of Islam.
No, Islam
Well,
didn't
Adam
begin.
is the
Didn't
beginning of
begin with the
Islam or the
Prophet,
beginning
brother.
of...
Sorry. Islam didn't begin with Muhammad.
Okay.
I'm sorry. No, it didn't. Ibrahim was أول المسلمين. هو سماكم المسلمين. It wasn't Muhammad. Muhammad is a follower of Ibrahim, according to the Quran.
Hold on.
In fact, there is literally nothing new that the last prophet brought.
Nothing
Literally
at
nothing
all.
new.
The Quran is telling you how time evolved, how we evolved, knowledge-wise, and what developed in us, and how the people got to know fire through trees and lightning and so on. So it explains to you all of this. When did the trading come in, and how it was, and what were the regulations? You know, when we speak about the prohibitions, let's call them the prohibitions, Ahmed, for the sake of calling him that. We
No
find
problem.
the one of them that says, "And do not cheat in weight." What
Yeah.
that verse, when you read the Quran, appeared with Shu'aib, because if we should respect time, Shu'aib was at a certain period of time where trading was a new thing. It needed rules, and Allah gave it rules through Shu'aib.
Very good.
Right. Can
the
you hear?
messenger.
Do you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. But very,
Am I
very
back?
good point, Ali.
Right. Okay. So do you know when we're talking about like sajda and sujud and salah and all that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
Right. So we're happy to establish what these words mean, right? So we're happy to go back to the drawing board and see exactly what is this talking about. Why are we not doing the same with this? What I'm saying to you about Adam. Everything that you have, all your information that you have got, is not through the Quran.
It is.
It's all extra. No, it's not.
It is. I give you verses. I state verses from the
Yeah, but
Quran.
where are you getting the
This is
interpretation of
Ali,
this
bro.
from?
Whatever.
Ali,
No,
Where are
bring
you
it's
your
not
getting
an
own
the
point.
proofs from?
interpretation. It's
You're
not an
getting it from the
interpretation, brother.
traditional
It's
viewpoint.
not an
Guys, by the
interpretation.
way, 5 minutes and I gotta go back, boys. Yeah, 5
If
minutes.
someone
Let's
said
wrap it up.
something that is true and backed it up with the Quran, it doesn't mean I'm influenced by anything. It just means that that person understood something, and I checked it, and it's true. What am I gonna do? Refuse it?
You can maybe pick this up next time. I'll put it in the chat, the private chat.
Sure.
I have a
look at it.
question. I have a question regarding that your discussion about law.
About who?
The discussion was quite beautiful still.
Yeah.
Well
So like
done, Ali.
in the discussion you mentioned that at the beginning everybody was Bashar, but when Allah gave us Ruh, then everybody was insan, and then when Allah gave Ruh, then we got Bashar. We became Bashar, something like that, right? Like
Bashar and Insan, yes.
yeah.
There's a
So
difference.
between there is a like. So my question is like when we see that in chapter 19, verse 17, like Allah sent Ruh to Maryam,
Yes.
and so there is one question, and the other question like in Surah Nisa, verse 171,
Allah
says-
inspired to Maryam. You need to know that's He inspired to her.
It's inspiration, right? Something like it.
It's inspiration
Okay.
from God.
Oh, and in Surah Nisa 171, like Jesus, like Isa was ruh from Allah. So, is that mean same ruh like?
I don't get the question.
So in Surah Nisa, like chapter 4, verse 171,
النساء صح؟
Nisa, yeah, and verse 171.
171.
So here, like Allah says that Jesus, like Isa was ruh from Allah.
I'm sorry, I haven't got to the part yet. Let me get it.
He said that like فَمِنْهُمْ وَرُوحٌ Maryama.
إنما المسيح عيسى بن مريم رسول, the messenger of God, and his words he gave it to Maryam وروح منه.
Yeah, وَرُوحٌ, yeah. So are you referring to this same ruh like between that you distinct from Bashar and Insan?
What differentiates Bashar from Insan is the ruh, the meaning. The Quran says, yes, they ask you about the ruh. Say the ruh is the commands of my God and the little knowledge we were given. That changed the Bashar from to the Insan.
Yeah. So like the following the two verses I mentioned to you, is this ruh like is different from that?
Yo,
Is it the
guys,
same-
guys, I'm gonna let you guys continue talking in the back chat. I'm gonna end the broadcast here because I got to go, people. Yeah.
All right, brother.
Maverick, did
But
you get
you guys can still
link,
continue talking in the back chat. All right.
I put
All right,
up?
man. Next time.
Yeah. All right, viewers. Thanks for watching and all of that. I hope you guys enjoyed it. It's another long video. Every time I do a video, it's 5 hours. Yeah. Inshallah, I'll catch you guys soon. Peace out. You guys, why don't you not say your peace and whatnot before I end the video?
Thank you for listening, everyone.
I don't even know if you can hear me.
All right, DV and
guys
Ali,
hear me?
you guys continue in the back chat. Peace.
Peace.
Right.